Hello, I would like to thank you for taking your time to listen to this audiobook. This is my second attempt at making a series. Any advice would be amazing. Chapter 1, The End of a Life. Travis's life was one of monotony and quiet desperation. At 35, he worked as a security guard, spending his nights in a small, dimly lit guard shack by the highway. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it was steady, and it allowed him ample time to indulge in his favorite hobby, reading isekai and cultivation stories. These tales of ordinary individuals thrust into extraordinary worlds filled with danger, magic, and destiny captivated him. He often fantasized about being transported to such a world, where he could start over and find meaning in life. One fateful night, as rain pelted the metal roof of his guard shack, Travis sat immersed in the latest chapter of his favorite story. The rumble of a semi-truck echoed in the distance, but he paid it little mind. Seconds later, tragedy struck. The semi-truck lost control on the slick road, hurtling toward the shack at terrifying speed. The last thing Travis saw was the blinding headlights and the horrifying realization that this was the end. The impact was instantaneous, leaving no time for fear or pain. Darkness claimed Travis, but his story was far from over. When Travis opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a void of swirling light and shadow. The void felt both infinite and suffocating, as though it existed beyond comprehension. A figure loomed before him, a radiant being with 6 glowing eyes and a form that shifted between humanoid and incomprehensible. The air hummed with power, resonating in his very bones. "Welcome, Travis," the figure intoned, its voice resonating in Travis's very soul. "I am Karyos, the God of Reincarnation. Your life in your world has ended, but your journey is not complete. I have chosen you for a second chance." Travis blinked, his mind reeling. He struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. "Why me?" he managed to ask, his voice trembling. Karyos's 6 eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. "Because your soul yearns for purpose, and this universe requires individuals of great potential. I shall grant you reincarnation into a new world. You will carry a system to guide your growth, a gift to cultivate your potential beyond mortal limits." "What kind of world?" Travis asked, his awe gradually giving way to curiosity. "A world vast and untamed," Karyos replied. "It is home to myriad races, from elves and dwarves to demons and therianthropes. It is governed by 6 deities, each embodying a primal force: Zephyra, goddess of air and freedom; Ignis, god of flame and passion; Undayer, god of oceans and secrets; Terra, goddess of earth and endurance; Lamora, goddess of light and hope; and Umbrix, god of darkness and despair. You shall be reborn into a noble family on the edge of civilization, where the wilds test the mettle of all who dare venture." Travis nodded, determination flaring in his chest. Despite his fear, excitement coursed through him. "I'll do it. I'll make this life worth something." "So be it," Karyos declared, extending a hand that pulsed with radiant light. "I grant you this boon, a system to aid your growth. It will adapt to your actions and reward effort. But remember, the challenges you face will be formidable, and your choices will shape your destiny." A blinding light engulfed Travis, and he felt himself being pulled into the unknown. His body dissolved, and for a brief moment, he was weightless and free. Then, darkness swallowed him once more. Chapter 2, A New Life. Travis awoke to the sensation of warmth and softness. Sunlight filtered through a wooden window, illuminating the rustic bedroom around him. He looked down at his small hands and realized he was now a child. Panic flared briefly before a flood of memories surged into his mind. He was no longer Travis. He was Rine Frostfang, the 4th son of Baron Eryk Frostfang and Lady Sylvan Frostfang. His family lived in a manor on the outskirts of the kingdom of Dracoria, a region bordering the untamed wilds. Rine's father, Eryk, was a stoic yet kind man, with dark hair streaked with silver and a commanding presence. His mother, Sylvan, was graceful and warm, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to see into one's soul. His older brother, Kael, was a proud warrior training to inherit the barony. His two sisters, Lyria and Elise, were twins, each with their unique charms. Lyria was studious and refined, while Elise was adventurous and free-spirited. At 8 years old, Rine was already regarded as peculiar. His snowy white hair and crimson eyes set him apart, as did the faint, shimmering patches of light blue scales on his skin. Villagers whispered that he carried the blood of dragons or gods, and though they treated him with reverence, it was tinged with fear. Despite his strange appearance, Rine's family treated him with love. His father encouraged him to be strong, while his mother nurtured his intellect. His siblings offered a mix of rivalry and camaraderie, each shaping his early years in their way. Rine quickly adapted to this new life, his memories of Earth blending with his new reality. The echoes of his past life drove him to excel, and he vowed to seize every opportunity this world offered. His daily life involved rigorous studies, physical training, and exploring the nearby wilds. These experiences began to awaken something within him, a hunger for knowledge and power. He devoured books on magic and combat, often practicing what he learned in secret. Though he was still a child, the promise of his system loomed on the horizon, fueling his drive. One day, while wandering near the manor's forested borders, Rine encountered a wounded beast, a wolf-like creature with shimmering silver fur. Its eyes, filled with both pain and defiance, met his. Compelled by an unexplainable connection, he cautiously approached and tended to its wounds with makeshift bandages. The act forged an unspoken bond between them. This creature, later named Sylvan, became his first true companion and a symbol of his growing affinity for the untamed world around him. Chapter 3, The System Awakens. Years passed, and Rine grew into an intelligent and curious young man. On the night of his 10th birthday, his world shifted once more. As he slept, a vivid dream transported him to the void where he had first met Karyos. The God of Reincarnation stood before him, more imposing than ever. "It is time," Karyos said, his 6 eyes fixed on Rine. "You are ready to receive the system that will guide your journey. Use it wisely, for it will shape your fate." When Rine awoke, glowing words filled his vision: system activation, complete welcome, Rine Frostfang to the infinite skill system. This system will provide you with the ability to learn any skill given the appropriate effort is put into learning it. Through repeated effort and time you will be able to master any skills you set your mind to. Starting class, Spellblade Initiate skills unlocked: Blade Channeling, Arcane Slash, Mana Sense, Analyze, Stat Distribution, Strength 8, Dexterity 10, Constitution 9, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 11, Charisma 10. The system detailed his abilities and how he could grow through effort. Every action would bring progress. Swinging a blade increased strength, studying tomes enhanced intelligence. His starting class, Spellblade Initiate, combined physical prowess with magical aptitude, the perfect blend for his ambitions. The Analyze skill immediately piqued Rine's interest. It allowed him to glean information about objects, creatures, and even people. Testing it, he focused on a decorative sword hanging in his room. Item: ornamental blade, type, decoration, description, a ceremonial blade crafted for display rather than combat. Minimal durability and edge retention. With this skill, Rine realized, knowledge would be his greatest weapon. The system's guidance filled him with purpose. He resolved to master every skill, uncover every secret, and forge his destiny in this untamed world. The next morning, Rine decided to put his system to work. He spent hours in the training yard, wielding a wooden sword and practicing basic stances. His strikes were clumsy at first, but the system's feedback guided him. A notification appeared after a dozen attempts: skill level up, basic swordsmanship, level 1, level 2. Encouraged by his progress, Rine continued his practice, alternating between physical exercises and studying the arcane tomes he had borrowed from the manor's library. By evening, his muscles ached, and his mind buzzed with newfound knowledge. Yet he felt invigorated, as if he had taken the first steps on a path he was destined to follow. Sylvan, his wolf companion, watched from the sidelines, its intelligent eyes gleaming with quiet approval. Together, they began exploring the nearby wilds, testing Rine's abilities and uncovering the secrets of the land. The bond between them deepened, and Sylvan's natural instincts often complemented our Chapter 4, A Friend in the Wilds. Rine's 8th year in this world had been a whirlwind of exploration, learning, and growth. While his family provided comfort and guidance, he often found himself drawn to the small village near their manor. The villagers, though wary of his strange appearance, were kind enough. Yet, Rine had no friends his own age. The whispers about his scales and otherworldly eyes ensured that the other children kept their distance. One sunny afternoon, Rine ventured into the village square with Sylvan trotting at his side. The bustling market was alive with the scent of baked bread, freshly harvested crops, and the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Rine scanned the stalls, hoping to find something new to study or practice with. That was when he noticed a commotion near the edge of the square. A group of children had gathered around a boy who sat in the dirt, clutching a small wooden carving. His short brown hair was matted with sweat, and his freckled face bore a mixture of defiance and despair. Two older boys loomed over him, sneering. "Give it here, Eryk," one of the bullies demanded, reaching for the carving. "That's way too nice for a nobody like you." Eryk clutched the carving tighter, his knuckles white. "I made it myself. Leave me alone." Rine's red eyes narrowed. He had seen enough. Motioning for Sylvan to stay put, he approached the group with steady strides. "Is there a problem here?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. The bullies turned, their confidence faltering as they took in Rine's unusual appearance. One of them, a stocky boy with a mop of unruly blonde hair, scowled. "Stay out of it, Frostfang. This has nothing to do with you." Rine ignored him and crouched beside Eryk, who looked up at him with wide eyes. "Are you all right?" Rine asked. Eryk nodded hesitantly. "They won't stop bothering me." Rine straightened and turned his gaze back to the bullies. "You've had your fun. Leave now, or we'll see if you're as brave against someone your own size." The threat, subtle as it was, sent the older boys scurrying. Sylvan's low growl from the sidelines helped seal the deal. Once they were gone, Rine turned back to Eryk and offered him a hand. "I'm Rine. What's your name?" "Eryk," the boy replied, hesitating before accepting the hand. "Thanks for helping me. I didn't think anyone would." "Bullies only have power if no one stands up to them," Rine said with a small smile. "Come on. Let's get out of here." The two boys spent the rest of the afternoon together. Eryk showed Rine his collection of wooden carvings, small, intricate figures of animals and people, and explained how he had learned the craft from his grandfather. Rine, in turn, shared tales of the wilds near his home and his training with both sword and magic. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, they had forged an unlikely friendship. That evening, Rine reflected on the day as he lay in bed. His systems analyze skill had proven invaluable, offering insights into Eryk's carvings and even the bully's behavior. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging outside his family. Eryk might not have been a warrior or a scholar, but he had a kind heart and a unique skill. Rine vowed to protect his newfound friend and ensure that Eryk, like himself, could thrive in this unpredictable world. As Rine drifted to sleep, a soft glow appeared in the corner of his vision. His system displayed a notification: social skill unlocked, empathy, level 1, new quest, protect the innocent, complete 5 acts of kindness to advance the skill. A smile tugged at Rine's lips. His journey was only beginning, and he now had a companion to share it with. Chapter 5, A Bond forged. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the Frostfang manor, casting golden beams across the training yard. Rine had been up since dawn, immersed in his daily regimen. The rhythmic clashing of his wooden training sword against a practice dummy echoed through the yard, accompanied by Sylvan's occasional bark of encouragement. When he finally set the weapon aside, sweat trickled down his brow, and his muscles ached with satisfaction. He took a moment to catch his breath before turning to Sylvan. "Let's head inside. There's someone I'd like you to meet." Eryk had never been to the Frostfang manor. The boy's initial reluctance to accept the invitation was clear, but Rine's insistence and Sylvan's eager nudges finally persuaded him. As they approached the grand structure, Eryk's eyes widened, marveling at the stonework and towering spires. Inside, the Frostfang family was gathered in the main hall. Baron Velryk sat at the head of the table, his imposing presence softened by the warmth in his eyes. Lady Selene was nearby, instructing a maid on the day's tasks, while Kael practiced his swordsmanship with Elise, who was busy taunting her brother for missing his strikes. Lyria was seated near the fireplace, her nose buried in a book. "Father, Mother," Rine began, stepping forward with Eryk at his side. "I'd like to introduce someone." The family turned their attention to the pair. Velryk's piercing gaze softened as he looked at the nervous boy. Selene approached, her gentle demeanor immediately putting Eryk at ease. "This is Eryk," Rine continued. "He's a friend I met in the village. I thought it was time for him to meet the family." Selene knelt to Eryk's level, her smile radiant. "Welcome, Eryk. Any friend of Rine's is welcome here." Kael grinned, stepping forward and ruffling Rine's hair. "So, our little prodigy is making friends now, huh? About time." Elise laughed, leaning on her practice sword. "And he's not some noble brat. I like him already." Lyria closed her book, giving Eryk a polite nod. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Don't let Elise scare you off." The warmth and acceptance of the Frostfang family overwhelmed Eryk, but he managed a shy smile. "Thank you for having me." The rest of the day was spent introducing Eryk to the manor and the Frostfang way of life. He and Rine played in the garden with Sylvan, explored the library, and even sparred briefly in the training yard. By the time evening fell, Eryk felt more at home than he ever had outside his grandfather's workshop. As the day drew to a close, Eryk and Rine found themselves on the manor's balcony, overlooking the sprawling forest that bordered the Frostfang estate. The orange glow of the setting sun bathed the landscape, and the chirping of crickets signaled the approach of night. Eryk leaned against the railing, his earlier nervousness replaced with a calm contentment. "I didn't know places like this could be so welcoming," he admitted quietly. "I always thought nobles were distant and cold." Rine chuckled. "Not all of us are bad. Besides, my family values strength and character over status. I think you'd fit in just fine here." Sylvan let out a soft whine, nudging Eryk's hand, as if to agree. Eryk smiled and scratched behind the wolf's ears. "Thanks for inviting me, Rine. This means a lot." That night, Rine reflected on the day as he lay in bed. His systems analyze skill had proven invaluable, offering insights into Eryk's carvings and even the bully's behavior. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging outside his family. Eryk might not have been a warrior or a scholar, but he had a kind heart and a unique skill. Rine vowed to protect his newfound friend and ensure that Eryk, like himself, could thrive in this unpredictable world. The Frostfang household hummed with its usual nightly routines. Velryk pored over estate documents in his study, Selene hummed a soft tune as she prepared herbal remedies, and the siblings retreated to their respective rooms, the camaraderie of the day lingering in the air. For Rine, the atmosphere carried a newfound sense of purpose. Having Eryk as a friend added a depth to his life that he hadn't realized he was missing. As Rine drifted to sleep, a soft glow appeared in the corner of his vision. His system displayed a notification: social skill unlocked, empathy, level 1, new quest, protect the innocent, complete 5 acts of kindness to advance the skill. A smile tugged at Rine's lips. His journey was only beginning, and he now had a companion to share it with. The next morning, a new challenge awaited. The village elder had sent a request to the manor, seeking assistance with an issue plaguing the outskirts of the forest. Reports of strange sounds and glimpses of shadowy creatures had the villagers on edge. Rine saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his skills, and to include Eryk in something bigger than the small conflicts of the village square. With a new day dawning, the stage was set for the next chapter in their adventure. Chapter 6, Into the Shadows. The request from the village elder lingered in Rine's mind as he prepared for the journey ahead. Strange sounds and sightings in the forest's outskirts hinted at something unnatural, perhaps even dangerous. For Rine, this was more than an errand, it was an opportunity to test his growing abilities and embrace the challenges Karyos had promised. Eryk stood nervously at the edge of the training yard, clutching a small satchel. His wooden carvings, tools, and a meager supply of dried fruit filled the bag, but it was his resolve that stood out. "Are you sure I won't slow you down?" he asked, glancing at Rine and Sylvan. Rine clapped a reassuring hand on Eryk's shoulder. "You'll do fine. Besides, it's not just about fighting. Your keen eyes might notice things I miss." Sylvan let out a low bark, as if to agree. The wolf's silver fur glimmered in the morning sun, and its intelligent gaze offered Eryk a boost of confidence. By midday, the trio departed the Frostfang estate, leaving behind the safety of the manor walls. The forest loomed ahead, its towering trees casting long shadows across the winding trail. The deeper they ventured, the denser the foliage became, until the sunlight was little more than faint dapples on the forest floor. "Stay alert," Rine advised, his hand resting on the hilt of his practice sword. Though the weapon lacked the edge of steel, it carried the weight of countless hours of training. His system buzzed faintly in the back of his mind, providing subtle guidance. Eryk stayed close, his hands gripping a sturdy walking stick Rine had carved for him earlier. Despite his initial hesitation, he found himself marveling at the forest's beauty. Birds sang from the treetops, and the air was rich with the scent of earth and pine. Their exploration continued uneventfully until they reached a small clearing. There, the atmosphere shifted. The vibrant sounds of the forest faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. Sylvan's ears perked, and the wolf growled low, the hair on its neck bristling. "What is it?" Eryk whispered, clutching his stick tightly. Rine scanned the clearing, his crimson eyes narrowing. "Something's here." The analyze skill activated instinctively as Rine focused on the shadows pooling at the edge of the clearing. Creature identified, Shadehound, type, low-level shadow entity, description, a predator formed of shadow and malice, often drawn to areas of imbalance or corruption. Weak to light-based magic and enchanted weapons. The Shadehound emerged from the darkness, its form shifting and flickering like smoke. Its eyes glowed an unnatural yellow, and its growl sounded like the creak of old wood. The creature prowled forward, its movements fluid and predatory. Rine's heart raced, but he steadied himself, gripping his sword. "Eryk, stay behind me." "Sylvan, on guard." The wolf responded immediately, stepping into a defensive stance beside Rine. Its own growl deepened, a low, menacing sound that echoed through the clearing. The Shadehound lunged, its form stretching unnaturally as it leaped toward Rine. He sidestepped, his blade flashing as he activated Arcane Slash, a skill that channeled raw mana through his weapon. The strike cut through the hound's shadowy body, leaving a faint trail of glowing blue energy in its wake. The creature howled, retreating momentarily before circling again. Rine tightened his grip, his system feeding him real-time feedback. Skill proficiency, Arcane Slash, increased by 5%. "Eryk, light the lantern." Rine shouted, remembering the Shadehound's vulnerability. Eryk fumbled with the small lantern in his satchel, finally striking the flint. A warm light burst forth, casting long shadows across the clearing. The hound recoiled, its form flickering erratically as the light struck it. Seizing the opportunity, Rine charged forward. With Sylvan flanking the creature, they pressed their advantage. The wolf darted in with swift, precise bites, forcing the hound to divide its attention. Rine delivered a series of strikes, each one guided by his system's subtle nudges. Finally, with a powerful blade channeling attack, Rine struck the Shadehound's core. The creature let out a final, unearthly wail before dissolving into black mist, leaving behind a faint, shimmering residue. Creature defeated, Shadehound, experience gained, plus 50, skill proficiency, blade channeling, increased by 8%. Rine lowered his sword, breathing heavily. Sylvan padded over, its fur ruffled but uninjured. "Good work, Sylvan," Rine said, patting the wolf's head. Eryk approached cautiously, his wide eyes fixed on the dissipating mist. "That was incredible," he murmured. "You really are different." Rine smiled faintly, sheathing his sword. "This is only the beginning. If we're going to survive in this world, we'll need to get stronger. All of us." The residue left by the Shadehound shimmered faintly in the grass. Rine crouched to examine it, using Analyze to glean more information. Item identified, shadow essence, type, crafting material, description, a fragment of shadow energy left behind by defeated shade creatures. Useful for crafting light-based weapons or enhancing magical artifacts. Pocketing the essence, Rine turned to Eryk. "See? You're already helping. That lantern made all the difference." Eryk blushed but nodded, his grip on the walking stick relaxing. "Maybe I'm not as useless as I thought." The trio pressed on, the weight of their first battle lingering in the air. The forest seemed quieter now, as if holding its breath. Yet Rine felt a newfound confidence in their little group. Together, they had faced the shadows, and won. The forest path stretched ahead, promising both danger and discovery. For Rine, Sylvan, and Eryk, it was only the first step in a journey that would test their courage, their strength, and their bond. Chapter 7, Whispers of the Wilds. The trio continued deeper into the forest, the oppressive silence of the clearing replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. The air was cool and carried an earthy aroma, but there was an undercurrent of unease that set Rine's nerves on edge. The encounter with the Shadehound had proven the dangers lurking in the wilds, but it had also stoked his determination. Eryk walked close behind, the lantern swaying lightly in his grip. Sylvan prowled ahead, its silver fur blending with the dappled light filtering through the canopy. Despite the tension, there was an unspoken trust between them now, a bond forged in battle. "Do you think that shadow creature was what the Elder was worried about?" Eryk asked, breaking the quiet. Rine shook his head. "Doubtful. Shadehounds are dangerous, but they're not known for staying in one area. Something bigger must be drawing them here." He paused, glancing at the faint shimmering residue still clinging to his fingers. "Something unnatural." They pressed on until the trees began to thin, revealing another clearing ahead. This one was different. Strange markings marred the ground, forming intricate, spiraling patterns that pulsed faintly with a sickly green light. Sylvan growled low, its ears flat against its head. Eryk hesitated, clutching his walking stick tightly. What is this?" Rine activated Analyze, his crimson eyes narrowing as the system processed the markings. Object identified, corrupted ritual site, type, magical phenomenon, description, a ritual site tainted by shadow magic. Such sites serve as nexuses for malevolent energy, drawing in creatures like Shadehounds. Disruption requires purification with light-based magic or a consecrated artifact. Corruption, Rine muttered, his gaze lingering on the pulsing patterns. "This is what's attracting the creatures." Eryk took a cautious step back. "Can we destroy it?" Rine frowned, considering their options. His system had granted him light-based skills, but none strong enough to cleanse the ritual site. They needed help, or something powerful enough to counteract the corruption. As they deliberated, a sudden rustling in the underbrush snapped their attention toward the forest's edge. Sylvan let out a sharp bark, its stance shifting to full alertness. A figure stepped out of the shadows. It was humanoid but cloaked in ragged black robes that seemed to blend into the darkness around it. The figure's face was obscured, but its presence exuded malice. A faint green aura pulsed around its hands, mirroring the corrupted markings on the ground. "So, the meddling children have found my work," the figure hissed, its voice like the scrape of metal on stone. "No matter. You'll serve as fuel for the next stage of the ritual." Rine stepped forward, raising his sword. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The figure laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. "You are unworthy of knowing my name, little one. But know this, your resistance is futile." The figure raised a hand, and the corrupted markings on the ground flared to life. The pulsing light grew brighter, and the air became thick with an oppressive energy. Two new shade hounds emerged from the shadows, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the trio. "Eryk, stay back," Rine ordered, his voice firm. He activated mana sense, allowing him to feel the flow of energy around him. The corruption was overwhelming, but there were faint threads of light weaving through it, evidence of the forest's natural magic trying to fight back. Sylvan lunged at the nearest shade hound, its sharp teeth sinking into the creature's smoky form. The second hound darted toward Rine, but he was ready. Channeling mana into his sword, he struck with arcane slash, the blade glowing faintly as it cut through the creature's shadowy body. The figure watched, unfazed. With a flick of its wrist, it summoned tendrils of shadow that lashed out toward Rine and Sylvan. Rine dodged, rolling to the side and countering with a swift strike that severed one of the tendrils. Sylvan, agile and relentless, danced around the other hound, keeping it at bay. Eryk, trembling but determined, fumbled with the lantern. "Light, they're weak to light," he murmured, trying to steady his hands. He poured oil into the lantern's base and struck the flint, producing a brighter, steadier flame. The light washed over the clearing, and the shade hounds recoiled, their forms flickering as if the illumination burned them. The figure hissed in frustration, its shadowy aura rippling with agitation. Rine seized the opportunity. "Keep that lantern steady," he shouted to Eryk. He focused his energy, channeling his remaining mana into a final blade channeling attack. The sword blazed with arcane energy as he charged toward the figure. The cloaked figure raised a hand to block, but it was too slow. Rine's strike connected, the blade slicing through the shadowy aura and forcing the figure to stumble back. The corrupted markings dimmed slightly, their glow faltering. You'll regret this," the figure snarled. With a final burst of shadowy energy, it vanished into the forest, leaving behind the two weakened hounds. Rine and Sylvan made quick work of the remaining creatures, their combined efforts ensuring the battle ended swiftly. As the last hound dissolved into mist, the clearing fell silent once more. Rine lowered his sword, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. "We need to report this to the Elder," he said, his gaze lingering on the dimmed markings. "This corruption runs deeper than I thought." Eryk nodded, his grip on the lantern steady despite the fear in his eyes. "Do you think we'll see that figure again?" "Probably," Rine admitted, a grim determination in his voice. "But next time, we'll be ready." With Sylvan leading the way, the trio began their trek back to the village. Though the shadows still lingered, Rine felt a spark of hope. They had faced the darkness, and for now, they had prevailed. But he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Chapter 8, A Call to Arms. The village square was unusually lively as Rine, Eryk, and Sylvan emerged from the forest, their clothes dirted from battle and the faint scent of smoke clinging to them. News of their return had traveled fast, and the villagers gathered in hushed anticipation. Whispers of shadow creatures and dark rituals filled the air, mingling with the smell of fresh bread and the metallic tang of the blacksmith's forge. Eryk carried the lantern, its light now extinguished but still a symbol of their victory. Rine held the small shard of shadow essence, its faint shimmer an unsettling reminder of what they had faced. The village elder, a wiry man named the Lawn, approached them with urgency. His weathered face was framed by a thick beard streaked with gray, and his sharp eyes betrayed his concern. "You've returned," he said, his voice both relieved and grave. "What did you find?" Rine handed him the shard, its dark energy pulsing faintly in his palm. "Corruption," he replied, his voice steady despite the weight of the word. "A ritual site deep in the forest. Someone, or something, is spreading shadow magic. We barely drove them off." The Lawn examined the shard, his brow furrowing. "This is worse than I feared. Shade hounds are dangerous enough, but if someone is deliberately tainting the land," he trailed off, glancing toward the gathered villagers. "We need to act," Rine said firmly. "That ritual site is a beacon, and more creatures will come. The corruption is growing, and it won't stop unless we do something." The Lawn nodded, his expression grim. "You're right, but this is beyond the strength of the village. We don't have the warriors or resources to face this." Rine's gaze swept over the crowd, noting the fear etched on their faces. These were farmers, craftsmen, and traders, people unaccustomed to battle. Yet their survival depended on action. "Then we make do with what we have," Rine said, stepping forward to address the crowd. His voice carried a calm authority that silenced the murmurs. "We don't need to fight alone. I've seen the courage in this village, the strength in every hand that tills the fields and mends the roofs. If we work together, we can defend our home." The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, but a few nodded hesitantly. Encouraged, Rine continued, "Elder the Lawn, gather those willing to fight or help. We'll train them, arm them, and prepare defenses. Eryk and I will return to the ritual site to gather more information and disrupt their plans." Eryk blinked, surprised at the mention of his name. "Me?" he stammered, clutching the lantern. Rine turned to him with a reassuring smile. "You've already proven yourself, Eryk. That light drove back the hounds and kept us alive. I need you." Eryk swallowed hard but nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. "All right. I'll help." The Lawn raised a hand, his voice calm but firm. "If you're going back into the forest, you'll need supplies, and someone who knows the land." He turned to a young woman standing near the blacksmith's stall. "Kara, you'll go with them." The woman stepped forward, her braided auburn hair gleaming in the sunlight. Her leather armor and bow slung over her shoulder marked her as a hunter, and the sharp look in her green eyes suggested she wasn't easily intimidated. "I've tracked game through every inch of that forest," she said, her voice steady. "If there's something out there, I'll find it." Rine nodded in approval. "Good. The more eyes, the better." As the villagers dispersed to prepare, Rine pulled Eryk aside. "We'll need to be ready for anything," he said. "Kara can guide us, but we don't know how many creatures we'll face, or what other dangers the corruption has unleashed." Eryk hesitated, then nodded. "I'll be ready," he said, gripping the lantern tightly. That night, the village square was transformed into a makeshift training ground. Men and women of all ages gathered with pitchforks, axes, and whatever weapons they could find. Rine led them in basic drills, demonstrating stances and movements he had learned during his training. Kara oversaw the archery practice, her sharp commands cutting through the air as she corrected form and technique. Eryk worked with the Lawn to prepare supplies, organizing food, water, and medicinal herbs. Sylvan prowled the edges of the square, keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. As the moon rose high above the village, casting a silver glow over the square, Rine stood at the center, his voice carrying over the crowd. "This is our home," he said, his crimson eyes gleaming in the light. We may not be soldiers, but we have something stronger, determination. Together, we will face the shadows and drive them back." The villagers erupted into cheers, their fear replaced by a growing sense of unity. Rine glanced at Eryk and Kara, his resolve firm. Tomorrow, they would venture back into the forest, where the shadows awaited. For now, they had a village to protect and a purpose to fulfill. And for the first time since his reincarnation, Rine felt that this was where he truly belonged. Chapter 9. Into the heart of darkness. The first rays of dawn barely pierced the thick forest canopy as Rine, Eryk, Kara, and Sylvan retraced their steps toward the corrupted ritual site. The air felt heavier than before, an ominous silence replacing the usual forest sounds. Each step deeper into the woods brought a sense of unease, as if the land itself were warning them to turn back. Eryk clutched the lantern tightly, the faint clinking of its metal frame betraying his nerves. "Does it feel worse than yesterday?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Rine nodded. "The corruption is spreading. Whatever that figure was doing, it's gaining strength." Kara moved ahead, her steps silent despite the uneven terrain. Her bow was nocked, an arrow resting loosely on the string, ready for anything. "Keep your voices low," she said. "We don't know what's lurking nearby." Sylvan sniffed the air, its ears swiveling as it growled softly. Rine placed a hand on the wolf's back, silently thanking it for its vigilance. When they reached the clearing, the corrupted markings glowed brighter than before, casting an eerie green light over the area. Tendrils of shadow writhed across the ground, their movements almost alive. The oppressive energy made it hard to breathe, and even Kara, who prided herself on her composure, frowned at the sight. "This is worse than I imagined," she muttered. "Whatever this ritual is, it's not meant for anything good." Rine activated Analyze, his system feeding him information about the site. Corrupted ritual site, active, status, strengthening, description. The ritual gathers energy to summon a greater shadow entity. Estimated time to completion, 3 hours. Rine's heart sank. It's a summoning ritual. If we don't stop it, something much worse is going to appear. Eryk's grip on the lantern tightened. "How do we stop it?" Kara scanned the clearing, her sharp eyes searching for anything useful. "There has to be a focal point, a source of power feeding the ritual. If we can disrupt it, the entire site might collapse." Sylvan barked once, darting toward the far side of the clearing. The group followed, weaving through the writhing shadows until they reached a small altar made of jagged black stone. At its center sat a pulsating crystal, its surface swirling with dark energy. Object identified, shadow crystal, type. Ritual catalyst, description, a shard of condensed shadow energy. Destroying this will destabilize the ritual. "That's it," Rine said, gripping his sword. "If we destroy the crystal, we stop the ritual." As he stepped closer, the shadows around the altar thickened, rising like smoke and coalescing into humanoid forms. 3 shadow figures emerged, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the group. Kara raised her bow, loosing an arrow before the creatures could advance. The shot struck true, but the arrow passed through the nearest figure as if it were made of mist. The creature hissed, its form rippling before solidifying again. "Physical attacks won't work." Kara shouted, already reaching for another arrow. Rine activated arcane slash, his blade glowing with mana as he charged the nearest figure. His strike connected, the arcane energy dispersing the shadow creature in an instant. "Use magic or light," he called back. Eryk fumbled with the lantern, lighting the flame with shaking hands. As the glow spread, the remaining shadow figures recoiled, their forms flickering. Kara, quick to adapt, grabbed a bundle of oil-soaked arrows from her quiver and lit one using the lantern. She fired, the arrow blazing through the air and striking a second figure, which dissipated in a burst of smoke. The final shadow creature lunged at Eryk, its clawed hands reaching for him. Sylvan intercepted, its jaws snapping shut on the creature's arm. The wolf's silver fur gleamed in the lantern light, and the creature dissolved under its assault. With the immediate threat dealt with, Rine turned his attention back to the altar. The crystal pulsed erratically, as if sensing the danger. Shadows swirled around it, forming a barrier. "I'll handle this," Rine said, stepping forward. He channeled his mana into his sword, activating blade channeling. The weapon flared with blue energy as he struck the barrier. Sparks flew, and the shadows writhed in protest, but the barrier held. Eryk joined him, holding the lantern aloft. The light weakened the barrier, thinning the shadows enough for Rine to strike again. This time, his blade pierced through, shattering the crystal with a resounding crack. The green light of the ritual markings faded instantly, replaced by a low rumble as the ground beneath the altar began to tremble. "We need to move," Karyos shouted, grabbing Eryk's arm and pulling him toward the tree-line. Sylvan barked urgently, circling Rine as the cracks in the earth began to widen. Rine sprinted after them, the shattered remains of the crystal disintegrating behind him. The clearing collapsed into itself, leaving a gaping void where the altar once stood. The group didn't stop running until they were far from the site, the forest's natural sounds returning as the corruption's influence dissipated. Eryk collapsed onto a fallen log, breathing heavily. "We did it, right?" Rine nodded, though his expression remained tense. "We stopped the ritual, but that figure we saw before, they'll try again. This isn't over." Karyos slung her bow over her shoulder, her green eyes sharp. "Then we make sure we're ready. Whoever's behind this will regret underestimating us." Sylvan let out a low growl, as if echoing her sentiment. Rine glanced at his companions, their faces determined despite their exhaustion. Together, they had stopped one disaster, but the shadows still loomed on the horizon. For now, they had won a battle. But the war was just beginning. Chapter 10, The shadows reached the village of Eldenstead was alive with activity when Rine, Eryk, Karyos, and Sylvan returned. Word of their success had already spread, though the full weight of their discovery remained a closely guarded secret. Villagers cheered as the group entered the square, their relief palpable, but Rine's mind was elsewhere. The summoning ritual had been disrupted, but the lingering threat gnawed at him. The figure in the forest wasn't working alone, of that he was certain. The Lon, the village elder, met them near the well, his eyes scanning their weary faces. "You did it," he said, his voice heavy with gratitude. "The forest feels lighter. Whatever you did, it worked." Rine handed the Lon the remnants of the shadow crystal, now inert and crumbling. "We stopped the ritual," he said. "But this isn't over. Whoever was behind it is still out there, and they'll try again. We need to prepare." The Lon frowned, his weathered face grim. "We're a small village, Rine. Preparing for something like this," he shook his head. "We'll do what we can, but we need help, real help." Karyos stepped forward, her bow still slung over her shoulder. "The nearest garrison is in Dracoria's capital," she said. "They have trained soldiers and mages who could handle something like this." Rine's crimson eyes narrowed as he considered her words. "Dracoria is days away by foot. Even if we send a messenger now, it'll take time for help to arrive." "Then we buy that time," Karyos replied. "We fortify the village and keep watch for any signs of trouble." The Lon nodded reluctantly. "I'll send a runner to the capital, but you're right. We can't sit idle." He turned to the gathered villagers. "Everyone, listen up. We need to prepare. Fortify the village perimeter, sharpen your weapons, and keep watch. If you see anything unusual, report it immediately." The crowd murmured their agreement, though unease lingered in their expressions. Eryk glanced at Rine, his voice hesitant. What if they come back before the soldiers do?" Rine placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Then we'll face them together." We've done it once, we can do it again. That evening, the Frostfang manor was quiet save for the crackling of the hearth in the study. Rine sat at a large wooden table, poring over old tomes and maps of the surrounding region. Kara leaned against the wall nearby, her arms crossed. "What are you looking for?" she asked, her voice low. "Anything that can give us an edge," Rine replied without looking up. "I know the system will help me grow stronger, but we can't rely on it alone. There's too much we don't know about this corruption." Kara nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. Whoever that figure was, they're operating with a purpose. We need to figure out what they're after." Rine flipped a page, his eyes narrowing at an illustration of an ancient seal, a circular glyph surrounded by 6 symbols, each representing a different primal force. Kara moved closer, peering over his shoulder. "What is that?" "It's a binding seal," Rine said, tracing a finger along the page. "According to this, it was used long ago to imprison a powerful shadow entity. If the seal breaks," he trailed off, the implication clear. Kara's face hardened. "You think that's what they're trying to summon?" Rine nodded. "It fits. The corruption, the rituals, it's all focused on gathering energy. If they're trying to break a seal like this, we're dealing with something far worse than shade hounds." Kara exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. "We need to warn the capital. They need to understand how serious this is." "I know," Rine said. "But we also need to act now. If there are other ritual sites, we have to stop them before they can gather enough power." A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Eryk peeked inside, his face pale. "There's something you need to see," he said. Rine and Kara followed him outside, where Sylvan was pacing at the edge of the forest, growling softly. The wolf's hackles were raised, its ears swiveling toward the trees. "What is it, boy?" Rine asked, crouching beside Sylvan. The wolf let out a low whine, then barked sharply, its eyes fixed on the tree-line. A faint, unnatural glow flickered in the distance, a pulsing red light that sent a chill down Rine's spine. Kara frowned, her hand instinctively going to her bow. "That's not normal." Rine stood, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "It's starting again." The group moved cautiously toward the source of the light, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest returning with every step. As they neared a clearing, the faint hum of magic grew louder, resonating in the air like a heartbeat. When they reached the edge, they saw it, another ritual site, this one more elaborate than the last. The markings glowed with a fiery red hue, and at its center stood 3 cloaked figures, their hands raised as they chanted in an ancient, guttural language. "What now?" Eryk whispered, his voice trembling. Rine activated Analyze, his system flooding him with information. Corrupted ritual site, active, status, stabilizing, description, this site focuses energy toward weakening the binding seal. Estimated time to completion, 1 hour. "We don't have much time," Rine said. He turned to Kara and Eryk. "We'll disrupt the ritual the same way as before. Kara, focus on the casters. Eryk, keep that lantern ready. Sylvan and I will handle any creatures they summon." Kara knocked an arrow, her expression grim. "Let's make it quick." The first arrow flew before the cloaked figures noticed them, striking one in the shoulder and disrupting its chant. The figure staggered, clutching its arm, as the glowing markings flickered. The other 2 turned, their glowing red eyes locking onto the intruders. One raised its hands, summoning tendrils of shadow that lashed out toward the group. Rine deflected the attack with his sword, activating blade channeling as he charged forward. Sylvan darted past him, leaping at the nearest figure and forcing it to the ground. Eryk lit the lantern, the glow forcing the shadows back. Kara fired another arrow, striking one of the remaining figures in the chest and causing it to collapse. The final caster hissed, its voice echoing unnaturally. "You will not stop us, it snarled, raising both hands to summon a towering shadow beast from the corrupted markings. Rine clenched his jaw, his sword flaring with arcane energy. "We'll see about that," he muttered, stepping forward to face the creature. The battle for the clearing had begun. Chapter 11. The Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast towered over the clearing, its form shifting and rippling like smoke caught in a storm. Its glowing red eyes burned with malevolence, and its massive claws dug into the earth, leaving scorch marks in their wake. The air around it was thick with corruption, making every breath feel like a struggle. Rine gripped his sword tightly, the arcane energy coursing through the blade causing it to hum faintly. Beside him, Sylvan growled, its silver fur bristling. Eryk stood behind them, his lantern casting flickering light across the clearing. Karyos was already in position, her bow drawn and an arrow nocked, her sharp green eyes locked on the beast. The final caster sneered, raising his hands to command the shadow beast. "You cannot win. The seal will break, and the shadows will consume all." "Not if we stop you here," Rine retorted, charging toward the beast. Sylvan darted forward, its agility unmatched as it lunged at the caster. The shadow beast roared, swiping at Rine with a clawed hand. He barely dodged, rolling to the side and countering with an arcane slash. The glowing strike cut through the beast's smoky form, causing it to shriek, but its wounds closed almost immediately. "This thing regenerates," Rine shouted, leaping back to avoid another attack. Karyos loosed an arrow, the projectile imbued with light from the lantern Eryk held. It struck the beast's shoulder, and this time, the impact caused the shadow to dissipate slightly. "It's vulnerable to light," Karyos called out. Eryk nodded, holding the lantern higher. "I'll keep it at bay, just don't let it get too close." The beast roared again, its form flickering as it lunged toward the source of the light. Rine intercepted it, his sword glowing as he activated blade channeling. He slashed at its legs, the arcane energy burning away chunks of shadow. Sylvan leaped onto its back, tearing at its smoky flesh with glowing teeth. The caster growled in frustration, raising his hands to summon another tendril of shadow. Karyos' arrow struck him in the chest before he could complete the spell, and he crumpled to the ground, his lifeless body dissolving into ash. The shadow beast howled in rage, its form growing more unstable as the ritual's power began to wane. "This is our chance," Rine shouted. "Focus on the beast." Karyos fired another arrow, this one striking the creature's head and exploding in a burst of light. Eryk swung the lantern, casting beams of illumination across the beast's body. Rine followed up with a powerful strike, activating mana sense to find the creature's core, a dense knot of shadow energy swirling within its chest. "There!" Rine called out, pointing to the glowing core. "That's its weak spot." Sylvan, understanding the command, leaped toward the beast's chest, its glowing teeth aiming for the core. The creature flailed wildly, but Rine and Karyos kept it distracted with a relentless assault. Finally, Sylvan sank its teeth into the core, and the shadow beast let out a deafening roar. Its form began to unravel, the smoky tendrils breaking apart and dissolving into the air. With one last burst of energy, the creature imploded, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of dark residue that quickly dissipated. The clearing fell silent, the oppressive energy lifting as the corrupted markings faded from the ground. Rine lowered his sword, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. Sylvan padded over to him, its silver fur singed but otherwise unharmed. Eryk collapsed onto his knees, the lantern slipping from his grasp. We did it," he said, his voice trembling. Karyos lowered her bow, her sharp eyes scanning the area for any lingering threats. "For now," she said. "But this was just another piece of the puzzle. They're testing us, buying time for something bigger." Rine nodded grimly. The caster mentioned the seal. "If they're trying to break it, then we need to find it first." Eryk looked up, his face pale. "How do we even start looking for something like that?" Rine knelt beside the remnants of the shadow beast, activating Analyze to glean any information he could. Object identified, fragmented shadow essence, type, residue, description, traces of energy from a shadow entity. Contains faint echoes of its creator's intent. Rine focused on the essence, and a faint vision flickered in his mind, a massive stone structure surrounded by swirling shadows, its surface etched with ancient glyphs. The vision lasted only a moment, but it was enough. I saw something, Rine said, standing. A structure, something ancient. I think it might be connected to the seal. Kara frowned. Ancient structures like that aren't common around here. If it exists, it's likely deep in uncharted territory. Then that's where we're going, Rine said firmly. We can't wait for the shadows to strike again. We have to take the fight to them. Eryk hesitated but eventually nodded, a flicker of determination crossing his face. If you're going, then I'm going too. We've come this far together, I'm not stopping now. Sylvan barked in agreement, its tail wagging slightly despite the tension in the air. Kara sighed, adjusting her quiver. Well, I've come this far too. Might as well see it through. Rine smiled faintly, grateful for their support. Then we leave at first light. Whatever's out there, we'll face it together. As the group began their journey back to the village, the forest felt different, calmer, but still holding its secrets. The shadows had retreated for now, but Rine knew the battle was far from over. The vision of the ancient seal burned in his mind, a beacon guiding them toward an uncertain future. The shadows were growing stronger, but so was he. And with his companions by his side, Rine was determined to uncover the truth and protect the world from the darkness threatening to consume it. Kaida glanced toward the chamber door, where guards paced outside. Waiting for us to break, maybe. Or for the right moment to use us. Either way, we can't give them the satisfaction. Rine looked at her, his expression softening. How do you stay so calm about all this? The fights, the collars, the nobles, it's like nothing gets to you. Kaida smirked faintly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. It gets to me, she admitted. Every scar, every death I've seen, it all stays with me. But I've learned to turn it into fuel. Anger, fear, pain, they're not weaknesses unless you let them be. Her words resonated with Rine, and he nodded slowly. Fuel. I can work with that. Later that night, the preparation chamber was quiet, save for the faint hum of torches along the walls. Rine sat cross-legged on the floor, his sword resting across his lap. His fingers traced the blade's worn surface, his mind drifting back to his first days in the Colosseum. He remembered the fear, the desperation, and the burning desire to survive. Now, that desire had evolved. I don't want to just survive, he whispered to himself. I want out. Kaida's voice broke the silence. Then you'll want to hear this. She stepped out from the shadows, her expression grim but determined. What is it? Rine asked, rising to his feet. Kaida motioned for him to follow, her voice low. I've been listening, picking up bits and pieces from the guards, the slavers, even the other gladiators. There's a rumor going around about a high-stakes tournament. Rine frowned. A tournament? What does that have to do with us? Everything, Kaida replied. The winner of this tournament isn't just given riches, they're granted freedom. Full pardon, no collars, no bindings. A way out. Rine's heart skipped a beat. Freedom. The word felt almost foreign after years of captivity. But with it came doubt. Why would the slavers offer that? What's the catch? Kaida crossed her arms. Probably because most of us would die before reaching the finals. It's a spectacle for the nobles, a bloodbath disguised as mercy. But if anyone can win this, it's us. Rine met her gaze, the ember of defiance in his chest flaring to life. You really think we can do it? Kaida's smirk returned, a flicker of hope in her eyes. We've survived this long, haven't we? Besides, we've got something the others don't. What's that? Rine asked. Kaida's voice lowered, her tone almost conspiratorial. A secret I've been working on. Something that might tip the scales in our favor. Rine raised an eyebrow. You've been holding out on me? Kaida chuckled softly. Not holding out, waiting for the right moment. And if we're going to enter that tournament, the moment is now. Rine nodded, his resolve hardening. Then let's do it. Whatever it takes, we fight. We win. We get out. Kaida extended her hand, and Rine clasped it firmly. For the first time in years, the flicker of hope between them felt tangible, like something real they could grasp. The tournament loomed on the horizon, a gauntlet of blood and fire. But for Rine and Kaida, it was more than a challenge, it was a chance at freedom. And they would seize it, no matter the cost. Kaida pulled a small, tattered parchment from her belt and unfolded it carefully. This, she said, spreading it out on the bench, is what I've been working on. It's a layout of the Colosseum's underground. Not just the holding cells and preparation chambers, but the routes used by slavers, the storage rooms, and even some of the nobles' private passageways. Rine leaned over the parchment, his eyes scanning the intricate lines and markings. How did you get this? Kaida tapped her temple with a smirk. Observation, eavesdropping, and a little bribery. The guards aren't as sharp as they think, and some of the older gladiators are willing to trade information for favors. It's not complete, but it's enough to give us an edge. Rine's gaze lingered on a marking near the outer edge of the map, a tunnel leading away from the Colosseum and into the unknown. This exit, he said, pointing to it. Do you know where it leads? Kaida shook her head. Not exactly, but I've heard whispers. Some say it connects to an old smuggler's route. Others say it's just an abandoned tunnel sealed off by the slavers. Either way, it's our best shot if the tournament doesn't go our way. Rine straightened, his mind racing with possibilities. So we enter the tournament, fight our way to the finals, and if something goes wrong, we use this route to escape. Kaida nodded. Exactly. But there's one problem. That tunnel is guarded, and it's sealed by an enchantment. We'll need a key, or someone who can break it. Rine frowned, his fingers drumming on the hilt of his sword. Do you have anyone in mind? There's a mage in the cells, Kaida said. A kid, barely old enough to fight, but he's talented. I've seen him enchant weapons for the slavers. If we can convince him to help, he might be able to get us through. Rine raised an eyebrow. And how do we convince someone to risk their life for us? Kaida's smirk turned sly. The same way we've survived this long, we make them believe it's worth it. Hope is a powerful thing, Rine. And right now, we're the only ones who can offer it. As the weight of their plan began to settle, Rine couldn't help but feel the gravity of what lay ahead. The tournament would be brutal, with each round designed to push the combatants to their limits. The nobles and slavers didn't just want blood, they wanted entertainment. It would be a gauntlet of carnage, a test of endurance, and a spectacle for the masses. He glanced at Kaida, her scarred face illuminated by the faint torchlight. Despite everything they had endured, she still carried that fire in her eyes, a defiance that refused to be extinguished. Her belief in their survival, in their freedom, was infectious, and Rine felt his resolve harden. Tomorrow, he said quietly, staring at the map. It all begins. Kaida rested a hand on his shoulder, her grip firm. We've made it this far. One more fight, one more gamble, we'll see it through. As they extinguished the torches and prepared for what might be their final battle, the Colosseum above them rumbled with the anticipation of the crowd. The sands were waiting, soaked with the blood of countless warriors who had fought and died. For Rine and Kaida, those sands would become their stage, a place where they would either claim their freedom or fall as the Colosseum's final victims.
Mogwell Story v1 Rough Draft. Rine padded softly through the Ash District. The protective city walls and stone ceiling of Drugosh, keeping this poor section in perpetual shadow. Only being 9 years of age, this is the only life he's ever known. The district used to be wealthy for a long time and was an upper-class extension, a residential area of the city before it had burned down over 25 years ago. The noble dwarves and hobgoblins had never decided to rebuild what was lost and determined to push the lowest-class citizens into it so they wouldn't have to be seen. He was on his way to see his best friend Oswer, who was a little older than him, to scavenge an area of the district they'd not been to yet. The burned-out buildings that still stood made excellent hiding places for the roving gangs in the neighborhood, so he kept low, scurrying from street to street. His feet were bare on the barley-cobbled paths when he heard laughing ahead. Rine knew that chortling laugh. It was Ord, and likely he was with his friends. They were making their way right towards him on the narrow alley he'd chosen. Looking left then right, he spotted a leftover crate filled with trash and dove in as quietly as he could. "For fuck's sake. Don't hog all the booze, shitbag," Ord said as they came closer. Rine could now see the group of three through the crate's rotting slats. It was cold and he could feel something squishy between his toes. His heart raced as he watched in terror. He'd seen the cruel things Ord was capable of for a 16-year-old and didn't want to end up on that list. Ord ripped the bottle away from his lackey and took a deep pull, smacking his lips. "Good as always, right boss?" a snubbed-nosed dwarf teen chuckled as he punted a loose cobble down the alley. "I'm bored, Ord." "Isn't there something fun we can do?" the skinny one asked. "We got no money for bones and we're almost out of wine." Ord scratched his pimpled face before squinting to the end of the alley. "I think we can come up with something, boys. I copped this when we were in that house with the dead bitch." He reached into his ratty pocket and drew out a thin, rusted dagger. He grinned triumphantly as the others stopped and gasped in astonishment. They gathered around him to see the weapon, and Rine had to put a hand over his mouth and nose to keep his hiding spot from being discovered. They were only 5 feet away now. "Oh fuck. I didn't know she had that," the dwarf said. "Hell yeah." Skinny whooped with excitement. "Maybe we can recoup our losses and get more booze." A loud crack rang out and Rine winced as he saw the skinny one stumble back. "We're gonna do better than that, moron. We're gonna get into the Silent Coin Brotherhood," he announced, holding the dagger skyward. "With hands on hips, doesn't that cost a lot of tabs to get in though?" the dwarf asked. "Well yeah, but trust me. I've got a plan for us and we're gonna make it big, boys. They'll want me to be leader too, probably, just as soon as they see how good I am," Ord announced, stepping forward. He raised the bottle again to his lips and handed it off to Skinny. "See what a gracious leader I am?" They disappeared down the alley cheerfully and rounded the corner. Rine stayed still for another 5 minutes after releasing his held breath and crawled out from the crate, brushing off bits of garbage. The smell wasn't abnormal, but he had to get whatever slimy substance from between his toes. He hurried through the streets when he spotted his goblin friend Oswer, leaning coolly against a stone building. Slowing his speed he waved, "Hey Os. Sorry I'm late. I ran into Ord and his goons on the way here, but they didn't see me." He brushed his raven black hair from blue eyes. Looking up with a smile, Oswer said, "Took you long enough. And doesn't surprise me you were able to sneak by with a scrawny body like that, haha." Oswer was on the better-looking side of goblin and was a bit on the tall side for their species, with a short nose and a tuft of red hair on his head. Oswer wasn't unique in his poverty, especially due to his being a goblin. His father drank their savings away and his mother didn't make much as a tailor in the area. "Come on. Dues are in a week, so we've got to find something really worth selling if we're gonna get to eat." Oswer waved him onward and the boys strolled down the Arc streets. "I wish they had those lamps like in the other districts," Rine commented. "Well, one day, I'll be an established man and I'll change things around here, no sweat," Oswer said with determination in his eyes. Oswer always had ideas of grandeur, that the Ash district could become a noble district like it was a long time ago. That's about as far off as my mother telling me she loves me and stops using nth, but if anyone can do it, I'm sure it's us. Riffin stated, with a sad smile. His mother was an enthyrol addict who sold her body only to buy more. She was always going on about how his father abandoned them to join the Red Ring and left her with the promise he'd return and take care of her. He died within a month of service, which didn't grant much in the way of severance. So she took to drinking when Riffin was still an infant, and her escape from life only got worse from then on. You'd better believe it, Riffin. Oswer gave a cheesy smile. Up ahead. I can see a demolished building. He exclaimed, pointing a thin finger at what looked like was once a large homestead. The two of them approached cautiously, circling the edges of the wreckage. There's gotta be something good in there, said Riffin. Doesn't look like many people have gone through it from what I can see. They both started lifting old boards and debris together. They'd found some unburned curtains and a couple of unmelted brass figurines of sturdy-looking dwarfs for a board game and a mostly undamaged blue pillow in their search. Not a great haul, but maybe the next one will be better? Oswer sighed. Riffin and Oswer climbed carefully out from the wreckage and chose a smaller crushed building neighboring the other. Both sweating, lifting broken timber and crumbled stone, Riffin let out a gasp as he uncovered a small wooden chest wedged between a large beam of wood and the house's foundation. Holy crap! Oswer, look at this! He said excitedly, trying to pry the chest out by hand. Wow, that's really stuck in there, isn't it? Oswer said, holding his chin. I've got an idea. Grab some of those boards over there and maybe we can pry it loose. I can't wait to see what's inside. Said with wonderment. I'll bet there's jewels. Or maybe enough tabs that we can eat forever. I'll bet it's something stupid, like fancy panties those high ladies wear for their dances and stuff, haha. Oswer said with a goofy grin plastered on his face. Whatever it is, it's gotta be worth a lot of tabs if someone put it in a chest. That's the rule after all. When the mighty adventurers find a hidden chest, they get rich. Riffin claimed, straightening his shabby shirt on his thin frame and puffing up his chest. The boys worked tirelessly, and they had to use their combined weight, which wasn't much, and a long enough board to lever the beam off of the chest, but they did it. With not a little excitement they hauled the chest up on top of the rubble when Riffin noticed something in the dim light, a small trapdoor that had gone unnoticed. Hey, what's that? He pointed, breaking the mesmerized look on Oswer's face. Oh. A secret basement? Maybe there's more good things down there too, said Oswer, wiping his brow. We should check out what's in here first and come back tomorrow for that, I think. You're right, OS. Let's get this over into the street and check it out. Riffin said, hefting the chest. It's a lot lighter than I thought. The two worked their way out of the wreckage after Oswer put some boards over the trapdoor and Riffin set the chest on the ground carefully. They opened it carefully and the old hinges let out a light squeak. Within the lavishly, green silk-lined chest was an ornate bracelet that emitted a faint, but soft orange glow. It was made of gold with an emerald the size of a thumbnail embedded at the center, and the band resembled a strange-looking animal with branching horns holding the stone that neither Riffin or Oswer had never seen. Now this is treasure. Oswer stated proudly, patting Riffin on the back. We've got to show Curl before we sell it. Defiantly. She said it was a waste of time to keep doing this. She's gonna freak out, laughed Riffin. Oswer picked up the bracelet gingerly when a familiar voice called out behind them. Look who we have here. Two lovers confessing to each other? Ord said with cruel delight in his tone. A chill worked its way up Riffin's spine as he and Oswer straightened and turned slowly to Ord. Ord stood with folded arms and a triumphant grin plastered on his face, with his two friends on either side of him. His eyes fell to the faintly glowing bracelet in Oswer's hand, and he squinted his beady eyes. What have you got there, shitskin? A gift for your good old friend Ord? Obvious greed was now plainly on the faces of he and his lackeys. Aye, it's ours. We found it. Oswer stuttered with panic etching his features. We need it. Ord held out a hand. Doesn't seem to be my problem, you gross fuck. Hand it here, and I won't have to get mean. His dark eyes glinted with promised violence. You two little shits. Oswer looked up at Riffin with tears brimming his eyes. Riffin stepped in front of Oswer, shouting run OS, but Ord's companions were already closing in. They knocked Riffin to the ground as Oswer began to run. He made it 3 feet before tripping over an upturned cobble and went forward, crashing to the ground. He curled into a ball with the treasure held tightly to his chest. The 2 older boys started kicking and stomping him. Riffin scrambled to his feet and ran to Oswer while Ord laughed hysterically in the background. Riffin looked around, his mind racing to find a way to save his friend when he spotted a board. He snatched it up and brought it down as hard as he could on the dwarf boy. The reverberation climbing up his arm painfully. The dwarf grabbed his head, blood already trickling down from his greasy brown hair. The lanky teen backed up from Oswer with his hands up and looked over Riffin's with a smirk. Riffin turned on his heel, before a fist came down to meet his nose. Blood gushed as Riffin fell to his backside. Ord then stepped over him to Oswer, that was screaming for Riffin. Through tears streaming from his eyes and his nose stinging, he saw Oswer flick the bracelet to him as Ord picked the goblin up by the shirt. Riffin caught it and was about to run when he saw the glint of the dagger Ord had in his hand. He placed the blade at his best friend's throat. Hand it over, or your buddy gets it in the neck. Ord shouted with a mix of seriousness and amusement. Riffin froze at the threat, forgetting his nose and his fear mounting to new peaks. He'd been threatened before by others and even Ord, but the weight of the robbery was far more than he was ready for as a 9-year-old. Oswer was gasping for air as a dark spot bloomed on the front of his trousers. Riffin held out the bracelet and the dwarf stepped forward and took it in his hands while he held his still bleeding scalp, who then tossed it to Ord saying, "Here you go, boss." Ord easily caught it with the same hand holding the dagger while hefting the goblin. He looked on with awe, studying the beautiful piece with satisfaction. Now was that so hard? Riffin glared angrily, shouting, "All right, you have it. Now let my friend go," his fists clenching. Without taking his dark eyes off the bracelet he said, nonchalantly, "I think you still owe my friends a little something before that happens, you stain." The dwarf boy cracked his knuckles before pulling back his fist. The skinny boy moving to flank Riffin. "I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of this, you puke skin, loving shit." When the blow landed, his vision blurred. Fists and feet came from all directions. Blow after blow came raining down upon him. Both Riffin and Oswer's cries were only met with the cruel laughter of Ord as sickening thuds echoed off the walls of the empty buildings lining the dirty, ash-covered streets. Out of breath, the 2 teens stood. Their fists and shoes flecked with blood. Riffin lay still on the street, wheezing through bloody bubbles and coughing weakly. It was then Ord dropped the struggling Oswer, who scrambled over to Riffin. "I think you learned your lesson today, fuckheads. You don't fuck with me. Don't you ever fuck with me." He screamed, then booted Riffin in the stomach for good measure. Ord and his companions walked away, the skinny one laughing while recounting the story to Ord and the dwarf. After they'd left, and Riffin's tears had dried, Oswer helped his friend to his feet. How could such a find slip through their fingers? How can people like Ord exist? Riffin thought angrily. His left eye had already begun to swell shut and his whole body throbbed with pain. He wondered if his ribs were broken as he idly looked at his twisted pinky that was bent the wrong way. "We need to get back home in case they come back," Oswer said through gritted teeth. All Riffin could do is nod weakly as they limped forward. It was the longest walk home Riffin could remember in his entire life. The streets seemed quieter and the looming, burned-out buildings were oppressing as they made their way across the district. The blood had dried and cracked by now, and Oswer carried a worried look on his face. The 2 limped in muted silence until they finally came upon a ruined shack missing most its roof. Riffin's stomach growled as they approached the dilapidated structure. Another ache that he hadn't been able to fix since the day before. A single dirty blanket was draped over the entrance, with a worn path to the dirt floor. Riffin called it home regardless since the local gang didn't charge for it. "You'll be good from here?" Oswer whispered, eyeing the shabby home. Riffin could tell that Oswer didn't want to go inside and possibly see Riffin's mother. His mother had only nasty things to say about his friends when they were around. "I'll be fine," Riffin said, placing a kind smile on his face. "Besides, we still have that secret door to look at later. It's not a total loss." Oswer nodded solemnly and said, "All right then, I'll catch up with you later then." Riffin gave Oswer a small wave and watched him disappear around the corner. He turned back toward the shack and hobbled to the single-room shack. He heard grunting as he parted the blanket to the side and stumbled in. Before him was his mother with her bare legs wrapped around a muscular dwarf that was rutting atop her. This wasn't the first time he'd walked in on his mother working from home, but he recognized the dwarf, Raklid. He is a well-known dealer in this area of the Ash District. Riffin was angry and hurt. He'd almost died today with his friend trying to scrape together enough tabs for he and his mother to eat, and here she was, having sex with her dealer to get more nth. His fist curled into a ball when the two noticed him, turning simultaneously. "Fucking hell. You said your little bastard was gone, Tyla." Raklid shouted as he pulled himself from her and hiked up his trousers, pushing his member down inside. "Wait, Raklid," his mother exclaimed, while looking over at Riffin. "Get out of here, you little shit. I'm workin'." She reached for the dwarf, but her hand was batted away. "I'm not in the mood now, bitch," he firmly stated, buckling his pants, and walked toward the doorway. "Out of the way," he grumbled, then booted Riffin in the chest. Riffin landed hard, his ribs screaming in protest, while he gasped for air, fresh hot tears springing to his eyes. He rolled to his side as Raklid marched past him. When he looked up, he saw his mother step over him. She spun on her heel and crouched down and with venom-coated words whispered angrily, "You are just as useless as your fucking father," before turning again and chasing after the dealer. Riffin, battered and alone on the cold ground, clenched his teeth and crawled inside his home. The safest place he knew. Pain and hunger gnawing at him, he made his way to the corner and tucked his knees to his chest, furiously trying to keep his tears from leaking out. Eventually, sleep came and took him away. This was no escape, however. He dreamt of the fight. Blood pouring from the head of the dwarf he'd hit with the board, Oswer screaming at him to run away as Ord slit his friend's throat. Then suddenly he was in Oswer's place, watching himself get beaten by Ord's lackeys. He felt the cold blade bite into his skin and tear at his own neck, but rather than blood, rats poured out from the wound down his own chest. Thousands of them. Ord laughed in the background as he too became rats. Riffin tried to run from them, but they kept pace with him wherever he ran. He remembered the trapdoor and opened it, only to see his mother climbing up a ladder with a twisted sneer on her face. She shouted obscenities at him while hundreds of men pawed at her suddenly naked body. The rats closed in on him and crawled all about his body, dragging him to the ground, biting and scratching until all went truly dark. A soft hum roused him from sleep several hours later, the lilting sound of which he'd never heard before. He felt something soft caressing his head and a gentle clammy hand brushed the black hair from his face. As the humming continued, a cool, wet rag was being used to gently scrub the blood from his face. He struggled to open his eyes, but his left eye was still swollen shut. With his right eye, through blurry vision, he saw his mother's saddened expression with bloodshot eyes and heavy bags beneath. "Mother," he mumbled through dry, cracked lips. She stopped abruptly before bursting into tears and holding him to her warm chest. "I'm so sorry, little one," she sobbed. "I just can't quit. It's not your fault you have such a shitty mother." She picked up the rag again and began wiping Riffin down again, her lip quivering. "I'm so glad you are still alive. Don't worry, my baby. I've got a plan. I'll get better," she said frantically. Riffin had never seen her like this before. It was as though he'd never known this woman in his short life. He tried to sit up, but an explosion of pain in his side threatened to make him pass out again. "Don't get up, sweetie. I'll take care of you from now on. Life is going to get better, I promise." Her words slurred a bit. Riffin caught the familiar odor of nth on his mother's clothes. "Are you hungry?" She reached over to grab a bowl of what looked like some kind of stew. Small chunks of meat and vegetable floated sparsely in a murky liquid. She brought it to his lips, and he drank it in without question. The cold stew, and tiny chunks, could be felt sliding down into his starving body. He choked on it, but powered through greedily in an attempt to fill his shrunken stomach. "Not too fast now," she said gently. He wanted to eat more, but sleep took him again. Riffin woke again, several hours later. He felt that the bandages made from spare cloth covering several of the open wounds on his body. His body protested as he sat up and put his back to the wall opposite the doorway. The blanket was now missing and deduced that was where his mother made the bandages from. He looked about for his mother again, not seeing her in the shack. He sighed and wondered if it was all a dream until he spotted the small pot with leftover stew. His stomach growled and he made his way to the feast. There was a hunk of bread laying next to it that he grabbed up. It was rock solid, so he dipped it in the cold stew and took a large bite. Loose teeth moved slightly as he chewed carefully, but he needed to eat. He knew on an instinctual level, he'd die without it. Leaving a little bit left for either the next day or if his mother returned, he laid down again to let sleep take him again. But before he fell asleep, a light knock came from the doorway and a pretty dwarven face poked through the opening. It was Curl, come to visit. He sat up, ribs aching before he noticed the splint on his hand, straightening his pinky back out. "Oh no. You look terrible," she squeaked as she rushed in. Curl was older than either he or Os were by about 4 years. "Ossie told me about what Ord and his friends did to you. It's not fair that they can get away with this," Curl said, a frown on her face as she folded her ratty skirt and sat down next to him. "Well, they didn't take everything. There's a spot me and OS found that might have more treasure, but I'm not sure how willing he is to go get it with me anymore since Ord almost killed us with that knife." Riffin replied to her. "Ossie told me about that too, and I said it was dangerous for you guys to go digging around," she reprimanded. "You boys can be so irresponsible sometimes." Not a little irritation coming through in her voice. "We were ambushed, we'll be more careful next time, if there is a next time, that is," said Riffin, a dour look on his face. He could see through both eyes now, luckily. He eyed her pretty chestnut braid that fell over her shoulder. "Besides, OS's father is gonna be in big trouble with that gang if he doesn't get the tabs he's short on from last time." Curl let out a long sigh. "Still, there are better ways to get tabs. Tell you what. In a few days, when you are feeling better, I'll take you to the market. I bet nobody will be able to turn you down with those injuries," she said with a wink and stood, brushing the dirt from her skirt. "You think they'll care about some hurt kid from the Ash District?" Riffin questioned thoughtfully. "There's no doubt about it. We'll rake in more than enough for the week. I don't know about covering all the costs for Ossie's family, but we should still be able to help. We've got to stick together to be strong," Curl said, determination in her eyes. She truly believed in a community's strength above all. There was no doubt in her mind. "Thank you for coming to visit." Riffin let out a sigh. "I'm glad you and OS are my friends. I'll see you in a couple days then, Riffin. Get well soon, so I can stop worrying about the two of you," she said sweetly before leaving Riffin by himself in the shack once again. He soon fell back to sleep, his mind in a better place than before. His mother did not return in those 2 days, but he wasn't very worried. She would often go on a binge that lasted easily a week, and he wasn't sure if she would act the same as when he woke the first time. He woke again and eagerly waited for his friends to arrive. He was starting to feel better. His limp was gone and the bruising around his arms and face were feeling better with each passing day. Soon, Curl came down his street alone with a cheery look on her face. Riffin waved as she returned the greeting. "Where's OS?" he asked. "He's not coming along. He said he's trying to get a job at the local tannery today now that he's 12. I'm proud of him for trying so hard for his family," she beamed. Riffin's eyes went wide. "He's able to get a job?" "Well, it's not a guarantee, but he's still got a chance, you know," she retorted. "All right then, I hope he gets it. Let's go to the market," Riffin said. They made their way out of the Ash district and around several residential areas until they made it there. They needed to skirt the guards in the area, because the Drugosh guards were well known to beat down beggars that crossed over if they were seen bothering the residents. This deterred the many impoverished Ash district denizens from trying to survive in this merciless city. Chapter 18, Bonds Forged in Fire. The night before the tournament was unusually quiet in the preparation chambers. The distant roar of the crowd had faded, leaving only the crackle of torches and the faint rustling of restless gladiators. Rine sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, sharpening his blade with slow, deliberate strokes. Across from him, Kaida leaned against the wall, her arms crossed and her gaze distant. "You've been quiet," Rine said, breaking the silence. He didn't look up from his work, but his tone carried a note of curiosity. Kaida shrugged, her violet eyes flicking toward him. "Just thinking," she replied. "Tomorrow's a big day. One way or another, it's going to change everything." Rine nodded, setting the blade aside. "It always feels like that, doesn't it? Every fight, every plan, it all feels like it could be the last." Kaida's smirk was faint, but it held a trace of warmth. "You get used to it," she said, though her voice softened. "But tomorrow, this is different. It's not just about survival anymore. It's about freedom." The weight of her words hung between them, heavy but not oppressive. Rine leaned back, his crimson eyes meeting hers. "We've come a long way since the first fight, haven't we?" Kaida chuckled, her scarred cheek lifting with the motion. "You mean since you stumbled into the arena looking like you didn't know which end of the sword to hold?" Rine rolled his eyes, but a small smile tugged at his lips. "I wasn't that bad." "You were," Kaida said, her tone teasing but fond. "But you learned fast. You had to. And now?" She gestured toward him. "You're one of the best fighters I've ever seen. The crowd doesn't chant your name for nothing." Rine felt a flicker of warmth at her praise, though he quickly masked it. "And you? You've saved me more times than I can count. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here." Kaida's smirk faded, replaced by a rare seriousness. "We wouldn't be here without each other. That's how we've survived, Rine. Together. You've had my back every step of the way, and I've had yours." Rine's gaze softened as he studied her. Over the years, they had become more than just partners in the arena. Kaida had been his anchor in the chaos, his constant in a world that sought to break them. Her sharp wit, unshakable resolve, and quiet compassion had kept him grounded when he'd felt like giving up. "And I'll keep having your back," he said, his voice steady. "No matter what happens tomorrow." Kaida tilted her head, her lips curving into a faint smile. "You're getting sentimental on me, Frostfang." "Maybe," Rine admitted, leaning forward slightly. "But you're not exactly fighting it." Kaida's laughter was soft, a rare sound that seemed to fill the room with warmth. "Guess not," she said. She pushed off the wall and moved to sit beside him, her shoulder brushing against his. For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence, the weight of the arena and the world outside held at bay. The bond they shared had been forged in fire, tested by blood, and strengthened by every battle they had fought together. It wasn't something either of them had planned, but it had become unshakable, a connection that went beyond words. "You know," Kaida said, breaking the quiet, "when we win this, I think I might actually miss fighting with you." Rine smirked. "I wouldn't get too comfortable. Something tells me the fights won't stop just because we're free." "Probably not," Kaida agreed, her voice lighter. "But at least we'll get to choose who we fight for." Rine glanced at her, his crimson eyes meeting her violet ones. "And who we fight with?" Kaida nodded, a rare softness in her gaze. "Yeah. That too." As the torches burned low and the chamber grew quiet once more, Rine felt a renewed sense of purpose. Tomorrow, the sounds would call for blood again, but he wouldn't face them alone. Whatever the future held, he and Kaida would face it together. Kaida shifted slightly, her shoulder brushing against Rine's again. She glanced at him, her expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. "You know, we've never actually talked about what happens after. If we win. If we make it out of this place." Rine leaned back, resting his hands on the floor behind him. He tilted his head up, staring at the flickering shadows on the stone ceiling. "Freedom," he said quietly. That's always been the goal. But after so many years in the arena, I don't even know what it looks like anymore. Kaida nodded, her fingers idly tracing the edge of one of her short blades. I know what you mean. It's like everything outside these walls feels distant, like it's not even real. I can barely remember what it's like to live without a collar around my neck or the constant threat of death hanging over me. Rine turned his head to look at her, his expression thoughtful. We'll figure it out, he said. Maybe it won't be perfect. Maybe it'll be messy. But it'll be ours. No more slavers, no more nobles watching from their cushioned seats. Just us. Kaida's lips quirked into a faint smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. You make it sound so simple. It's not, Rine admitted. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. We've done the impossible before, haven't we? Kaida let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. You're infuriatingly optimistic sometimes, you know that? Someone has to be, Rine replied, smirking. The banter between them was familiar, a comforting rhythm that steadied Rine's nerves. But beneath it, there was an unspoken understanding, a recognition of the weight they both carried. They had spent years fighting for survival, and now, with freedom so close, the thought of what came next was both exhilarating and terrifying. Kaida's voice softened, her usual sharpness giving way to vulnerability. If we do win, promise me something, Rine. Anything, he said, his crimson eyes meeting hers. Don't disappear, she said quietly. Don't get so caught up in whatever comes next that you forget who got you here. Rine felt the weight of her words settle over him, and he nodded slowly. I won't. You've been there since the beginning, Kaida. I'm not about to leave you behind now. Her smile this time was small but genuine. Good. Because I'm not letting you off that easily. As the hours stretched into the night, the bond between them felt stronger than ever, an unspoken promise of loyalty and trust. The Colosseum had sought to break them, to strip them of their humanity and reduce them to tools of entertainment. But instead, it had forged something unbreakable. And tomorrow, when they stepped into the arena once more, they would fight not just for survival, but for each other, and the future they refused to let go of. The dim light of the torches flickered as Rine stretched out his legs, the cold stone floor pressing against his palms. The weight of the conversation hung in the air, though neither he nor Kaida seemed in a hurry to break the silence. It was strange, he thought, how the moments before a battle were often the calmest. It was in these fleeting, quiet intervals that the enormity of their lives felt most real. You know, Rine began, his voice low, sometimes I wonder how things might have been if none of this had happened. If I'd stayed in my old life. He paused, staring at the floor. But then I think about all the people I wouldn't have met. All the fights we wouldn't have survived. And I wonder if I'd even be the same person. Kaida tilted her head, her braid slipping over her shoulder. You'd be different, she said simply. We both would. The arena changes you. It either kills you, or it sharpens you into something new. I'm not saying it's right, but, she shrugged. I don't think either of us would have lasted long in a quiet, peaceful life. Rine chuckled softly, a dry sound that carried a hint of bitterness. No, probably not. I was restless even before all this. Always chasing something, anything, to give life meaning. Funny how it took losing everything to figure out what really mattered. Kaida leaned back against the wall, her gaze distant. It's strange, isn't it? How the people we meet in the worst circumstances can become the ones we trust the most. She gave him a sidelong glance. I don't trust easily, Rine. I didn't before the arena, and I sure didn't after. But you, she hesitated, the words sticking in her throat before she finally pushed them out. You're different. You've always been different. Rine turned to her, his crimson eyes softening. That goes both ways, you know. You've kept me going, Kaida. I might have survived the first year on my own, but I wouldn't have made it this far without you. Kaida laughed lightly, though there was no humor in it. Careful, Frostfang. I might start thinking you're getting attached. Too late for that, Rine said, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. For a moment, they just looked at each other, the weight of their shared history passing between them in silence. It wasn't just the battles they'd fought together or the blood they'd shed, it was the unspoken understanding that they had become each other's anchor in a world designed to break them. Kaida broke the gaze first, standing and stretching her arms. We should get some rest, she said, her tone lighter. Big day tomorrow, after all. Rine nodded, rising to his feet and picking up his sword. Yeah. Big day. As they settled into their corners of the chamber, the torches casting long shadows across the walls, Rine felt a quiet determination settle over him. Tomorrow, they would face the fight of their lives. And no matter what happened, he knew one thing for certain, he wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 19, the tournament begins. The first rays of dawn spilled through the iron bars of the preparation chamber, casting long, sharp shadows on the walls. The muffled hum of the crowd was already building above, growing louder with every passing moment. The tournament had officially begun. Rine stood by the chamber's entrance, his sword resting across his back. His crimson eyes flickered with resolve, but his face was calm, a quiet mask hiding the storm brewing within. Kaida was beside him, her twin blades strapped to her thighs, her fingers flexing in anticipation. They had fought hundreds of battles together, but today was different. Today, the stakes were higher than ever before. First round, Kaida said, breaking the silence. They'll try to weed out the weak early. Expect chaos. Rine nodded. The stronger contenders will hold back, conserve their energy for later rounds. But the arena will be packed. That gives us an advantage. Kaida raised an eyebrow. How do you figure? Rine smirked faintly. Chaos is easier to manipulate. If we stay smart, we can keep the others fighting each other while we pick our moments. Kaida's lips quirked into a faint smile. You sound like you've been planning this for weeks. I have, Rine replied, his tone serious. This is our chance, Kaida. If we play it right, we walk out of here free. I'm not letting that slip away. The heavy gates of the arena creaked open, and the roar of the crowd thundered through the chamber. Rine and Kaida stepped onto the sunlit sands, their eyes scanning the massive arena. The Colosseum was a cacophony of noise, with nobles laughing in their private boxes, while commoners screamed and cheered from the packed stands. The announcer's voice boomed above the din. Welcome, one and all, to the grand tournament. 30 combatants enter this first round, but only half will advance. Witness the clash of blood and steel, and place your bets on who will rise to glory. Rine counted the figures already entering the arena from various gates. Warriors of all shapes and sizes, clad in everything from crude leather to finely crafted plate, armed with swords, axes, maces, and more. There were even a few mages, their robes adorned with faintly glowing runes. 30 opponents, Rine muttered, his grip tightening on his sword. This is going to get messy. Kaida drew her blades, her stance low and ready. Good. I like messy. The crowd erupted as a large gong rang out, signaling the start of the battle. Within moments, the arena descended into chaos. Rine and Kaida moved in perfect synchronization, their movements fluid and practiced. A towering man armed with a great axe barreled toward them, his roar shaking the air. Rine sidestepped his wild swing, countering with a precise strike to the man's leg. Kaida followed up, her twin blades flashing as she delivered the finishing blow. Next? Kaida shouted, her voice cutting through the noise. 2 more combatants charged them, a swordsman and a shield-bearer. Rine parried the swordsman's strike, his blade glowing faintly as he activated arcane slash. The energy-infused strike shattered the man's weapon, leaving him defenseless. Kaida darted past him, engaging the shield-bearer with a flurry of attacks that left no room for counterattacks. The crowd roared in approval, their bloodlust growing with every fallen combatant. Behind you! Kaida called out. Rine turned just in time to see a mage hurling a fireball toward him. He raised his hand, summoning arcane barrier, and the flames splashed harmlessly against the translucent shield. Without hesitation, he closed the distance, his sword cutting through the mage's defenses with brutal efficiency. Kaida joined him, panting lightly. "That's 5 down," she said. "We're making progress." Rine nodded, scanning the arena. The sands were littered with the bodies of fallen warriors, and the remaining combatants were growing more desperate. The stronger fighters had started to emerge, their movements calculated and deadly. "We need to stay sharp," Rine said, his voice steady. "The real threats are just getting started." The gong rang again, signaling the end of the first round. Half the combatants lay in the sand, defeated or dead. Rine and Kaida stood among the survivors, their weapons bloodied but their resolve unbroken. The crowd cheered wildly, their voices echoing through the Colosseum. The announcer's voice boomed once more. "The first round is complete. Congratulations to our survivors, your journey to glory continues." Rine wiped the sweat from his brow, his crimson eyes locking onto Kaida. "1 down," he said. "But it's only going to get harder from here." Kaida sheathed her blades, her expression grim. "Good. Let them come. We're not done yet." As the gates opened to lead them back to the preparation chambers, Rine couldn't help but glance up at the shadowed figure in the noble box. They were watching, as always, their gaze cold and calculating. Whatever the tournament held next, Rine and Kaida knew one thing: they would face it together. And they would fight, not just for survival, but for the freedom that lay just beyond the blood-soaked sands. As Rine and Kaida stepped back through the preparation chamber gates, the rush of adrenaline began to fade, replaced by the dull ache of bruises and cuts. Rine winced as he removed his battered armor, revealing fresh wounds layered atop old scars. His body had long since grown used to pain, but the fatigue of the first round weighed heavy on him. He sat on the bench, staring at his bloodied sword, while Kaida paced the room like a caged animal, her movements sharp and restless. "They're testing us," Kaida said, her voice cutting through the quiet. "Throwing everything at us in the first round to see how far we can be pushed." She stopped and turned to Rine, her violet eyes narrowing. "The stronger we look, the more they'll try to break us in the next rounds." Rine nodded, leaning forward and resting his forearms on his knees. "Let them try. We've fought through worse." But even as he said it, doubt gnawed at the edges of his thoughts. The shadowed figure in the noble box loomed in his mind, a constant reminder that this wasn't just a game of strength. Every battle felt like a piece in a larger, more sinister plan. Kaida crouched in front of him, her expression softening. "Rine, I know you. You're not just worried about the fights. What's going on?" Rine hesitated, his crimson eyes meeting hers. "It's them," he admitted. "The nobles. The way they're watching us, watching me. I can feel it, Kaida. They're not just here for entertainment. They're waiting for something, and I don't know what it is." Kaida reached out, gripping his shoulder firmly. "Then we keep fighting," she said, her voice steady. "Whatever game they're playing, we'll figure it out. But we don't give them the satisfaction of seeing us falter." Rine straightened, her words grounding him. He placed his hand over hers briefly, a silent gesture of thanks. "You're right," he said. "They want a show? We'll give them one they'll never forget." The moment was interrupted by the sharp clang of the chamber doors opening. A guard entered, his armor polished, but his demeanor cold. "You've got an hour to recover," he barked. "The second round starts soon. Don't keep the crowd waiting." Kaida rose to her feet, her jaw tightening. "An hour? Of course they'd barely give us time to breathe." Rine smirked faintly as he stood. "Wouldn't want us too rested now, would they?" As the guard left and the doors slammed shut, the reality of their situation sank back in. The tournament was only beginning, and the stakes were growing higher with each round. But Rine and Kaida shared a quiet look, their unspoken bond strengthening in the face of the trials ahead. Together, they would endure. Because they had no other choice. Rine stood and began stretching, his movements deliberate as he tried to loosen the stiffness settling into his limbs. Every part of his body ached, but he couldn't afford to show weakness, not to Kaida and certainly not to their captors. He glanced at the small bucket of water placed in the corner of the chamber, the closest thing to healing they would get between rounds. He splashed the cool liquid on his face, letting it wash away the grime and blood, if only for a moment. Kaida leaned against the wall, sharpening her blades with steady, practiced motions. The rasp of metal on stone filled the silence as her violet eyes flicked between her weapons and the door. "They're hoping we'll wear ourselves out before the finals," she said, her tone biting. "Keep us fighting, keep us bleeding, and see who's still standing at the end." "It's a game to them, Rine." "It's always been a game to them," Rine replied, turning to face her. "The difference is, we know the stakes. They think they're in control, but we've survived worse than their games. We'll outlast them, just like we've outlasted everything else." Kaida's lips twitched into a faint smile, though her expression remained grim. "You've always been good at convincing me we'll make it," she said, her voice softening slightly. "Even when the odds are impossible." Rine shrugged, a glimmer of determination lighting his crimson eyes. "It's not just words, Kaida. We've come too far to let them break us now. Every fight, every scar, it's all brought us here." Kaida stared at him for a moment, her sharp edges softening ever so slightly. "You're infuriatingly stubborn, you know that?" "Call it what you want," Rine replied with a faint smirk. "It's gotten us this far." As the hour ticked down, the faint echoes of the crowd above grew louder, signaling the start of the next round. Rine and Kaida tightened their armor, checked their weapons, and shared a brief, knowing look. They didn't need words to understand what was at stake. The chamber doors groaned open, and a guard's voice barked, "Time to earn your lives, gladiators." Rine stepped forward, Kaida at his side. Together, they walked through the gates and into the blinding sunlight of the arena once more. The roar of the crowd surrounded them, but all Rine could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat, and the quiet, unbreakable resolve that burned between him and Kaida. Chapter 20. The second round. The gates slammed shut behind Rine and Kaida, sealing them in the arena's sand once more. The crowd roared louder than ever, their bloodlust reaching a fever pitch. The harsh sunlight reflected off the polished armor of their opponents as they entered from the opposite gate. A trio of combatants emerged, their presence commanding and deadly. The leader was a towering man clad in obsidian black plate armor, his greatsword dragging behind him, leaving deep grooves in the sand. Flanking him were two women, one wielding a staff crackling with lightning, the other dual-wielding curved blades. Their movements were calm and calculated, the confidence of killers who knew their craft. "Team battles," Kaida muttered, her voice low. "And they don't look like amateurs." Rine adjusted his grip on his sword, his crimson eyes fixed on the leader. "Neither are we." The announcer's voice boomed through the Colosseum. "Behold! The unbeaten duo faces the Dreadwings, a team of champions who have left countless opponents broken and defeated. Will today mark their first loss, or will the Dreadwings fall to these rising stars?" The crowd erupted in a mix of cheers and jeers as the Dreadwings advanced, their formation tight. The woman with the staff began chanting, sparks of electricity forming a crackling barrier around her team. "Priority," Kaida said sharply. "Take her out first." Rine nodded. "I'll keep the leader busy." "You handle her." Kaida smirked. "Don't die while I'm gone." Rine met the charge of the armored leader head-on, their blades colliding with a deafening crash. The sheer force of the strike sent vibrations up his arms, but Rine held his ground, his feet digging into the sand. The man's greatsword swung in brutal, sweeping arcs, but Rine's agility kept him just out of reach. The leader grunted, his voice a low growl. "You're faster than you look." "And you're slower than I thought," Rine shot back, ducking under another swing and countering with arcane slash. The glowing blade struck the man's chest, forcing him to stagger, but his armor absorbed much of the damage. Meanwhile, Kaida darted toward the mage, her movements fluid and precise. The woman raised her staff, bolts of lightning lancing out toward Kaida. Kaida twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the attacks, and closed the distance in a flash. Her twin blades struck the mage's barrier, shattering it in a burst of sparks. The mage stumbled, her eyes wide, but Karyos showed no mercy. She struck again, this time slashing deep into the mage's side. The woman fell to the sand, clutching her wound and gasping in pain. Karyos turned just in time to block an attack from the dual-wielding swordswoman. Their blades clashed in a flurry of strikes and counters, each testing the other's limits. Rine, still locked in combat with the leader, caught a glimpse of Karyos' fight. She was holding her own, but the longer the battle went on, the greater the risk. "Karyos," he shouted. "Switch." Karyos ducked under her opponent's strike and disengaged, weaving through the chaos to Rine's side. Without a word, she lunged at the leader, her twin blades forcing him to go on the defensive. Rine turned his attention to the swordswoman, meeting her charge with a parry that sent sparks flying. She was fast, faster than anyone he'd fought so far, but he kept his movements deliberate, conserving energy as he looked for an opening. The tide of the battle began to shift as Rine and Karyos' coordination came into full force. Karyos' relentless assault wore down the armored leader, her blades finding the weak points in his armor with surgical precision. Rine, meanwhile, outmaneuvered the swordswoman, delivering a devastating blade-channeling strike that sent her sprawling. The crowd roared as the last of the dreadwings fell, their bodies motionless in the sand. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat and iron. The announcer's voice rang out triumphantly. "An unbelievable victory. The unbeaten duo continues their ascent to glory. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rine and Karyos." The crowd's cheers washed over them, but Rine and Karyos barely registered the noise. They stood together in the center of the arena, their weapons raised, their bodies battered but unbroken. As the gates opened to lead them back to the preparation chambers, Rine glanced at Karyos. "Still think they're trying to break us?" Karyos wiped the blood from one of her blades, her violet eyes gleaming. "If they are, they're going to have to try harder." But as they stepped off the sands, Rine couldn't shake the feeling that the tournament's challenges were far from over. Each round brought stronger opponents, and the shadowed figure watching from the noble box felt more ominous than ever. The fight for their freedom was just beginning, and the cost was only growing. Back in the preparation chamber, Rine collapsed onto the nearest bench, his muscles burning and lungs heaving for air. He stared at the blade in his hands, its edge slick with blood and sand. The weapon felt heavier now, not because of exhaustion but because of what it represented, a tool to carve their path to freedom or to bury them in the arena's sands. Karyos paced near the chamber wall, her movements restless despite her own wounds. She pressed a hand to a cut on her side, wincing but not slowing. "They underestimated us," she said, her voice sharp but tinged with satisfaction. "The dreadwings were tough, but they were too used to winning. They didn't know how to handle a fight they couldn't control." Rine leaned back, tilting his head to look at her. "Maybe," he said, his tone quieter. "But the fights are getting harder. The ones we face next won't just be strong, they'll be desperate. Desperate people fight like they've got nothing to lose." Karyos stopped pacing, turning to face him fully. Her violet eyes held a mixture of determination and concern. "And what about us, Rine? Are we fighting like we've got nothing to lose, or are we holding back because we're afraid of what happens if we win?" The question lingered in the air, and for a moment, Rine couldn't find the words to answer. He thought about their shared dream of freedom, about the scars they bore and the people they had lost along the way. Were they ready to leave it all behind, to truly face the unknown that lay beyond the Colosseum walls? Finally, he stood, meeting Karyos' gaze. "We're not holding back," he said firmly. "We fought too hard to stop now. Freedom isn't just something we want, it's something we owe to everyone who didn't make it this far. We fight because we still have something to lose, each other." Karyos' expression softened, and she let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "You always know how to say the right thing," she said, a faint smile breaking through her exhaustion. "It's infuriating sometimes." Rine chuckled, the sound dry but genuine. "Maybe. But it works, doesn't it? Kaida shook her head and walked toward him, resting a hand on his shoulder. It does. And you're right. We've come too far to let doubt stop us now. Her grip tightened briefly before she stepped back, her resolve as unyielding as ever. As they prepared for whatever came next, the echoes of the crowd above reminded them of the stakes. The Colosseum was not just a battleground, it was a crucible, testing their will and shaping their future. Together, they would face the fire, because the bonds they had forged in blood and pain were stronger than anything the arena could throw at them. Chapter 21, The Unseen Blade. The air in the preparation chamber grew heavier with each passing moment as the announcement of the third round drew closer. The crowd's thunderous cheers above seeped into the stone walls, a constant reminder of the bloodlust that fueled the Colosseum. Rine and Karyos sat side by side, their weapons cleaned and sharpened, though their bodies bore the marks of the previous battles. Third round, Karyos muttered, leaning her head back against the wall. This is where they start pulling out the real monsters, both human and otherwise. Rine tightened the straps on his armor, his crimson eyes staring ahead. Let them. If they think throwing something stronger will break us, they haven't been paying attention. Karyos snorted softly. Confident, are we? She tilted her head toward him, her violet eyes narrowing slightly. You should be. You've gotten faster, sharper. But don't let it go to your head. Rine smirked faintly. I won't. Not when I've got you to keep me grounded. Before Karyos could respond, the chamber doors creaked open, and a guard entered, his polished armor gleaming in the dim light. Time's up, gladiators. The next match begins now. The pair stood, their weapons in hand as they exchanged a brief glance. There was no need for words, their resolve was clear. Together, they stepped through the gates and into the sunlight, greeted once more by the deafening roar of the crowd. The arena was eerily quiet compared to the previous matches. The crowd's cheers felt distant, their voices almost drowned out by the heavy tension that hung over the sand. Across the arena, only one gate opened, and a single figure emerged. The gladiator was clad in sleek, dark armor that seemed to drink in the sunlight. Their face was hidden behind an expressionless black mask, and they carried no visible weapon. Yet their presence was suffocating, their movements fluid and deliberate. Karyos' grip on her twin blades tightened. One opponent, she muttered, her tone wary. Not just any opponent, Rine replied, his crimson eyes narrowing. They're a specialist. Look at how they're standing, balanced, calm, confident. They've done this before. The announcer's voice cut through the air. For the third round, we bring you something truly special. The Silent Blade, an assassin without equal. Will the undefeated duo rise to the challenge, or will their winning streak end in silence? Rine shifted into a ready stance, his sword gleaming faintly as he activated blade channeling. Stay sharp, he said quietly to Karyos. If they're an assassin, they'll strike fast and aim to take us out before we can react. Karyos nodded, her violet eyes scanning their opponent. We'll have to work together. I'll keep them busy. You find their weak points. The gong rang, and the silent blade moved. Their speed was blinding, a blur of black that seemed to vanish and reappear in an instant. Rine barely raised his sword in time to deflect a strike, the sound of metal on metal ringing through the arena. They're fast. Karyos shouted, darting toward the assassin and slashing with her blades. The silent blade dodged effortlessly, their movements almost inhuman. Rine lunged forward, his blade glowing as he struck with arcane slash, but the assassin twisted around the attack, countering with a sharp kick to his ribs. The impact sent him staggering, the air knocked from his lungs. They're toying with us, Rine muttered, regaining his footing. His crimson eyes flicked toward Karyos, who was locked in a deadly dance with their opponent. Her strikes were precise, but the assassin moved like water, slipping through every opening. Karyos feinted left, then struck with a sweeping blow that barely missed. They're fast, but they can't keep dodging forever. Wear them down. Rine gritted his teeth and joined the fray, attacking from the opposite side. Together, he and Kaida pressed the silent blade, their strikes forcing the assassin to retreat step by step. The crowd roared as the pace of the battle intensified, the clash of steel filling the air. Finally, the silent blade faltered. Kaida's blade grazed their arm, slicing through the black armor and drawing blood. The assassin hissed, their movements slowing ever so slightly. "Now!" Kaida shouted, lunging forward. Rine surged with energy, activating Shadow Surge to enhance his speed and strength. He closed the distance in an instant, his blade cutting through the assassin's defenses. With a final, powerful strike, he drove the silent blade to the ground, their mask shattering as they fell. The crowd erupted in cheers, their bloodlust satisfied. Rine and Kaida stood over their fallen opponent, their chests heaving as they caught their breath. Rine turned to Kaida, his expression grim. "That wasn't just a test of strength. They sent that assassin to kill us." Kaida wiped the blood from one of her blades, her violet eyes narrowing. "And they'll keep sending more until we're either dead or broken. We need to be ready for whatever comes next." As they stepped off the arena's sands, Rine couldn't shake the feeling that their victories were playing directly into the nobles' hands. The silent blade had been a warning, and the true threat was still waiting in the shadows. Chapter 22, Bloodline Unleashed. Rine sat in the preparation chamber, his head tilted back against the cold stone wall. His chest rose and fell heavily as he tried to steady his breathing, sweat dripping from his face. The silent blade's shattered mask lay on the bench beside him, a grim trophy of their hardest battle yet. His mind churned with unease, the weight of their survival pressing heavily on him. Kaida paced across the room, her violet eyes darting to him now and then. "That assassin wasn't just another gladiator," she said, breaking the silence. "They weren't fighting to win, they were fighting to kill you." Rine opened his eyes, his crimson gaze meeting hers. "I know," he said quietly. "It wasn't just skill. They knew my movements, my tactics. It's like they were trained for this." Kaida stopped pacing and leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. "And yet, here you are," she said, her voice steady. "Still standing. But we both know they'll send something worse next time. Something stronger." Rine exhaled sharply, his frustration evident. "Let them," he muttered. "I don't care what they throw at us, I'll face it." Kaida studied him for a moment, her expression softening. "That fire of yours. It's what's kept us alive this long. But you've been pushing yourself too hard, Rine. Something's going to give." As the hours passed, the roar of the crowd above grew louder, signaling the start of the next round. A guard appeared at the chamber door, his expression unreadable. "You're up," he said gruffly. Rine and Kaida exchanged a glance before gathering their weapons. The fatigue of the last battle clung to them, but they shoved it aside. This was survival. There was no room for hesitation. The gates opened, and they stepped into the arena once more. This time, the atmosphere felt different. The air was thick, oppressive, as if the Colosseum itself was waiting for something to happen. Across the sand, the gates creaked open, and their opponent emerged, a hulking figure twice the size of an ordinary man. Its body was covered in blackened scales that shimmered under the sunlight, and its yellow eyes burned with a feral intensity. It let out a guttural roar that shook the ground, revealing rows of jagged teeth. "A draconid," Kaida breathed, her voice tinged with shock. Rine froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature's appearance wasn't just intimidating, it was hauntingly familiar. Something deep within him stirred, a primal recognition that sent a shiver through his body. "Rine," Kaida said sharply, snapping him back to reality. "Focus. This thing isn't going to wait for us to figure out how to kill it." He nodded, shaking off the strange sensation. "Right," he said, raising his sword. "Let's end this." The draconid charged, its massive claws tearing through the sand as it lunged toward them. Rine sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a swipe that would have torn him in half. Kaida darted to the side, her blades flashing as she struck at its flank. The creature's scales deflected her attack, leaving only shallow scratches. It's too strong, Karyos shouted, her voice strained as she dodged another swipe. We need to find a weak spot. Rine gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes locked on the draconid. As he moved to strike, the stirring inside him grew stronger, his body suddenly flooded with an intense heat. His vision blurred for a moment, and he stumbled, clutching his chest. Karyos' voice called out to him, panicked. Rine? What's wrong? Before he could answer, the heat surged, and he dropped his sword, falling to his knees. A deep, resonating hum filled his ears, drowning out the roar of the crowd. His skin burned, a faint shimmer appearing along his arms, patches of light blue scales glinting under the sun. Karyos froze, her violet eyes wide. Your scales. They're glowing. Rine's body trembled as the hum reached a crescendo, and he let out a roar of his own, the sound echoing through the Colosseum. His crimson eyes flared, burning brighter than ever, and a wave of raw energy erupted from him, sending the draconid skidding back. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the spectacle. Even the draconid hesitated, its feral gaze locking onto Rine with something resembling fear. Karyos stepped toward him cautiously. Rine, what's happening to you? Rine rose slowly, the scales on his arms and shoulders shimmering like polished crystal. His voice was low, but it carried a dangerous edge. I don't know, he said, his gaze fixed on the draconid. But I'm not running from it. The draconid roared again, charging with renewed ferocity. This time, Rine didn't flinch. He raised his hand instinctively, and a burst of energy erupted from his palm, a brilliant arc of lightning that struck the creature square in the chest. The draconid held in pain, its scales crackling as it stumbled back. Karyos watched in stunned silence as Rine advanced, his movements faster, sharper than ever before. He swung his sword, the blade now glowing with a radiant energy that carved through the draconid's defenses like paper. With a final, powerful strike, Rine drove his blade into the creature's heart, the arena erupting in a blinding flash of light. When the glow faded, the draconid lay motionless in the sand, its body smoldering. The crowd erupted into wild cheers, their bloodlust satisfied. But Rine barely heard them. He stood over the fallen beast, his body trembling as the energy within him began to fade. Karyos approached cautiously, her expression a mix of awe and concern. Rine, what the hell was that? Rine turned to her, his crimson eyes still glowing faintly. I don't know, he said, his voice shaky. But something tells me this is only the beginning. As the gates opened to lead them back to the preparation chambers, Rine couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had awakened inside him was tied to something far greater than the Colosseum. The nobles in their shaded boxes had taken notice, and the shadowed figure's gaze burned into him with an intensity he couldn't ignore.
The noble rose from his throne, his presence towering despite his calm demeanor. Because power without control is dangerous, he said. And you, Rine Frostfang, are on the brink of becoming a threat to more than just the Colosseum. He gestured toward the arena below. This tournament is not merely entertainment. It is a test, a crucible to forge the strongest, the cleverest, the most ruthless. And you, his silver eyes bored into Rine. You are my favorite candidate. Kaida's hand tightened on her blade. Candidate for what? To become a weapon, the noble replied smoothly. A tool of unparalleled destruction, wielded by those who understand the burden of power. You could ascend to heights you cannot yet imagine, Rine. All you need to do is win. Prove yourself in the finals, and I will give you everything you desire. Rine's voice was low, but steady. And if I refuse? The noble smirked, the cold gleam in his eyes unyielding. Then you die, like the countless others who thought they could defy the will of this Colosseum. The choice is yours, but make no mistake, the arena is not your salvation. It is your destiny. The room grew colder as the noble's words sank in. Rine's fists tightened at his sides, the fire in his chest threatening to consume him. But Kaida placed a hand on his arm, her touch grounding him. We'll win, she said firmly, her voice cutting through the tension. Not for you, or for your schemes. We'll win because that's what we've always done, survive. And when this is over, we'll see who's really holding the chains. The noble's smirk faded, replaced by a dangerous glint in his eyes. Careful, little shadow, he said softly. Your fire may burn bright, but even the brightest flame can be snuffed out. Rine and Kaida turned, the weight of the noble's stares following them as they left the chamber. The moment they stepped back into the dim corridors of the Colosseum, Kaida let out a sharp breath. They're planning something, she said, her tone grim. Something bigger than the tournament. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes burning with determination. Then we'll play their game, for now. But if they think I'm going to become their weapon, they're wrong. When this is over, we're breaking these chains for good. As they descended toward the preparation chamber, the roar of the crowd above seemed distant, drowned out by the thundering of Rine's heartbeat. The nobles thought they could control him, mold him into a tool for their ambitions. But they had underestimated one thing, the fire that burned within him would never bow. Chapter 24, The Chains of Fate. The gates of the preparation chamber slammed shut behind Rine and Kaida, their heavy echoes reverberating through the dimly lit room. The tension between them was palpable, the weight of the noble's words still fresh in their minds. Kaida leaned against the wall, her violet eyes scanning the room, while Rine sat on the bench, his hands clenched tightly around his sword hilt. They're scared of you, Kaida said finally, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but there was an edge of unease beneath it. That's why they're trying to control you. They don't know what you're capable of, and that terrifies them. Rine exhaled sharply, his crimson eyes flickering with frustration. Scared or not, they think they can use me, turn me into some kind of weapon. He shook his head, the fire in his chest burning hotter. They'll regret it. Kaida stepped closer, her expression softening. I know you, Rine. You've always fought with a purpose, with control. But whatever this power is, you have to be careful. If you let it consume you, you're playing right into their hands. Rine looked up at her, the anger in his gaze tempered by the concern in hers. I'm not afraid of this power, he said firmly. But you're right. I can't let it control me. If I do, then they've already won. Kaida nodded, satisfied with his resolve. Good. Because we don't just have to survive this, we have to win. And we need to do it on our terms, not theirs. The announcement of the semi-finals came quickly, leaving little time for rest or preparation. The guard who delivered the message smirked as he eyed them, his gaze lingering on Rine. They've got something special for you this time, he said with a sneer. Hope you're ready. Kaida's hand moved to the hilt of her blade, but Rine placed a calming hand on her shoulder. We're always ready, he replied, his voice steady. The guard scoffed and left, leaving the two gladiators to prepare. They're going to throw everything they have at us now, Kaida said, her tone thoughtful as she adjusted the straps on her armor. The semi-finals aren't about entertainment anymore. It's about breaking us before the finals. Rine stood, stretching out his arms as his shimmering scales glinted faintly under the torchlight. Let them try, he said. We've been breaking their expectations since the first fight. This won't be any different. Kaida smirked, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Confidence is good. Just don't forget to keep your head on your shoulders. The arena was deathly quiet when they stepped onto the sand. The crowd was there, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, but their cheers were muted, as if they sensed the gravity of what was about to happen. Across the arena, 2 gates opened, revealing a sight that made even Kaida's usual calm falter. From one gate emerged a towering minotaur, its massive frame covered in thick, spiked armor. In its hands was a colossal battle axe that seemed almost too large for even its massive size. From the other gate stepped a mage clad in crimson robes, their face obscured by a glowing mask. They carried a staff crackling with raw energy, the air around them shimmering with heat. This isn't just a fight, Kaida muttered, her voice low. It's a war. Rine's gaze narrowed, his sword gleaming as he activated blade channeling. Then we fight like warriors, he said. Together. The gong rang, and the battle began. The minotaur charged with terrifying speed, its hooves thundering across the sand as it swung its massive axe in a deadly arc. Rine met the strike head-on, his blade infused with crackling lightning as he parried the blow. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, forcing both combatants to stagger. Kaida darted to the side, her twin blades slicing through the air as she closed the distance to the mage. The robed figure raised their staff, unleashing a torrent of flame that scorched the sand where she had stood moments before. Kaida moved like a shadow, her veil of shadows rendering her almost invisible as she struck at the mage's flank. The minotaur roared, its rage unrelenting as it swung again at Rine. This time, Rine sidestepped, delivering a powerful arcane slash to its exposed leg. The attack drew blood, but the beast barely faltered, its eyes burning with fury. Kaida's battle was no less intense. The mage summoned a storm of fire and lightning, forcing her to rely on her agility to evade the onslaught. With a precise strike, she shattered the mage's staff, causing the storm to falter. But the robed figure countered with a spell that sent her flying back, the impact knocking the wind out of her. Kaida! Rine shouted, his focus briefly shifting. The distraction cost him. The minotaur's axe struck his side, sending him sprawling into the sand. Pain shot through his body, but as he looked up at the towering beast, something inside him ignited. The fire in his chest surged, and his scales glowed brighter, their light bathing the arena in a radiant glow. He rose to his feet, his crimson eyes blazing with draconic power. This ends now, Rine growled, his voice resonating with a new, primal authority. As Kaida staggered to her feet, she saw him standing tall, his sword wreathed in flames and lightning. For the first time, the crowd fell silent, their cheers replaced by a stunned, reverent hush. The arena trembled, as if sensing the shift. Rine and Kaida, battered but unbroken, prepared to end the fight with the fury of warriors who refused to be chained. The minotaur roared, the sound so powerful it rattled the sand beneath Rine's feet. Its eyes burned with primal fury as it charged again, but this time, Rine didn't move. His grip on his sword tightened, and with a calm exhale, he raised the blade high. The flames and lightning coursing through it intensified, casting a brilliant light across the arena. As the beast swung its colossal axe, Rine met the attack with a single, precise strike. Arcane slash erupted from his blade, the energy splitting the air with a deafening crack. The force of the attack didn't just stop the minotaur, it cleaved through its weapon, shattering the massive axe into fragments that scattered across the sand. The beast stumbled back, its roar now one of shock and pain as blood dripped from a deep gash across its chest. Kaida, still catching her breath, couldn't hide the faint smirk tugging at her lips. Show off, she muttered, before turning her focus back to the mage. The robed figure had summoned a fiery orb in their hands, its glow casting long shadows across the arena. Before they could release the spell, Kaida activated Shadow Step, her body vanishing in a swirl of darkness. She reappeared behind the mage, her twin blades gleaming as they struck in tandem. The mage let out a strangled gasp as Kaida's weapons tore through their robes, extinguishing the fiery orb and leaving the figure crumpled on the ground. Rine, meanwhile, pressed his advantage against the Minotaur. The beast's strength was still formidable, but its movements were slowing, its once unrelenting attacks now desperate and clumsy. With a roar of his own, Rine lunged forward, his blade glowing with energy as he unleashed lightning spear. The projectile pierced the Minotaur's chest, electricity arcing across its massive frame. The creature let out one final, thunderous bellow before collapsing to its knees, and then face-first into the sand. The arena erupted into cheers, the crowd's bloodlust reaching a fever pitch. Rine and Kaida stood in the center of the battlefield, their weapons drawn, their bodies battered but victorious. The nobles in their shaded boxes rose to their feet, clapping and shouting with approval, though Rine could still feel the cold, calculating gaze of the shadowed noble piercing through the noise. Kaida approached Rine, wiping blood from one of her blades. "That was reckless," she said, though her tone lacked its usual bite. "Impressive, but reckless." Rine smirked faintly, lowering his sword. "Says the one who took on a mage while barely standing." She rolled her eyes but didn't argue, instead gesturing toward the fallen Minotaur. "You realize they're not going to make this easier for us after that display. Whatever comes next, it's going to be worse." "I know," Rine replied, his voice quiet but steady. "But we're still here. And we're going to keep pushing until there's nothing left to throw at us." As the gates opened to escort them back to the preparation chamber, Rine glanced upward, his crimson eyes locking onto the shadowed noble. The man's expression was unreadable, but there was a faint smirk on his lips, one that sent a chill down Rine's spine. Kaida followed his gaze and frowned. "He's planning something," she said softly. "You saw the way he looked at you during the fight. He doesn't just see you as a gladiator, Rine. To him, you're an asset, or a threat." "Let him plan," Rine said, his jaw tightening. "Whatever game he's playing, I'm not going to be his pawn." Back in the preparation chamber, the tension between them eased slightly as they began tending to their wounds. The arena's medic, an older man with a tired expression, entered with a small kit of healing salves and bandages. "You two are lucky to be alive," he muttered as he applied a salve to a deep cut on Kaida's arm. "Luck had nothing to do with it," Kaida replied, wincing slightly. The medic snorted. "If you say so. Just remember, no matter how strong you think you are, the arena has a way of humbling even the best." Rine nodded, though his mind was elsewhere. The power that had surged through him during the fight still lingered, a quiet hum in the back of his mind. It was as if his draconic bloodline had awakened not just strength, but a new awareness, a connection to something vast and ancient. Kaida noticed his distant expression and nudged him with her elbow. "What's on your mind?" Rine glanced at her, his crimson eyes flickering. "This power," he said quietly. "It's growing. I don't know how far it'll go, or what it'll cost me. But I can feel it, something's coming, Kaida. Something big." Kaida's gaze softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Then we'll face it, like we've faced everything else. Together." Rine smiled faintly, her words grounding him. "Together," he echoed. As the roar of the crowd above began to fade, replaced by the muffled hum of the nobles plotting, the two gladiators prepared for what would undoubtedly be the greatest challenge of their lives. Whatever the Colosseum had in store, they would meet it head-on. And they would rise, not as pawns of the nobles, but as warriors fighting for their freedom. The silence in the preparation chamber stretched as Rine turned Kaida's words over in his mind. Despite the fire in his blood and the confidence he projected, he couldn't shake the nagging doubt that crept in like a shadow. The nobles weren't just toying with them, they were calculating, testing, and pushing. The revelation of his bloodline wasn't just an awakening for him, it had become a tool for their schemes, one he barely understood himself. Kaida stood and began pacing, her blades sheathed but her body still tense. "You know," she said, breaking the quiet, "this power of yours might be what gets us out of here. But it could also be the reason they never let us leave." She stopped and met his gaze. "What happens if they decide you're too dangerous, Rine? What happens if winning isn't enough?" Rine looked up at her, his crimson eyes steady despite the turmoil inside him. "Then we give them no choice," he said firmly. "We show them that we're not tools, not pawns in their games. If they try to stop us, we'll break the system that holds us here." Kaida stared at him for a long moment before a faint smirk tugged at her lips. "You make it sound so simple," she said, though her voice carried a hint of admiration. "Break the system. No big deal." She sat back down beside him, her expression softening. "But you know I'll be with you every step of the way. Even if it's impossible." Rine's smile was faint but genuine. "It won't be impossible with you." Kaida let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. "You're either the most stubborn person I've ever met, or the most inspiring. Maybe both." The camaraderie between them settled some of the tension in the room, but it didn't erase the gravity of what lay ahead. Their next fight would likely push them beyond anything they'd faced before. But together, they were more than just two gladiators fighting for survival, they were a force that even the Colosseum couldn't contain. The faint sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, growing louder as they approached. A guard appeared at the chamber door, his expression grim. "Final round preparations begin at first light," he said curtly. "Get ready. You'll need it." As the door slammed shut, Rine and Kaida exchanged a look. The final round was coming, and with it, the culmination of everything they had endured. Their chains were still tight, but they could feel them beginning to crack. Freedom was close, and nothing, not the nobles, not the Colosseum, and not their doubts, would stand in their way. Chapter 25. The dragon within the dim torchlight of the preparation chamber flickered as dawn broke outside the Colosseum, its golden rays creeping through the cracks in the stone walls. Rine stirred on the rough cot, the aches of battle still fresh in his body. He rubbed his eyes, his hand brushing against his temple, and froze. His fingers met a hard, unfamiliar texture along his forehead. Panic surged through him, and he scrambled to sit up, his heart pounding. Moving to the polished shield propped against the wall, Rine stared at his reflection in the curved surface. Two small, horn-like protrusions jutted from his hairline, barely visible beneath his silver-white locks. They gleamed faintly, their texture rough yet sleek, like polished obsidian. His crimson eyes, once bright but human, now burned with a luminous intensity, their slitted pupils unmistakably draconic. "Rine?" Kaida's groggy voice broke the silence. She sat up from her cot, rubbing her eyes. When she looked at him, her expression sharpened. "What's wrong?" Rine turned slowly, his features illuminated by the faint glow of the torches. Kaida's violet eyes widened as she took in the changes, the horns, the glowing eyes, the faint shimmer of scales that now covered more of his arms and neck. "It's happening again," he said, his voice low but steady. He flexed his fingers, watching as his claws extended slightly, their tips razor-sharp before retracting back into his nails. Whatever this power is, it's changing me." Kaida approached cautiously, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Does it hurt?" Rine shook his head. "No. It's like it's been there all along, waiting. But it's getting harder to ignore." He touched the horns again, his voice quieter. "I don't even recognize myself anymore." Kaida reached out, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. You're still you, Rine. This power, it's part of you, but it doesn't define you. You're the one in control, not it. Her words steadied him, and he nodded. I just don't know how far this will go. Every time I fight, it feels like I'm unlocking something new, something bigger. But what happens when I can't control it? Kaida's grip tightened, her tone resolute. Then you let me help you. That's why we're in this together, remember? Whatever happens, we'll face it. And we'll win. As they prepared for the final round, Rine couldn't help but notice other subtle changes in himself. His senses were sharper, he could hear the faintest murmurs from the guards outside the chamber and the rustle of the sand in the arena above. The air smelled richer, layered with scents he had never noticed before, the iron tang of blood, the faint musk of the Colosseum's beasts, and the acrid smoke of the nobles' torches. His movements felt more fluid, his body lighter despite the exhaustion from the previous battles. When he picked up his sword, it felt like an extension of his arm, his connection to it stronger than ever. He swung it experimentally, and the blade responded with a faint hum, arcs of energy crackling along its surface without him even activating blade channeling. Kaida watched him from the corner of her eye as she adjusted her armor. You're stronger, she said, her tone neutral but her expression thoughtful. More than you were yesterday. I can feel it, Rine replied, his voice distant. It's not just strength, it's everything. It's like my body's evolving. Kaida snorted softly, her usual smirk returning. Just don't evolve into something I can't handle, alright? I'd hate to have to put you down. Rine chuckled, the sound light but tinged with seriousness. If it comes to that, Kaida, I'd trust you to do what's necessary. Her smirk faltered, and she stepped closer, meeting his gaze. It won't come to that, she said firmly. You've kept control this long. Don't start doubting yourself now. Rine nodded, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. I won't. Not as long as you're around to keep me grounded. As the sun rose higher, signaling the day of the final battle, Rine glanced at his reflection one last time. The horns, the glowing eyes, the shimmering scales, they were signs of something ancient awakening within him. But as he looked beyond those features, he still saw himself. And as long as he remembered who he was, he knew he wouldn't lose himself to the dragon within. Kaida stepped away, her sharp eyes watching Rine as he adjusted the straps of his armor. She could sense his unease, the tension in his movements despite his outward calm. The changes in his appearance were undeniable, but what worried her more was the weight of what those changes represented. This wasn't just a physical transformation, it was a shift in Rine's identity, a manifestation of a power that neither of them fully understood. Do you remember when we first fought together? She asked suddenly, breaking the heavy silence. Rine glanced up, surprised by the question. Yeah, he said with a faint smile. That mess of a brawl against the Red Fangs. We were barely holding on, fighting back to back. Kaida nodded, her smirk returning. You were clumsy, reckless, and too damn stubborn to die. I thought for sure you'd get us both killed. She leaned against the wall, her voice softening. But you didn't. You held your ground, even when it seemed impossible. Rine chuckled, shaking his head. And you saved my ass more times than I can count. If you hadn't been there, he trailed off, his smile fading as his gaze drifted back to the polished shield. You're still that person, Rine, Kaida said, her tone firm. The one who doesn't give up, no matter what. This, she gestured to the horns and the faint shimmer of scales on his skin, doesn't change that. It just means you've got more to work with now. Her words settled over him like a calming wave, and Rine nodded. Thanks, he said quietly. For reminding me. Kaida shrugged, though her expression softened. That's what I'm here for. Besides, I'm not letting you go through this alone. If this power is part of you, then we'll figure it out together. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the chamber, interrupting their moment of reflection. The guard from earlier returned, his expression tense. "It's time," he said curtly, gesturing for them to follow. Rine and Kaida exchanged a glance before stepping forward, their weapons at their sides. The walk through the stone corridors felt longer than usual, the weight of the final battle pressing down on them with every step. The muffled roar of the crowd above grew louder, a chaotic symphony of cheers and jeers that made the air feel electric. "Any guesses on what they'll throw at us?" Rine asked, his voice low. Kaida smirked, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Something big, brutal, and designed to make us fail. That's their style, isn't it?" "Whatever it is," Rine said, his crimson eyes glowing faintly, "we'll face it together." They emerged onto the sands of the arena, the sunlight blinding for a moment before their eyes adjusted. The Colosseum was packed to its limits, the stands overflowing with spectators eager to witness the bloodshed. High above, the nobles sat in their shaded box, their expressions smug and expectant. At the center of them all was the shadowed noble, his silver eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. The announcer's voice boomed across the Colosseum, silencing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. The final round of the grand tournament. Will the undefeated duo rise to claim their freedom, or will they fall beneath the might of the Colosseum's greatest challenge?" A rumble shook the arena as the massive central gate creaked open. From within the shadows, a deep, guttural growl echoed, sending a shiver through the crowd. Rine and Kaida readied their weapons, their bodies tense as they watched the figure emerge. The beast that stepped into the light was monstrous. A chimera unlike any they had faced before. Its lion's head snarled, its serpent-like tail coiling and snapping with venomous fangs. Massive wings spread wide, their leathery expanse blocking the sunlight, and its claws dug deep into the sand as it roared, shaking the very ground. Kaida let out a low whistle, her violet eyes narrowing. Well, they weren't kidding about making it big and brutal. Rine tightened his grip on his sword, the fire in his chest blazing as his draconic features shimmered in the sunlight. "Then let's show them what happens when they underestimate us." The crowd erupted into a frenzy as the gong sounded, signaling the start of the final battle. Rine and Kaida moved in perfect sync, their blades gleaming as they charged forward, ready to face the Colosseum's deadliest creation. Whatever happened next, they knew one thing for certain: this wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a fight for their future. Chapter 26, Flames of Defiance. The chimera roared, its three heads snarling in unison. The lion's maw dripped with saliva, its fiery mane crackling as it stepped forward. The serpent tail hissed, venom dripping from its fangs, while the goat head in the center let out an ear-piercing bellow that shook the arena walls. The beast's massive wings unfurled, sending gusts of sand flying into the air. Rine and Kaida stood their ground, the cacophony of the crowd fading into the background. This wasn't just another fight, this was the culmination of everything they had endured, the final test of their resolve. "Stay on the move," Rine said, his voice calm but firm. His crimson eyes burned brighter, his scales glinting under the sunlight. "If we stop for even a second, we're done." Kaida nodded, her twin blades already drawn. "I'll keep the tail busy. You take the heads." She smirked faintly, though her eyes were sharp. "You're good at handling things with too many mouths." Rine let out a soft chuckle despite the tension. "Just don't get yourself bitten." The chimera lunged, its lion head snapping at Rine while the serpent tail lashed toward Kaida. Rine dodged to the side, his sword flashing as he slashed at the beast's flank. The blade bit deep, sparks flying as it cut through the thick scales, but the chimera barely flinched. Kaida darted around the tail, her movements a blur as she activated Shadow Step to evade a venomous strike. She reappeared behind the beast, her twin blades slicing into the serpent's flesh. The tail hissed in fury, whipping around to strike her, but Kaida rolled out of the way, her agility keeping her one step ahead. The lion head turned on Rine, its fiery mane flaring as it unleashed a torrent of flames. Rine raised his hand instinctively, summoning arcane barrier to block the inferno. The translucent shield shimmered as the flames washed over it, but Rine could feel the heat pressing against his skin. As the flames subsided, Rine counterattacked, his sword crackling with energy as he activated lightning spear. The bolt of lightning struck the goat head squarely, causing it to rear back with a pained bellow. Kaida's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. "Rine! The tail's charging something." Rine turned just in time to see the serpent tail coil tightly, its body glowing with a sickly green light. It reared back and spat a glob of venom toward him, the air hissing as the acid sizzled against the sand. He dove to the side, the venom splattering harmlessly behind him. Kaida seized the opening, leaping onto the beast's back and driving her blades into the serpent's base. The tail writhed violently, thrashing as it tried to dislodge her. "Hold on!" Rine shouted, charging forward. He slashed at the lion head, drawing its attention away from Kaida. The beast roared, its claws swiping at him with deadly force. Rine ducked under the strike and drove his sword into its paw, pinning it to the ground. The chimera howled in rage, its goat head lowering as it prepared to ram Rine. Before it could, Kaida plunged both of her blades into the serpent tail, severing it with a spray of black ichor. The tail fell limp, writhing for a moment before it stilled. With the serpent tail gone, the chimera's movements became more erratic. It lashed out wildly, its lion and goat heads snapping at anything within reach. Rine and Kaida regrouped, their breathing heavy but their resolve unshaken. "Two down," Kaida said, wiping blood from her cheek. "One to go." Rine nodded, his scales glowing faintly as the fire in his chest surged. "Let's finish this." The two of them moved as one, their attacks coordinated and relentless. Kaida kept the goat head distracted, her agility and precision forcing it to react to her every move. Meanwhile, Rine focused on the lion head, his blade glowing brighter with each strike. As the chimera reared back for one final attack, Rine felt the draconic power within him rise to its peak. He raised his sword, flames and lightning spiraling around the blade as he channeled all of his energy into one devastating blow. With a roar that rivaled the chimera's own, Rine brought the blade down, the energy erupting in a brilliant explosion that engulfed the beast. The sand beneath their feet shook, and the crowd fell silent as the chimera let out a final, guttural cry before collapsing to the ground. The arena was deathly quiet for a moment, the air thick with the scent of blood and scorched earth. Then, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers echoing through the Colosseum like a storm. Rine stood over the fallen chimera, his chest heaving, his sword still glowing faintly. Kaida approached him, her twin blades dripping with black ichor, her violet eyes gleaming with exhaustion and pride. "We did it," she said, her voice breathless. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes scanning the arena. "It's not over yet," he said quietly, his gaze drifting toward the noble's box. The shadowed noble sat motionless, his silver eyes fixed on Rine with an expression that sent a chill down his spine. Kaida followed his gaze, her smirk fading. "No," she said softly. "It's not." As the gates opened to lead them back to the preparation chamber, Rine and Kaida walked side by side, their weapons at their sides and their heads held high. They had won the battle, but the war for their freedom was far from over. The cheers of the crowd grew distant as Rine and Kaida stepped through the heavy iron gates into the preparation chamber. The roar of the arena, the blood-soaked sand, and even the massive corpse of the chimera felt like memories from another world. Now, the cold, damp air of the chamber wrapped around them like a suffocating shroud. Kaida slumped onto a bench, letting out a sharp breath as she examined a fresh cut on her leg. Her twin blades clattered to the floor, their edges dulled by the relentless battle. "That thing," she muttered, shaking her head. "I've fought monsters before, but nothing like that. They really wanted us dead." Rine leaned against the wall, his sword still in his hand. He could feel his heart pounding, the fire in his chest still flickering even as the adrenaline began to fade. His reflection in the polished shield caught his eye again, horns, glowing crimson eyes, shimmering scales. Each feature seemed sharper, more defined. The power coursing through him felt limitless, but it also felt alien. "They're testing me," he said quietly, his voice steady but tinged with frustration. That chimera wasn't just another challenge. It was a warning. "They're pushing me, seeing how far this power will go before I break." Kaida glanced at him, her violet eyes narrowing. "They think they can control you, mold you into whatever weapon they need." She stood, her posture tense despite her exhaustion. "We can't let them. The more they see, the more they'll try to use you. And if they can't use you, they'll destroy me," Rine finished, his jaw tightening. "I know." Kaida stepped closer, placing a hand on his arm. "Then we have to act before they do. We're out of time, Rine. This can't just be about surviving the tournament anymore. We need a plan to get out of here." The air grew heavier as her words hung between them. Rine closed his eyes, his mind racing. The battles, the power, the nobles' calculating gazes, it all felt like a web tightening around them. He opened his eyes, his crimson gaze meeting Kaida's. "We need to strike first," he said, his voice low but firm. "Before the finals. Before they have a chance to pull whatever strings they're planning." Kaida raised an eyebrow, her smirk faint. "You're talking about escaping before the tournament's over?" "Bold move, Frostfang." "It's the only move," Rine replied. "The finals are a trap. Whatever they've got waiting for us, it's not just another fight. It's their endgame. We can't let them corner us." Kaida crossed her arms, her expression thoughtful. "Okay," she said after a moment. "But how? We've been watching these halls for years, and there's no obvious way out. The nobles have guards, enchantments, and gods know what else keeping this place locked down." "There's one way," Rine said, his gaze steady. "The tunnels beneath the Colosseum." Kaida's eyes widened slightly. "The ones you said were sealed with magic? The escape route we couldn't use because of that barrier?" Rine nodded. "My power's stronger now. I can feel it. If I can focus it, I might be able to break through the barrier. It's a risk, but it's the best chance we have." Kaida paced, her fingers drumming against the hilt of one of her blades. "All right," she said finally. "Let's say you can break the barrier. What then? The tunnels could lead anywhere, or nowhere. We don't even know if they're safe." "They're safer than staying here," Rine countered, his voice calm but firm. "If we stay, they'll either kill us or use us. I'm not giving them that chance." Kaida stopped pacing and turned to face him fully, her expression hardening. "You're right. If this is our shot, we take it. But we need to move fast. The longer we wait, the tighter their grip gets." Rine nodded, his determination unwavering. "We'll go tonight. After the guards change shifts. We've seen the pattern, it's our best window." Kaida smirked faintly. "You've really been planning this, haven't you?" "I've been planning it since the day they put that collar on me," Rine said, his voice low but filled with resolve. Kaida held out her hand, and Rine clasped it firmly. "Then let's do it," she said. "We break out, and we make them regret ever putting us in chains." As the hours passed, the chamber grew quieter, the faint hum of the Colosseum above settling into an uneasy calm. Rine and Kaida prepared in silence, their movements efficient and deliberate. Every weapon was sharpened, every strap tightened, every detail planned. Rine glanced at Kaida, her expression as sharp as her twin blades. "You ready?" he asked. Kaida looked at him, her violet eyes glinting with determination. "Always." The plan was simple, but its execution would be anything but. The tunnels beneath the Colosseum held their only chance at freedom, but they were also a gamble, a leap into the unknown. Still, as Rine and Kaida exchanged one last look, they knew there was no turning back. As they stepped into the shadows of the winding corridors, the faint glow of Rine's scales lit their path. The fire in his chest burned brighter than ever, not just with power, but with purpose. The chains of the Colosseum had bound them for too long, and tonight, they would shatter them, or die trying. Chapter 27, A King's Pardon. The torches lining the corridor flickered as Rine and Kaida moved silently through the Colosseum's underground tunnels. Their footsteps were careful, their weapons drawn, and their senses heightened. The air was heavy with tension, the silence broken only by the faint echo of distant voices. "This is too easy," Kaida whispered, her violet eyes darting to the shadows ahead. "Where are the guards? The patrols? Someone should have stopped us by now." Rine's crimson eyes flickered, his grip tightening on his sword. "I don't know," he said quietly, his voice steady but wary. "But we can't slow down. The tunnels are just ahead." As they turned the final corner leading to the tunnel's entrance, they froze. A formation of armored soldiers stood before them, their presence commanding and still. The faint light of the torches gleamed off their polished armor, the insignia of a royal crest etched into their breastplates. They were an unfamiliar sight, these were not the slavers' guards. Rine raised his sword instinctively, his scales shimmering faintly as his draconic power stirred. Kaida shifted into a defensive stance, her twin blades glinting in the dim light. But the soldiers didn't move. Instead, they parted in unison, stepping to the sides of the corridor in a smooth, practiced motion. The way they moved wasn't hostile, it was ceremonial, almost reverent. "What is this?" Kaida muttered, her grip on her weapons firm. Rine's eyes narrowed as a figure emerged from the shadows, flanked by two more soldiers. The man who approached was tall and regal, his silver hair framing a face lined with wisdom and authority. He wore a dark blue cloak edged in gold, and the crown resting lightly on his head left no doubt about who he was. "The king," Rine said under his breath, lowering his sword slightly but keeping his guard up. The king's silver eyes swept over them, his expression calm but unreadable. He stopped a few paces away, his soldiers standing at attention behind him. "Rine Frostfang," the king said, his voice steady and deep, carrying an air of command. "And Kaida Valeth. You have fought bravely, endured the horrors of the Colosseum, and emerged victorious. Few could achieve what you have." Kaida's eyes narrowed. "What do you want?" she asked, her tone sharp. The king raised a hand, his expression softening slightly. "Peace, Shadow Blade. I am not here to harm you. Quite the opposite." He gestured to the soldiers, who lowered their weapons as if to emphasize his point. "Your freedom has been earned through blood, sweat, and determination. And I am here to grant it to you." Rine and Kaida exchanged a glance, their suspicion evident. "Freedom?" Rine asked cautiously. "Why now? Why not let us die in the arena like the others?" The king's gaze hardened slightly. "Because you have proven yourselves exceptional. And because the Colosseum is a stain on this kingdom, a relic of a darker time that I intend to end. Your survival is proof that there is strength in those who refuse to be broken. I will not let that strength be wasted." The silence in the corridor stretched as Rine processed the king's words. Kaida, ever skeptical, stepped forward. "And what's the catch?" she asked, her tone challenging. The king allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. "No catch," he said simply. "No hidden motives. You are free, as all people of this kingdom should be. However," he paused, his gaze shifting to Rine. "You carry a power that cannot be ignored. Your draconic heritage is rare, and it will draw attention, both good and ill. Consider this a warning, your freedom is yours, but the path you walk will not be easy. Rine nodded slowly, his grip on his sword relaxing. It hasn't been easy so far, he said, his voice steady. But if you're serious about ending the Colosseum and granting freedom to those still trapped, then we'll take that chance. Kaida glanced at him, her violet eyes softening slightly before she turned back to the king. We'll take it, she said firmly. But we're sticking together. Wherever this path leads, we're not doing it alone. The king inclined his head, his expression one of respect. A wise choice. Together, you are stronger. He gestured to the soldiers. Escort them to the surface. Ensure they are unharmed. The walk to the surface was surreal. The soldiers treated them with reverence, their once oppressive presence now protective. When Rine and Kaida finally stepped into the open air, the sunlight was blinding, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold depths of the Colosseum. For the first time in years, they were free. What now? Kaida asked, her voice softer than usual as she looked at the sprawling city beyond the Colosseum walls. Rine sheathed his sword, his crimson eyes scanning the streets filled with people bustling about their lives. We move forward, he said. Together. In the days that followed, Rine and Kaida found themselves adjusting to a new life. The freedom they had dreamed of felt strange, almost unreal, but they embraced it nonetheless. They joined the local adventurers' guild, a place where their skills were valued, and they could take on steady work. Their reputation as Colosseum survivors quickly spread, earning them both respect and curiosity. Rine's draconic features drew attention, but Kaida's sharp wit and no-nonsense demeanor kept trouble at bay. Through it all, they stayed close, their bond forged in blood and fire stronger than ever. As adventurers, they faced new challenges, but nothing compared to what they had endured in the Colosseum. For Rine and Kaida, freedom was not the end of their story, it was only the beginning. Chapter 28, A New Path. The Adventurers' Guild Hall was a lively, chaotic place. The air was thick with the scent of ale and roasting meat, punctuated by bursts of laughter and the occasional clatter of tankards. Rine and Kaida stood at the entrance, their presence drawing curious glances from the other guild members. The two were hard to miss. Kaida's sharp, no-nonsense aura and Rine's unmistakable draconic features made them stand out even among the seasoned adventurers. First day, and we're already getting stared at, Kaida muttered, crossing her arms as her violet eyes scanned the room. Rine smirked faintly, his crimson eyes glinting as he leaned on the hilt of his sword. Better than being ignored. A stocky dwarf behind the front desk waved them over, his long beard braided with small metal trinkets. Oi! You the new blood, he called, his voice booming over the din. Kaida rolled her eyes but strode forward, with Rine following close behind. Depends, she said, her tone dry. What's it to you? The dwarf chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I'm Eryk, the guild's taskmaster. If you're looking for work, you'll need to register with me. That is, if you're not afraid of getting your hands dirty. Dirty hands are nothing new, Rine replied, his voice calm but firm. Eryk gave them an approving nod. Good. We need people who can handle themselves. Heard some rumors about you too, Colosseum survivors, yeah? That'll earn you some respect, but it also puts a target on your backs. Hope you're ready for that. Kaida smirked. Let them try. After completing the registration process, Eryk handed them a worn ledger filled with available contracts. Most of these are standard jobs, he explained. Monster hunting, escort missions, clearing out bandit camps. But don't go biting off more than you can chew, eh? Even seasoned adventurers meet their end when they get too cocky. Rine scanned the list, his sharp eyes lingering on a mid-tier job. A wyvern sighting near the cliffs of Haverage, he read aloud. Doesn't sound like a beginner's task. Eryk snorted. That one's been sittin' there for weeks. Most folks steer clear of wyverns unless they've got a death wish. But you, he looked Rine up and down, his gaze lingering on the faint shimmer of scales along Rine's arms. You might be the exception. Kaida raised an eyebrow. You're saying we should take it? I'm sayin' it'll test whether you two are as tough as the rumors say, Eryk replied with a shrug. But it's your call. Rine glanced at Kaida, who gave him a small nod. We'll take it, he said, his voice steady. The journey to Havridge was long but uneventful, the rolling hills and dense forests offering a stark contrast to the oppressive walls of the Colosseum. For Rine, the open sky and fresh air felt like a reminder of what they had fought so hard to gain. As they approached the cliffs, the landscape grew harsher, the rocky terrain jagged and unforgiving. The air was thick with the scent of salt from the ocean below, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed in the distance. Kaida crouched near a set of claw marks gouged into the stone. Definitely a wyvern, she said, her tone matter-of-fact. Looks fresh, too. It's close. Rine scanned the area, his senses sharper than ever. He could hear the faint rustle of wings above and the low, guttural growl that sent a chill down his spine. Stay sharp, he said, drawing his sword. A deafening screech split the air as the wyvern descended from the cliffs, its massive wings kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Its scaly body gleamed in the sunlight, and its fiery eyes locked onto them with predatory intent. Kaida smirked, her twin blades already in her hands. Guess it's time to see if we're cut out for this. Rine stepped forward, his scales shimmering faintly as his draconic power stirred. We've faced worse, he said, his voice calm but determined. The wyvern lunged, its claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. Rine sidestepped the attack, countering with a powerful arcane slash that struck the beast's flank. Sparks flew as the blade met its thick hide, and the wyvern roared in fury, its tail whipping around to strike. Kaida darted in from the side, her movements fluid and precise. She slashed at the creature's exposed underbelly, her twin blades leaving deep gashes. The wyvern snapped its jaws at her, but she danced out of reach, her agility keeping her one step ahead. Keep it distracted. Rine shouted, channeling his power. His sword crackled with energy as he activated blade channeling, the weapon glowing with flames and lightning. Kaida grinned, her violet eyes gleaming. Wasn't planning on doing anything else. The battle raged on, the wyvern's roars echoing across the cliffs. Despite its ferocity, Rine and Kaida fought with precision and coordination, their bond as battle-hardened warriors evident in every move. As the beast reared back for a final attack, Rine summoned all his strength, his scales glowing brighter than ever. With a roar of his own, he leapt forward, his blade slicing through the wyvern's neck in a single, devastating blow. The creature collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, its body still as silence fell over the cliffs. Kaida sheathed her blades, breathing heavily as she glanced at Rine. Not bad, she said, her smirk returning. For a dragon man. Rine chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow. You didn't do so bad yourself, Shadowblade. As they stood over the fallen wyvern, the sunlight glinting off their weapons, Rine felt a sense of purpose settle over him. This was what freedom looked like, fighting not for survival, but for something greater. We'll take the head back to the guild, Rine said, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination. And then we'll see what else this world has to offer. Kaida nodded, her smirk softening into a genuine smile. Together. And for the first time in years, the path ahead felt wide open, filled with possibilities and the promise of a future they would carve out for themselves. Chapter 29, Awakening the Forgotten. The Adventurers' Guild Hall was unusually quiet when Rine and Kaida returned, the wyvern's severed head wrapped in heavy canvas and strapped to their pack. Eryk greeted them with a raised brow and a low whistle, his eyes flicking to the telltale blood stains on their armor. You actually pulled it off, he said, his tone a mix of respect and disbelief. A wyvern's no joke, even for seasoned hunters. Kaida smirked, tossing a bloodied rag onto the desk. Told you we weren't amateurs. Rine remained quiet, his crimson eyes distant as he leaned against the counter. There was a strange feeling coursing through him, a hum beneath his skin, like a pulse that wasn't entirely his own. It had started after the fight with the wyvern, a faint echo of something long forgotten. Rine? Kaida's voice pulled him back to the present. Her expression shifted from confident to concerned. You all right? He nodded slowly, pushing himself upright. Yeah. Just tired, he lied, though the unease in his chest told a different story. That night, as they rested in the modest room they shared at the guild, the hum grew stronger. It wasn't painful, but it was persistent, like a voice whispering just out of reach. Rine sat on the edge of the bed, staring at his hands as faint traces of energy crackled along his fingertips. Kaida, sharpening her blades at the small table, noticed the shift in the air. You've been quiet since we got back, she said, her tone softer than usual. What's going on? Rine hesitated before answering, unsure of how to put the sensation into words. Something's waking up, he said finally. It started after the fight. It feels familiar, but I can't place it. Kaida set her blade down and crossed the room, her violet eyes narrowing as she studied him. You mean your bloodline? That power of yours? Rine shook his head. No, it's different. He paused as a flash of light suddenly filled his vision, words forming in glowing letters that only he could see. System reawakening, complete welcome back, Rine Frostfang. Dormancy protocol disengaged. Initializing new parameters. Rine's breath caught as a flood of notifications filled his mind, each one unlocking something long buried. The dormant system he had relied on in his previous life, a guiding force that had vanished during his enslavement, was back. And it was stronger than ever. New class unlocked, draconic ascendant abilities and skills updated, new features added. Rine? Kaida's voice snapped him out of the trance. She was standing in front of him now, her brow furrowed. What's happening? It's my system, he said, his voice filled with wonder. It's reawakened. Kaida blinked, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. System? You've never mentioned that before. Rine exhaled slowly, his crimson eyes meeting hers. I didn't think it mattered. It went silent the day I was enslaved. I thought I'd lost it for good. Well, Kaida said, crossing her arms, clearly it's back. So what does it mean? Rine closed his eyes, focusing on the interface now glowing in his mind. He could feel the power surging through him, each new ability and skill waiting to be unlocked. Updated stats and skills: health, 4500/4500 mana, 3800/3800 strength, 40 dexterity, 35 constitution, 38 intelligence, 42 wisdom, 38 charisma, 25 new abilities, draconic dominion, project an aura of command that can inspire allies or intimidate foes within a wide radius. Flameborn rebirth, upon taking fatal damage, regenerate a portion of health and temporarily enhance all stats. Winged ascension, manifest spectral dragon wings for short bursts of flight or enhanced mobility in combat. Soulflame surge, unleash a devastating attack fueled by draconic energy, burning enemies and restoring mana. New passive traits: draconic insight, gain advanced perception, including the ability to detect hidden enemies and magical traps. Endless ember, continuous mana regeneration, even during combat. The words burned themselves into his mind as the system finished its updates, the hum in his chest now a steady thrum of power. Rine opened his eyes, and Kaida stepped back slightly at the faint glow radiating from him. You're glowing, she said, her tone cautious. It's stronger now, Rine murmured, flexing his fingers as arcs of energy danced along his skin. The system, my bloodline, it's all connected. And it's telling me I'm not done yet. Kaida raised an eyebrow, her smirk returning. Not done? Rine, we just took down a wyvern. What more could it possibly want from you? Rine stood, his scales shimmering faintly in the lamplight. Freedom was only the first step, he said, his voice resolute. Whatever's coming next, this system came back for a reason. And I need to be ready for it. Kaida studied him for a moment, then sighed and picked up her blade. Well, you'd better fill me in on this system of yours. If it's sticking around, I want to know what we're dealing with. Rine smiled faintly, his resolve solidifying. We're dealing with something bigger than the both of us. But like always, we'll face it together. As the night deepened, Rine felt a renewed sense of purpose. His system was more than a tool, it was a promise of strength, of destiny, and of the battles yet to come. Kaida leaned against the table, tapping her blade thoughtfully against the wooden surface. All right, she said, her tone sharp and curious. Let's start with the basics. What exactly is this system? Some kind of magic tied to your bloodline? Rine shook his head, pacing the room as he tried to explain. It's more than that. The system has been with me for as long as I can remember. It guided me in my old life, helping me grow stronger, learn faster, and adapt. Think of it as a constant mentor, a part of me that tracks my progress and unlocks new abilities when I push myself. Kaida raised an eyebrow, her smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. A magical tutor in your head? Sounds useful. Why didn't you use it in the Colosseum? It disappeared the day I was enslaved, Rine said, his voice darkening. I don't know why, but it went dormant. For years, I thought it was gone forever. But now... He clenched his fist, his crimson eyes glowing faintly. Now it's back, stronger than ever. And it's giving me access to things I didn't even know were possible. Kaida's expression shifted, her smirk fading into something more serious. And you think this system reawakening has to do with your bloodline? Rine nodded. It has to. Ever since my bloodline awakened, everything's been changing, my body, my senses, and now the system. It's all connected, but I don't know why. Not yet. Kaida tapped her blade against her palm, her violet eyes narrowing. So what's the plan? You've got all this power, but we both know power without direction is useless. What are we doing next? Rine stopped pacing and turned to her, his expression resolute. We keep moving forward. The system's here for a reason, and if it's telling me to grow stronger, then that's what I'll do. Whatever's coming, whatever it is that triggered this, I need to be ready. Kaida crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. All right, I'm with you. But let's be clear about one thing, if this system of yours pushes you too far, if it starts changing you into something you can't control, she stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. I'll stop you, Rine. I don't care how powerful you are. I won't lose you to this. Rine's expression softened, and he placed a hand on her shoulder. You won't have to. Whatever happens, I'll stay in control. I promise. Kaida held his gaze for a moment longer before nodding. Good. Because I've got enough to worry about without babysitting a dragon man losing his mind. Rine let out a soft chuckle, the tension in the room easing slightly. You really don't hold back, do you? Kaida smirked, stepping back toward the table. Would you want me to? Not a chance, Rine replied, his crimson eyes gleaming with faint amusement. As the night wore on, Rine and Kaida pored over the details of his reawakened system. The abilities it granted were powerful, but they came with risks. Flameborn Rebirth, for example, could save his life, but it would leave him vulnerable after the surge of power faded. Soulflame Surge was devastating but drained his energy at an alarming rate. Kaida listened intently, offering her own insights as they strategized. If we're going to use these abilities, We'll need to plan for their drawbacks, she said. You can't just unleash everything and hope for the best. That's how you get killed. Agreed, Rine said. The system might be powerful, but it's not invincible. I'll need to be smart about how I use it. Kaida leaned back in her chair, her arms crossed. Smart and careful. I'll hold you to that. By the time the first rays of dawn crept through the cracks in the wooden shutters, the two of them were exhausted but determined. Rine could feel the hum of the system settling into the back of his mind, a quiet but constant presence. For the first time in years, he felt like he was whole again. As Kaida gathered her gear, she glanced at him and said, "So, what's next, Dragon Boy? Back to the guild for another mission? Or are we hunting for answers about this system of yours?" Rine strapped his sword to his back, his crimson eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "Both," he said. "We take jobs, build our strength, and keep our eyes open for anything that might lead us to the truth. If this system is part of something bigger, we'll find out what it is." Kaida smirked, pulling on her cloak. "Sounds like a plan. Just try not to glow too much. You're already hard enough to miss." Rine chuckled, the sound light but filled with determination. No promises. Together, they stepped into the morning light, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Freedom had given them the chance to forge their own path, and they weren't going to waste it. With the system reawakened and their bond stronger than ever, Rine and Kaida were prepared to take on the world, and uncover the mysteries that lay ahead. Chapter 30, Unspoken Truths. The moon hung high over the city, its pale light casting a silvery glow across the rooftops and streets. The Adventurers Guild had quieted for the night, the usual rowdy crowd replaced by the soft hum of distant voices and the occasional creak of a floorboard. Rine sat alone on the balcony outside their shared room, his crimson eyes fixed on the stars. Kaida was inside, sharpening her blades as she often did before turning in. The faint sound of metal against stone carried through the open door, a rhythm Rine had grown accustomed to over the years. But tonight, it only added to the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. For years, Kaida had been his anchor, his partner in battle, and his closest confidant. She had fought by his side through the worst of it, her sharp wit and unwavering loyalty keeping him grounded when everything else seemed to fall apart. And now, with freedom finally within their grasp, Rine found himself wondering what their bond truly meant. He clenched his fists, the draconic scales on his knuckles glinting faintly in the moonlight. The system's reawakening, their battles, and their shared victories had given him purpose, but Kaida had given him something more. She had given him hope. Deep in thought again? Her voice broke the silence, and Rine turned to see Kaida leaning in the doorway, her violet eyes glinting with amusement. She stepped out onto the balcony, setting her blades aside as she leaned on the railing beside him. "You've been doing that a lot lately," she added, smirking. "Thinking so hard you might hurt yourself." Rine chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Old habits," he said. "Sometimes it's hard to turn them off." Kaida tilted her head, studying him. "You've been quiet all night. Something on your mind?" Rine hesitated, his gaze dropping to the city streets below. The words felt heavy in his throat, but he knew he couldn't keep them bottled up any longer. "Yeah," he admitted, his voice quieter than usual. "There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about." Kaida raised an eyebrow, leaning against the railing. "That sounds serious," she said, her tone light but curious. Rine exhaled slowly, gathering his thoughts. "We've been through a lot together, Kaida. The Colosseum, the fights, everything. And through it all, you've been there. You've kept me grounded, kept me alive." He turned to her, his crimson eyes meeting her violet ones. "You're the most important person in my life, and I need to know, do you feel the same?" Kaida blinked, her smirk fading as his words sank in. For a moment, she didn't respond, her expression unreadable. Kaida, Rine continued, his voice steady but filled with vulnerability. I'm not just talking about our partnership in battle. I mean us. I've spent years fighting to survive, but the only thing that's kept me going is knowing you're by my side. I need to know if you feel the same way. If there's something more between us. Kaida let out a soft breath, her violet eyes searching his face. You really don't hold back, do you? She said, her tone lighter than her expression. Rine managed a faint smile. You always said honesty was the best way to get through to you. She chuckled softly, shaking her head. Fair enough. Kaida turned her gaze to the city, her fingers drumming lightly on the railing. You're right, Rine. We've been through hell together. And yeah, I've kept you alive. But you've done the same for me. She paused, her voice softening. You're stubborn, reckless, and you drive me insane sometimes. But I trust you more than anyone. You've always had my back, and you've never let me down. That's not something I take lightly. Kaida turned back to him, her expression serious. I've never been one for sappy speeches or grand declarations, but I do feel the same way. I care about you, Rine. More than I've ever cared about anyone. Rine felt a wave of relief wash over him, his chest tightening with emotions he hadn't let himself fully feel until now. You have no idea how much that means to me, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Kaida smirked, though there was a softness in her eyes. Oh, I think I do. But don't think this changes anything. You're still the reckless dragon boy who needs me to keep him out of trouble. Rine chuckled, his crimson eyes glinting with warmth. And you're still the sharp-tongued shadow blade who keeps me on my toes. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kaida stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. Good. Kaida stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. Good. Because if we're going to do this, we're doing it on equal footing. No drama, no second-guessing. Just us. Agreed? Rine nodded, his expression softening as he placed his hand over hers. Agreed. I wouldn't want it any other way. They stood there for a moment, the silence between them comfortable for the first time in what felt like ages. The weight of unspoken feelings had lifted, replaced by something lighter, something hopeful. For Rine, it was as if the fire in his chest had found a new purpose beyond survival. Kaida leaned back against the railing, her smirk returning. So, what happens now, Dragon Boy? Do we tell the guild we're a team in more ways than one, or do we let them figure it out on their own? Rine chuckled, leaning beside her. Let's see how long it takes them to notice. Garrick's sharp, but I give him a week at best. Kaida laughed, the sound light and genuine. You're on. And when he figures it out, I'll make sure to remind you I called it first. Rine shook his head, his crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. I'm sure you will. But seriously, Kaida, thank you. For everything. Kaida tilted her head, her expression softening. You don't have to thank me, Rine. We've always been in this together. That's not changing just because we decided to be honest with each other. The moonlight cast shadows over their faces as they talked late into the night, sharing stories they hadn't told each other before. Kaida admitted how scared she'd been in the Colosseum, though she'd hidden it behind her sharp wit and bravado. Rine confessed how many times he'd almost given up but had kept going because of her unwavering presence. Do you remember that time we fought the Red Fangs? Kaida asked, her violet eyes gleaming with mischief. Rine groaned, rubbing his forehead. How could I forget? I thought we were done for when their leader had us cornered. Kaida grinned. And then you threw a rock at his head. A rock, Rine. Out of all the things you could have done. It worked, didn't it? Rine shot back, his smirk widening. Kaida laughed again, shaking her head. Yeah, but you looked so proud of yourself. Like you just figured out the secret to life. Rine shrugged. Sometimes, simple solutions are the best ones. As their laughter faded, the conversation turned quieter, more reflective. Kaida looked out over the city, her expression thoughtful. Do you think this is it? What we've been fighting for all this time, freedom, a chance to live our own lives. Rine considered her question, his gaze following hers to the city below. I think it's the beginning, he said. Freedom isn't just a destination. It's what we do with it that matters. And as long as we're together, I think we can figure it out. Kaida smiled faintly, her hand brushing against his. That's a good answer. You've been getting better at those. Must be your influence, Rine replied, his voice warm. The quiet stretched between them again, but this time it was filled with an unspoken understanding. The bond they had shared for years had only grown stronger, and the honesty between them now gave it new depth. Eventually, Kaida pushed off the railing, her sharp grin returning. All right, enough of this emotional stuff. If we stay out here any longer, Garrick's going to accuse us of plotting something. Rine stood, his scales glinting faintly in the moonlight as he followed her. Let him think what he wants. He already thinks we're troublemakers. Kaida smirked. He's not wrong. As they stepped back inside, the warmth of the guild hall greeted them, and the weight of their shared past felt a little lighter. For the first time in years, Rine felt like he had something to fight for beyond survival. Kaida glanced at him as they headed toward their room, her expression softer than usual. You know, Rine, she said, her voice quieter, I think we might actually have a shot at this. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes gleaming with resolve. We do. And no matter what comes next, we'll face it together. As the door closed behind them, the moonlight faded, leaving the two of them ready to face a future built on trust, honesty, and the unbreakable bond they had forged through fire and blood. Chapter 31, A Test of Unity. The early morning sun cast long shadows over the Adventurers Guild as its doors swung open. Rine and Kaida stepped inside, the soft hum of conversation and the clinking of tankards filling the air. The guild was as lively as ever, but today felt different. Whispers and curious glances followed them as they crossed the hall, their reputation as former Colosseum fighters and now partners in the guild growing rapidly. Word spreads fast, Kaida muttered under her breath, her violet eyes scanning the crowd. Seems like Eryk didn't keep quiet about the wyvern job. Rine smirked faintly, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. Let them talk. Better they're impressed than suspicious. As they approached the taskmaster's desk, Eryk greeted them with his usual gruff demeanor, though his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ah, the Colosseum duo. You've been the talk of the hall since that wyvern head landed on my desk. Got anything else planned to keep me on my toes? We're here for work, Eryk, Rine said, his tone calm but firm. The dwarf chuckled, pulling out a ledger. Work, eh? Well, I've got plenty of that. But you might be interested in something a bit more challenging. Kaida leaned on the counter, her smirk sharpening. You know we don't back down from a challenge. What's the job? Eryk lowered his voice, glancing around before speaking. There's been talk of something stirring in the ruins east of here. Bandits have been spotted moving in and out of the area, but they're not the real problem. Folks have reported strange lights, whispers in the dark, and people disappearing. Sounds like trouble, Kaida said, her tone intrigued. What's the pay? Eryk snorted. Enough to keep you comfortable for a while. But it's not just about the gold. If you take this on and succeed, you'll cement your place as top-tier adventurers around here. Rine glanced at Kaida, her expression already alight with interest. He turned back to Eryk and nodded. We'll take it. Send us the details. Good, Eryk said, sliding a scroll across the counter. But watch yourselves out there. This job's got a bad feelin' about it. Don't get cocky just because you took down a wyvern. Kaida snatched the scroll and tucked it into her belt. Cocky? Us? Never. Eryk rolled his eyes as they walked away. Don't say I didn't warn you. Later that day, Rine and Kaida prepared for the journey. The ruins were at least a day's ride from the city, and the reports of strange occurrences had them both on edge. As they saddled their horses in the stables, Kaida glanced at Rine. You think Eryk's exaggerating? She asked, her tone casual. Not likely, Rine replied, adjusting the straps on his pack. He wouldn't send us if it wasn't serious. Whatever's in those ruins, it's dangerous. Kaida smirked, swinging into her saddle. Dangerous is starting to feel normal for us. Rine climbed onto his horse, his crimson eyes scanning the horizon. Maybe. But we've got something to fight for now. That makes all the difference. Kaida's smirk softened, her violet eyes meeting his. Yeah, it does. The journey to the ruins was uneventful, the road winding through dense forests and rolling hills. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the ruins came into view, an unnatural chill settled over the air. The ruins were a crumbling maze of stone and shadow, their jagged edges silhouetted against the moonlight. Strange, flickering lights danced among the broken walls, and the faint sound of whispers carried on the wind. Kaida dismounted, her hand already on the hilt of her blade. This place gives me the creeps, she muttered, her voice low. Rine nodded, his scales faintly glowing as he activated draconic insight, his senses sharpening. There's something here, he said, his tone tense. Something watching us. As they approached the entrance to the ruins, a figure stepped out of the shadows. Clad in dark armor and wielding a jagged sword, the figure moved with a predatory grace. Behind them, more figures emerged, bandits, their weapons drawn, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Looks like we've got company, Kaida said, drawing her blades. Rine's sword crackled with energy as he stepped forward, his crimson eyes glowing. Stay close. We handle this together. The bandits charged, their battle cries echoing through the ruins. Rine and Kaida moved as one, their attacks coordinated and precise. Rine's sword erupted with flames as he unleashed soul flame surge, cutting through the first wave of attackers. Kaida darted between the bandits, her twin blades a blur as she struck with lethal precision. The dark-armored leader hung back, watching the fight with cold calculation. When the last of the bandits fell, the leader stepped forward, their jagged sword gleaming in the moonlight. You've done well to survive this far, the leader said, their voice low and menacing. But you'll go no further. Rine and Kaida exchanged a glance, their determination unshaken. We'll see about that, Rine said, his voice steady as his scales glinted in the dim light. Kaida smirked, her violet eyes narrowing. You picked the wrong people to mess with. As the leader raised their sword, the air around them darkened, and the whispers in the ruins grew louder. Whatever lay ahead, Rine and Kaida were ready to face it, together. Chapter 32, Whispers of Shadows. The air around the ruins seemed to grow heavier as the dark-armored figure raised their jagged blade. The whispers in the wind grew louder, almost tangible, like voices murmuring directly into Rine and Kaida's ears. The faint flickering lights among the ruins intensified, casting eerie shadows that danced like specters. Kaida tightened her grip on her twin blades, her violet eyes locked on the figure. This doesn't feel like your average bandit, she muttered, her voice low. Rine stepped forward, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as his draconic senses sharpened. The figure radiated a dark, unnatural energy that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. It's not, he said. There's something else at work here. Something wrong. The figure chuckled, a low, hollow sound that echoed through the ruins. You're perceptive, they said, their voice reverberating unnaturally. But it won't save you. Without warning, the figure lunged, their speed unnatural as they closed the distance in a blink. Rine met the strike head-on, his sword clashing with theirs in a burst of sparks. The impact forced him back a step, but he held his ground, the fire in his chest igniting as he pushed back with a surge of strength. Kaida darted to the side, circling the figure as she looked for an opening. She moved like a shadow, her blades gleaming in the flickering light. "Keep it busy," she called, her voice sharp and focused. The figure fought with a ferocity that was almost inhuman, their strikes precise and unrelenting. Rine's blade crackled with energy as he deflected each blow, his movements deliberate and measured. But there was a weight to the figure's attacks, a dark power that seemed to sap the strength from the air around them. "Kaida!" Rine shouted, his voice strained as he blocked another strike. "Now!" Kaida appeared behind the figure in a blur of motion, her twin blades slashing at their exposed back. The figure twisted unnaturally, dodging the attack with an almost serpentine grace. Their sword lashed out, forcing Kaida to backflip out of range. "Fast," she muttered, landing smoothly. "But not invincible." Rine activated Draconic Dominion, his presence surging outward in an aura of fiery energy. The figure hesitated for a moment, their movements faltering as they seemed to register the raw power emanating from him. "This ends now," Rine growled, his voice resonating with a deep, primal authority. The figure snarled, their jagged sword glowing with an unnatural black light. "You think you've already won? Foolish." They plunged the blade into the ground, and the entire ruin seemed to shudder. Shadows erupted from the earth, twisting and writhing as they formed humanoid shapes, dark, wraith-like creatures with hollow eyes that glowed faintly. Kaida cursed under her breath. "Great! More company." Rine's scales shimmered as he summoned Soul Flame Surge, the flames along his sword growing brighter. "We take them down first. Then we deal with the leader." The shadow creatures lunged, their movements erratic but deadly. Rine swung his sword in a wide arc, the flames engulfing several of the creatures and reducing them to ash. Kaida weaved between the shadows, her blade striking with lethal precision as she dismantled their numbers. Despite their skill, the creatures kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. Rine could feel the strain building, the constant battle testing his endurance. "We need to take out the source," Kaida shouted, slashing through another wraith. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes locking onto the dark-armored figure. The whispers in the air grew louder as he focused, their words indistinct but filled with malice. Summoning his strength, Rine charged the figure, his blade glowing with fiery energy. The figure met his attack with their jagged sword, the clash sending shockwaves through the ruins. For a moment, the two were locked in a battle of wills, their weapons sparking as their powers collided. "You cannot stop what has already begun," the figure hissed, their voice layered with an otherworldly echo. "The shadows will consume all." Rine gritted his teeth, the fire in his chest blazing brighter. "Not while I'm still standing." With a roar, he pushed forward, breaking the stalemate and driving the figure back. Kaida took advantage of the opening, darting in from the side and slashing at the figure's leg. Her blades found their mark, and the figure stumbled, their movements faltering. "Now, Rine!" Kaida yelled. Rine raised his sword high, the flames along its edge flaring with intensity. He brought it down in a devastating soul flame surge, the impact creating a fiery explosion that engulfed the figure and the surrounding shadows. When the flames subsided, the ruins were eerily quiet. The shadow creatures had vanished, and the dark-armored figure lay motionless on the ground, their jagged sword shattered beside them. Kaida approached cautiously, her blade still drawn. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice tense. Rine knelt beside the figure, his crimson eyes narrowing as he examined them. The dark energy that had surrounded them was gone, leaving only a lifeless husk. "For now," he said, standing. "But this wasn't random. Someone, or something, sent them." Kaida sheathed her blades, her expression grim. You think this is part of something bigger? Rine nodded, his scales faintly glowing in the moonlight. I don't know what yet, but we'll find out. As they left the ruins, the whispers in the air faded, but the unease in their chests lingered. Whatever had happened here was just the beginning, and Rine and Kaida knew they were stepping into a larger game, one where the stakes were far greater than their own survival. Chapter 33, Shadows and Revelations. The ride back to the Adventurers Guild was silent, the rhythmic clatter of hooves on the dirt road the only sound between Rine and Kaida. The weight of the battle in the ruins lingered in the air, the memory of the shadowy whispers and unnatural creatures pressing on their minds. Kaida finally broke the silence, her voice edged with unease. That wasn't just some rogue bandit leader. Whatever was controlling them, it wasn't human. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes fixed on the horizon. I could feel it, he said, his voice quiet but steady. That energy, the way it twisted the air, it was unnatural. And the whispers, he trailed off, the memory of the dark voices sending a shiver down his spine. Kaida tilted her head, glancing at him. You heard them too? I thought it was just me. They felt personal. Like they were digging into my head. Rine frowned. That's exactly what it felt like. They weren't just noise. They were trying to break us, to make us doubt ourselves. Kaida let out a sharp breath, her grip tightening on the reins. Whatever it was, it's dead now. But if this is just the beginning, we need to figure out what we're dealing with, and fast. By the time they returned to the guild, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city. Eryk greeted them at the entrance, his sharp eyes immediately picking up on their exhausted expressions. Well, you're back in one piece, he said, crossing his arms. That's a good sign. What happened out there? Kaida dropped the scroll detailing the job onto his desk. The reports weren't exaggerated, she said bluntly. The ruins were crawling with shadows, literally. Something dark was controlling them, using the bandits as pawns. We stopped it, but it wasn't a clean fight. Eryk frowned, flipping through the scroll. Shadows, you say? And something controlling them. He looked up, his expression grim. That doesn't sound like any ordinary job. You think it was magical? Without a doubt, Rine said, leaning against the counter. The energy coming off that leader wasn't natural. It was like they were possessed. Eryk grunted, his fingers drumming against the wood. This isn't the first time I've heard of something like this. There have been rumors of dark magic cropping up in the region, strange occurrences, people disappearing, and now this. It's all connected, I'll bet my beard on it. Kaida raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, why hasn't the guild done anything about it? Or the kingdom, for that matter? Because no one knows where to start, Eryk admitted, his tone frustrated. These things happen in the shadows, far from the reach of the law. And by the time we get word, it's too late to act. He leaned closer, his voice dropping. But if you two are willing, this could be bigger than a standard contract. The guild needs people who can handle this kind of threat. You've proven yourselves more than capable. Rine exchanged a glance with Kaida, her smirk faint but her eyes sharp. What do you think? He asked. She shrugged, though there was a spark of determination in her expression. Sounds like trouble. I'm in. Rine turned back to Eryk and nodded. If this is connected to what we saw in the ruins, we'll handle it. But we'll need more information. Start digging, Eryk. Anything you can find, old reports, witnesses, rumors. We'll need all of it. The dwarf grinned, his respect for the pair clear in his eyes. You've got it. Just don't go getting yourselves killed. I'd hate to lose my best adventurers. Later that night, Rine and Kaida sat in their room, the faint glow of a single lantern casting shadows on the walls. Rine sharpened his sword, the steady rhythm of the whetstone calming his thoughts. Kaida leaned back in her chair, her twin blades resting on the table. "This is bigger than we thought, isn't it?" she asked, her voice soft but serious. "It is," Rine said, his gaze distant. "The system reawakening, the shadows in the ruins, it's all connected. I don't believe in coincidences, Kaida. Something is stirring, and we're caught in the middle of it." Kaida studied him for a moment before nodding. "Good. I'd hate for life to get boring." Rine let out a faint chuckle, the sound easing some of the tension in the room. "Boring isn't in our vocabulary, is it?" Kaida smirked. "Not a chance." As the night deepened, Rine's mind wandered to the system that had guided him for so long. He closed his eyes, focusing on the faint hum in the back of his mind. The notifications had been quiet since the battle, but he could feel the power within him growing, waiting to be unleashed. System, he thought, testing the connection. What's next? The faint glow of the interface appeared in his mind, the words forming slowly but clearly. Mission updated, investigate the shadow threat, new ability available, draconic ward, protect allies from magical influences and shadow-based attacks. Rine opened his eyes, the faint glimmer of resolve returning to his expression. "We're on the right path," he said quietly. Kaida glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rine looked at her, his crimson eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "It means we're ready for whatever comes next." Kaida leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. "I hope you're right, Dragon Boy. Because something tells me this is just the beginning." Rine nodded, his resolve solidifying. "It is. But we'll face it together." As the lantern flickered and the night pressed on, they prepared themselves for the battles to come, knowing the shadows they faced were only the beginning of something far greater. Chapter 34, A Dark Warning. The guild was already bustling with activity the next morning when Rine and Kaida descended the stairs from their room. The hall was filled with adventurers chatting loudly, examining job postings, and polishing their weapons. The usual chaos was comforting, but it didn't distract Rine from the unease lingering in the back of his mind. Kaida nudged him with her elbow as they approached Garrick's desk. "You've got that thinking too hard look again," she said, smirking. "What's on your mind?" Rine glanced at her, his crimson eyes narrowing. "It's the shadows from last night," he admitted. "Whatever that thing was, it wasn't working alone. There's more to this." Kaida's smirk faded slightly, replaced by a thoughtful expression. "You think it's connected to the dark magic Eryk mentioned?" "I'd bet on it," Rine said, his tone firm. "This isn't over. Not by a long shot." Eryk looked up as they approached, his beard shifting as he let out a grunt of acknowledgement. "You're up early," he said. "Good. I've been digging through the guild's old records like you asked." "What did you find?" Rine asked, leaning on the counter. "Not much," Eryk admitted, pulling out a stack of weathered parchment. "But what I did find isn't good. Similar reports of shadows and strange occurrences have been cropping up for years, but they're scattered, different regions, different circumstances. No one's been able to connect the dots until now." Kaida tilted her head, her violet eyes narrowing. "And what do those dots say?" Eryk tapped a map pinned to the wall behind him. "The activity seems to be spreading outward from a central point," he said, his finger tracing a line to a marked location. "A place called Ashfall Hollow. It's an abandoned settlement deep in the forest, about 2 days' ride from here. If there's a source for this darkness, that's where you'll find it." Rine studied the map, his jaw tightening. "Ashfall Hollow, why does that sound familiar?" "Probably because it's been a ghost story for decades," Eryk said. "The town fell apart years ago, after the mines dried up. But the stories say people started disappearing before the collapse. Whispers of strange rituals and darker things. Kaida crossed her arms, her expression sharp. And you think that's where this shadow magic started? It's the best lead we've got, Eryk said. But you should know, no one who's gone there has ever come back. Rine exchanged a glance with Kaida, her smirk returning faintly despite the grim news. Sounds like our kind of place, she said. Of course it does, Rine replied dryly. The ride to Ashfall Hollow was uneventful at first, the road winding through dense forests and rolling hills. But as the second day wore on, the atmosphere began to shift. The air grew colder, and a faint mist clung to the ground, swirling around their horses' hooves. Kaida rubbed her arms, her tone laced with unease. Tell me it's not just me feeling this. It's not, Rine said, his crimson eyes scanning the trees. Something's wrong here. Stay alert. As they approached the outskirts of the settlement, the forest gave way to crumbling buildings and overgrown paths. The ruins of Ashfall Hollow stood silent and foreboding, their decayed walls seeming to lean inward as if the place itself was alive. Kaida dismounted, her twin blades already in her hands. This place looks worse than I imagined, she muttered. And that's saying something. Rine stepped forward, his scales faintly shimmering as he activated Draconic Insight. The faint glow illuminated the mist around them, and he froze as he saw shapes moving in the fog. We're not alone, he said, his voice low but steady. The shapes emerged slowly, their forms indistinct at first but becoming clearer as they approached. Shadowy humanoid figures with hollow eyes and clawed hands moved toward them, their bodies shifting and flickering like smoke. Shadows, Kaida said, her tone sharp. Just like the ruins. Rine drew his sword, the blade igniting with flames as he stepped into a defensive stance. This time, we're ready. The shadows lunged, their movements erratic but fast. Rine swung his sword in a wide arc, the flames searing through the nearest creatures and scattering them into the mist. Kaida darted between the others, her twin blades flashing as she struck with lethal precision. The battle was chaotic, the shadows relentless as they reformed and attacked again. But Rine and Kaida moved in perfect sync, their experience and trust in each other turning the tide. As the last shadow dissipated, the mist began to clear, revealing a single figure standing in the doorway of a crumbling church at the center of the settlement. The figure was cloaked in black, their face obscured by a hood, and they held a staff carved from dark, twisted wood. You've come far, the figure said, their voice cold and hollow. But you've only just begun to understand the power you face. Rine stepped forward, his sword still glowing with flames. Who are you? What do you want? The figure chuckled softly, the sound echoing unnaturally. Names are meaningless. What matters is that you are meddling in forces far beyond your comprehension. Kaida raised her blades, her violet eyes narrowing. Try us. The figure raised their staff, and the air around them darkened as shadows began to swirl once more. Very well, they said. Let me show you the truth. As the darkness surged forward, Rine and Kaida braced themselves, ready to face whatever came next. The fight wasn't over, it was only just beginning. The swirling darkness erupted from the figure's staff like a tidal wave, rushing toward Rine and Kaida with a force that shook the ground beneath their feet. Rine stepped forward, raising his sword as its flames flared brighter. He activated Draconic Ward, summoning a shimmering barrier of fiery energy that enveloped both himself and Kaida. The shadowy wave collided with the barrier, crackling and hissing as it tried to pierce through. The force of the impact sent Rine sliding back a few paces, but he held firm, his crimson eyes glowing fiercely. It won't hold forever, he said through gritted teeth. We need to take the fight to them. Kaida nodded, her twin blades already in motion. She darted forward, using the cover of the ward to close the distance between herself and the figure. Her movements were swift and precise, a blur of motion as she struck at the figure's exposed side. But the figure was faster than they anticipated. With a flick of their staff, they summoned a tendril of shadow that lashed out, forcing Kaida to dodge. "Quick for someone cloaked in darkness," she muttered, her smirk sharpening. "Let's see if you can keep up." Rine dropped the ward, channeling its energy into his sword as he advanced. Flames danced along the blade's edge, their heat dispelling the lingering shadows around him. The figure turned their attention to him, raising their staff to block his attack. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying as Rine's fiery blade met the dark, twisted wood. The figure's hood shifted slightly, revealing pale, hollow features and eyes that burned with a faint, unnatural glow. "You wield the power of dragons," they said, their voice eerily calm. "But do you truly understand what it means?" Rine pushed forward, forcing the figure back with a surge of strength. "I understand enough," he said, his voice steady. "Enough to know that whatever you're doing here needs to stop." The figure chuckled, their laughter echoing unnaturally. "You think you can stop this? You think you can stand against the tide of darkness? Foolish." Kaida took advantage of the distraction, slipping behind the figure and striking at their back. Her blades found purchase, cutting through the edge of their cloak and drawing a hiss of pain. The figure spun, their staff glowing with dark energy as they sent a pulse of force outward. The pulse caught Kaida mid-step, sending her skidding back across the broken stone. She gritted her teeth, pushing herself up and glaring at the figure. "Cheap tricks won't save you," she said, her voice sharp. Rine pressed the attack, swinging his sword in a wide arc that forced the figure to step back. The flames from his blade licked at the edges of their cloak, but the figure moved with an unnatural grace, avoiding the worst of the strikes. "You're strong," the figure admitted, their voice carrying a hint of grudging respect. "But strength alone will not be enough to save you." The air around them grew heavier, and the ground beneath their feet began to crack as dark energy surged from the figure's staff. The shadows around the crumbling church seemed to come alive, writhing and twisting as they formed into monstrous shapes. Rine gripped his sword tightly, his gaze darting between the emerging creatures. "Kaida, watch my back." "Always," she replied, her twin blades gleaming as she stepped into position beside him. The shadow creatures lunged, their distorted forms moving with terrifying speed. Rine swung his sword in a fiery arc, cutting through two of the creatures as they charged. Kaida moved like a shadow herself, her blades flashing as she struck with precision, dismantling the creatures one by one. But the figure didn't relent. They raised their staff high, chanting in a language that sent chills down Rine's spine. The remaining shadow creatures surged forward, their attacks growing more coordinated and ferocious. Kaida glanced at Rine, her voice tense but determined. "We can't keep this up forever. We need to take them out now." Rine nodded, the fire in his chest blazing as he summoned his strength. His sword glowed brighter, the flames intensifying as he activated Soul Flame's surge. The energy surged through him, and with a roar, he charged the figure, his blade cutting through the shadows that tried to stop him. The figure turned to face him, their staff glowing with dark energy. "You cannot defeat me," they said, their voice a mix of anger and amusement. "You do not understand the power you face." Rine's crimson eyes locked onto theirs, his voice steady and filled with resolve. "I don't need to understand it to stop it." With a final, powerful strike, Rine brought his sword down, the flames erupting in a fiery explosion that engulfed the figure. The blast sent a shockwave through the ruins, scattering the remaining shadows and leaving the area eerily quiet. When the dust settled, the figure was gone, their staff lying shattered on the ground. The dark energy that had filled the air was fading, replaced by a heavy stillness. Kaida approached, her blade still drawn as she surveyed the scene. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice cautious. Rine knelt beside the broken staff, his scales shimmering faintly. "For now," he said, his tone thoughtful. "But this isn't the end. They were just a piece of something bigger." Kaida sighed, sheathing her blades. "Of course they were. It's never simple, is it? Rine shook his head, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Not for us. As they turned to leave the ruins, the moonlight broke through the lingering mist, casting a pale glow over the crumbling buildings. The battle was over, but the shadows still loomed, their true source yet to be uncovered. For Rine and Kaida, the fight was only just beginning. Chapter 35. The weight of victory. The ride back to the guild was quiet, the silence between Rine and Kaida punctuated only by the steady clatter of hooves on the road. The ruins of Ashfall Hollow were far behind them, but the memories of what they had faced lingered in the back of their minds. Kaida broke the silence first, her voice low but steady. That figure, the one controlling the shadows, they weren't lying when they said this was bigger than we realized. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes fixed on the horizon. I know. Whatever they were doing there, it was just a part of something larger. The shadows, the rituals, the energy, it's all connected. We need answers. Kaida tilted her head slightly, watching him out of the corner of her eye. And what if we don't like the answers we find? Rine let out a slow breath, his grip tightening on the reins. Then we deal with them anyway. We've come too far to back down now. Kaida smirked faintly, her violet eyes glinting with a mix of admiration and amusement. You're annoyingly stubborn, you know that? Rine glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Takes one to know one. By the time they reached the city, the sun was dipping below the horizon, bathing the streets in a warm, golden glow. The guild hall was bustling with activity as they dismounted, the usual noise and chaos welcoming them back like an old friend. Eryk spotted them from across the room, his sharp eyes narrowing as he waved them over. You look like you've seen a ghost, he said as they approached. What happened out there? Kaida dropped the broken staff onto his desk, the twisted wood still faintly radiating a cold, unsettling energy. This happened, she said. And a lot more. Eryk frowned, leaning closer to examine the staff without touching it. What in the god's name is this? Dark magic, Rine said, his tone grim. The figure we fought was using it to control shadows. They said it was just the beginning, part of something much larger. Eryk let out a low whistle, his expression darkening. This isn't good. Not at all. If this is what's stirring in the ruins, it won't stay contained for long. It'll spread. Kaida crossed her arms, her tone sharp. Then we need to stop it before it does. What else do you have for us, Eryk? Anything that connects to this? The dwarf shook his head, his brow furrowed. Not yet, but I'll keep digging. Whatever this is, it's not the kind of trouble we can ignore. Rine nodded, his resolve firm. We're counting on you. Let us know as soon as you find anything. Eryk leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard. I will. But you two should rest. You've been going full tilt since the wyvern job. Don't burn yourselves out. Kaida raised an eyebrow, smirking. We'll rest when this is over. Eryk snorted. Of course you will. Later that night, Rine and Kaida sat on the balcony outside their room, the city lights twinkling in the distance. The weight of the day's events pressed on them, but the cool night air offered a moment of peace. Kaida leaned back in her chair, her legs stretched out in front of her. You think Eryk's right? That this is bigger than just a few shadows in some ruins? Rine stared out at the horizon, his crimson eyes thoughtful. I do. The figure we fought, the way they talked, it wasn't just about power. There's something deeper behind all of this. Something old. Kaida glanced at him, her smirk softening. You're really good at making things sound ominous, you know that? Rine chuckled lightly, shaking his head. It's not intentional. Just being honest. Kaida turned her gaze to the stars, her voice quieter now. We've been through a lot, Rine. Fought things we barely understood. But this, it feels different. It does, Rine admitted. But that doesn't mean we stop. Whatever's coming, we'll face it together. Kaida smiled faintly, her violet eyes glinting in the moonlight. Together, she echoed. As the city settled into the quiet of the night, Rine leaned back in his chair, letting the cool breeze wash over him. The battles they had fought and the challenges ahead weighed heavily on his mind, but he found comfort in Kaida's presence. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to relax, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they were ready to face it, side by side. Chapter 36, A New Purpose. The soft glow of dawn filtered through the wooden shutters of their room, casting warm beams of light across the modest space. The usual noise of the guild hall below was muffled, replaced by the quiet hum of the early morning. Rine stirred awake, his body instinctively tightening its hold around Kaida, who lay nestled against him. Her breathing was steady, her form relaxed in a rare moment of peace. The warmth of her presence anchored him, a stark contrast to the chaos they had endured together. But as Rine stared at the ceiling, a thought stirred in his mind, something he hadn't allowed himself to consider in years. His siblings. For so long, the idea of finding them had been overshadowed by survival, by the battles and bloodshed of the Colosseum. But now, with freedom at his fingertips and Kaida at his side, the possibility seemed closer than ever. He glanced down at Kaida, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he watched her sleep. "Kaida," he whispered softly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. She stirred, her violet eyes fluttering open as a faint smirk crossed her lips. "Waking me up already," she murmured, her voice thick with sleep. Rine chuckled, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Sorry. I couldn't help it. There's something I need to talk to you about." Kaida sat up slightly, her smirk fading into a look of curiosity. "This early? Must be important." "It is," Rine said, his tone thoughtful. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I've been thinking about my siblings. When we were taken, we were separated, and I don't know what happened to them. But now I think it's time to find out." Kaida studied him, her expression unreadable at first. "You never talk about them," she said quietly. "Not really. What brought this on?" Rine sighed, leaning back against the headboard. "I think I've been too scared to. Afraid of what I'd find, or worse, what I wouldn't find. But after everything we've been through, I can't keep running from it. If they're out there, I need to know. I owe it to them." Kaida reached for his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "You don't owe them anything, Rine. But if this is something you need to do, then we'll do it. Together." Rine's gaze softened, his crimson eyes meeting hers. "You'd really come with me? Even though it might take us far from here?" Kaida smirked faintly, her violet eyes gleaming. "Wherever you go, Dragon Boy, I go. We're a team, remember?" The weight in Rine's chest lifted slightly, replaced by a sense of purpose. He pulled Kaida closer, his arms wrapping around her as he pressed his forehead to hers. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For always being there." Kaida leaned into him, her smirk softening into a genuine smile. "You'd do the same for me," she said simply. For a while, they lay there in comfortable silence, the morning sun growing brighter as it filled the room. Rine's mind raced with possibilities, questions he hadn't allowed himself to dwell on for years. Where were his siblings now? Were they safe? Did they even remember him? Kaida eventually pulled away, stretching as she stood. "All right," she said, her tone practical. "If we're doing this, we'll need a plan. Do you have any leads to start with?" Rine shook his head, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "Not yet. But I remember things, details from the day we were taken. Names of towns, the routes we traveled. If we trace those steps, we might find something." Kaida began gathering her gear, her movements efficient as always. Then let's start there. We'll talk to Eryk, see if the guild has any maps or records that can help. And if we need to travel, we'll take a few jobs along the way to keep the coin flowing. Rine nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I knew there was a reason I kept you around. Kaida shot him a look, her smirk returning. You'd be lost without me. Probably, Rine admitted with a chuckle. As they prepared to leave the room, Rine felt a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. The journey ahead was uncertain, but it was one he couldn't ignore any longer. With Kaida at his side, he knew he had the strength to face whatever they found, whether it was hope, heartbreak, or something in between. By the time they reached the guild hall, the usual bustle of activity was in full swing. Eryk spotted them immediately, raising an eyebrow as they approached. You two look like you've got something on your minds, he said, crossing his arms. What's the plan now? Rine exchanged a glance with Kaida before answering. We need maps, he said. Old ones. Anything that shows the trade routes and towns from 10 years ago. Eryk's brow furrowed. That's a strange request. What are you chasing? My past, Rine said simply. Eryk studied him for a moment before nodding. All right. I'll see what I can dig up. But be careful, Rine. The past doesn't always like being uncovered. Rine's expression hardened, his resolve unshaken. I know. But it's time to stop running from it. As Eryk turned to gather what they needed, Kaida leaned closer to Rine, her voice quiet but firm. No matter what we find, we face it together. Got it? Rine smiled, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination. Got it. Their new journey was just beginning, but for the first time in years, Rine felt like he was heading towards something that truly mattered. Kaida watched Rine closely as they sat at one of the guild hall's tables, waiting for Eryk to return with the maps. His usual calm resolve was tinged with something more, an intensity she wasn't used to seeing. She rested her chin on her hand, studying him. You're really set on this, aren't you? Rine glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I've been running for so long, Kaida. From the Colosseum, from the shadows we've been fighting, even from myself. It's time I stopped. My siblings are out there somewhere, and if I can find them, if they're still alive, I have to try. Kaida nodded, her expression softening. I get it. Family's not something you can replace. Even if you've been apart for years, that connection doesn't go away. And for what it's worth, I think they'll be lucky to see you again. Rine's smile grew slightly, the warmth in her words grounding him. Thanks, Kaida. I don't know where this journey's going to take us, but I'm glad you're with me. Kaida smirked, leaning back in her chair. You'll owe me after this, Dragon Boy. I'm thinking at least a lifetime's worth of drinks. Rine chuckled, the weight in his chest lifting slightly. Deal. As Eryk returned with a bundle of maps and scrolls, the uncertainty of their path ahead didn't feel as daunting. With Kaida's unwavering loyalty and his renewed determination, Rine knew that whatever they found, they would face it together, and that was enough to keep him moving forward. Chapter 37, Paths converged. The morning sun struggled to pierce the dense canopy of the forest as Rine and Kaida rode along a winding dirt path. The maps Eryk had provided were tucked securely in Rine's pack, alongside a few key notes pointing to potential leads on his siblings. Though the trail was cold after so many years, the pieces they had gathered gave them a starting point, an old mining settlement called Emberfall, long abandoned but rumored to have been used as a slaver's route. Kaida adjusted her cloak as a chilly breeze cut through the trees. Emberfall, she said, her tone skeptical. What are the odds this place still holds anything useful? If it's been abandoned that long, we might just find rubble and rats. Maybe, Rine admitted, his crimson eyes scanning the dense woods ahead. But it's the first lead we've had in years. If there's even a chance it connects to where my siblings were taken, we have to check. Kaida sighed, giving him a sidelong glance. You know I'm with you, no matter what. I just hope you're ready if what we find there isn't what you're hoping for. Rine clenched the reins, his grip tightening. I've spent years imagining the worst, he said quietly. Whatever's waiting for us there, it won't be worse than not knowing. As they neared Emberfall, the air grew colder, and the forest thinned to reveal jagged cliffs and rocky outcroppings. The remains of the mining settlement came into view, a cluster of decayed buildings nestled in a hollow at the base of a steep ridge. The settlement was eerily silent, the wind carrying faint whispers that seemed to come from the ruins themselves. Rine dismounted, his boots crunching against the brittle grass as he scanned the area. Kaida followed, her twin blades drawn and ready. This place reeks of trouble, she muttered, her violet eyes darting to the shadows cast by the crumbling buildings. It's too quiet, Rine agreed, his scales faintly glowing as he activated draconic insight. The energy surged through him, sharpening his senses and revealing faint traces of movement in the shadows. Kaida crouched low, her voice barely above a whisper. Shadows again? No, Rine said, his gaze narrowing. People. They're hiding. Before Kaida could respond, a figure stepped out from behind a crumbling wall. It was a man clad in patched leather armor, his face gaunt and weathered. He held a rusted sword at his side, but his posture wasn't immediately threatening. You shouldn't be here, the man said, his voice rough and strained. Turn back while you still can. Rine stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We're looking for answers, he said firmly. About this place and what happened here. If you know anything, tell us. The man shook his head, his eyes darting nervously to the ruins. This place is cursed, he said. It's been dead for years, but recently, things have started moving in the dark. People go missing. Voices call out at night. You don't want to get caught up in it. Kaida raised an eyebrow, her blade still at the ready. And yet, here you are. What's your story? I'm just a scavenger, the man said defensively. Picking through what's left, trying to survive. But I've seen enough to know this place isn't safe. Whatever you're looking for, it's not worth it. Rine's crimson eyes burned with determination. I've faced worse than curses. Tell me, have you seen anyone else? People traveling through here? Maybe years ago? The man hesitated, his expression shifting. Years ago, he murmured. There was a group that passed through here. Slavers. They didn't stay long, but they were moving prisoners. A few of them were kids. Rine's breath caught, the word striking him like a blow. Do you remember anything else? Where they were headed? The man frowned, scratching his head. North, maybe? Toward the mountains. That's all I know, I swear. Kaida stepped closer, her voice cold. And the shadows? What's moving in the dark now? The scavenger's face darkened, and he glanced nervously at the ruins again. I don't know. People say the shadows whisper your secrets, your fears. Some say it's the souls of the dead. All I know is, if you go poking around here, they'll find you. Rine exchanged a glance with Kaida, her violet eyes gleaming with a mix of caution and resolve. We're not leaving, Rine said, turning back to the man. If there's something here connected to the shadows, we need to find it. The scavenger stared at him for a moment before sighing in defeat. Suit yourselves, he muttered. Just don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he retreated into the forest, disappearing into the trees. Kaida let out a low breath, her gaze fixed on the ruins. What do you think? Could this place hold the answers you're looking for? Maybe, Rine said, his voice steady. But even if it doesn't, the shadows here are part of something bigger. If we're going to stop whatever's coming, this is as good a place to start as any. Kaida smirked faintly, adjusting her grip on her blades. Then let's go find out what's hiding in the dark. As they stepped into the ruins, the air grew colder still, the whispers growing louder with each step. Rine felt the weight of his goals pressing on him. Finding his siblings and unraveling the darkness were no longer separate missions. They were threads in the same web, leading him deeper into a mystery that would change everything. The ruins loomed larger as Rine and Kaida ventured deeper into Emberfall. The decaying buildings leaned at odd angles, their cracked stone walls tangled with creeping vines. Every step they took echoed unnaturally in the still air, as though the ruins themselves were listening. Kaida's grip on her twin blades tightened, her violet eyes scanning every shadow. The scavenger wasn't kidding, she muttered. This place feels wrong. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as he activated Draconic Insight again. The ability heightened his senses, allowing him to see faint traces of magic lingering in the air. The ruins weren't just abandoned, they were infused with a dark, pulsing energy. There's magic here, Rine said, his voice low. Powerful magic. It's old, but it's still active. Something, or someone, didn't want anyone leaving this place. Kaida frowned, her blades glinting in the dim light. You think this ties into the shadows we've been fighting? It has to, Rine replied. The patterns, the whispers, the way the air feels, it's the same as Ashfall Hollow, but stronger. He stopped, his gaze fixing on the crumbling structure of a church at the center of the settlement. Whatever's behind this, it's in there. The closer they came to the church, the louder the whispers grew. At first, they were indistinct, like the wind rustling through the trees. But as they neared the broken doors, the voices sharpened, their tones layered and eerie. Rine froze as he recognized one of the whispers. It was his own voice, distorted and hollow. The words it spoke were fragments of his darkest moments, memories of failure and despair from his time in the Colosseum. Kaida noticed the change in his expression and stepped closer. You hear it too, don't you? She asked, her voice softer than usual. Rine nodded, his jaw tightening. It's trying to get in my head. Showing me things I'd rather forget. Kaida placed a hand on his shoulder, her presence steadying him. Don't let it. You're stronger than that, Rine. We've faced worse. Her words cut through the haze, and Rine exhaled, regaining his focus. Thanks, he said, his voice steadier. Let's keep moving. The inside of the church was even darker than the ruins outside. The faint light that filtered through the broken windows seemed to dim as it touched the interior, leaving long shadows that twisted and writhed unnaturally. The air was heavy, and the whispers became a low, resonant hum that vibrated in their bones. In the center of the church, an altar stood shrouded in black, pulsating energy. Symbols were carved into the stone, glowing faintly with a sickly green light. Surrounding the altar were skeletal remains, their forms twisted and unnatural, as though their final moments had been marked by agony. Kaida's voice was low and tense. This isn't just a ruin. It's a ritual site. Whatever happened here, it was meant to summon or bind something. Rine stepped closer to the altar, his sword drawn and glowing faintly with flames. The energy radiating from the symbols was familiar, a dark echo of the shadows they had fought before. This isn't just a place of death, he said grimly. It's a place of power. Something was born here. Kaida frowned, her blades raised. Or something is waiting to be reborn. As they examined the altar, the whispers suddenly grew louder, becoming a cacophony of voices that echoed through the church. The shadows around the walls began to writhe violently, pulling together into a singular, humanoid shape. The figure was tall and shrouded in darkness, its form shifting and unstable. Two glowing eyes pierced through the black mass, locking onto Rine and Kaida. When it spoke, its voice was a chilling blend of many, layered and echoing unnaturally. Why have you come here? It asked, the words reverberating through the room. Rine stepped forward, his sword crackling with energy. To stop whatever you are, he said, his voice steady. You've been spreading your darkness across the land, poisoning everything you touch. It ends here. The figure let out a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a growl. You speak as though you understand, it said. But you know nothing. This darkness is not mine alone. It is the will of something far greater. You cannot stop what is already in motion. Kaida raised her blades, her stance defensive. We've heard that before, she said sharply. And we've proven it wrong every time. The figure extended a shadowy arm, pointing toward Rine. You carry the fire of dragons, it said. A light in the darkness. But even the brightest flame can be consumed. When your strength falters, when your resolve breaks, you will see the truth. You will see the end. Rine's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his sword. You can try, he said, his voice filled with quiet determination. But I won't falter. Not here. Not now. The figure's glowing eyes burned brighter, and the shadows around the church surged toward them, the air growing colder as the battle began. Rine and Kaida moved in perfect sync, their weapons cutting through the dark energy as they fought against the rising tide of shadows. Though the whispers clawed at their minds and the shadows pressed relentlessly, Rine felt a fire burn brighter within him, not just the draconic power that surged through his veins, but the strength of his purpose. He wasn't just fighting to survive, he was fighting for his siblings, for the future, and for the chance to push back against the darkness threatening to consume everything. And with Kaida at his side, he knew they could overcome whatever the shadows threw at them. Together, they would uncover the truth buried in Emberfall and take another step toward unraveling the mysteries that bound their fates. Chapter 38, Shadows Unleashed. The shadows surged around Rine and Kaida, a swirling storm of darkness that seemed to writhe with purpose. The figure at the center of the church loomed above the altar, its glowing eyes burning brighter as it extended an arm, directing the mass of shadows like a conductor wielding an orchestra of nightmares. Rine tightened his grip on his sword, the flames along its edge flaring brighter as he activated blade channeling. The heat pushed back the immediate wave of shadows, carving a circle of light around him and Kaida. Kaida spun her twin blades with deadly precision, her movements sharp and deliberate as she struck down the shadows that lunged at them. These things just keep coming, she shouted, her voice edged with frustration. We need to hit the source. Rine's crimson eyes locked onto the shadowy figure at the altar. I'm working on it, he called back, slashing through another wave of shadowy tendrils. Cover me. Kaida smirked faintly, falling into step behind him. I'm your shadow, dragon boy. Always. The figure let out a low, resonant laugh that echoed through the church. You think your fire can extinguish the eternal dark, it said, its voice layered with an unnatural resonance. You are but a fleeting ember in a storm. Rine didn't reply. Instead, he channeled his energy into his sword, the flames intensifying as he unleashed a wide soul flame surge. The fiery arc tore through the shadows, clearing a path toward the altar. Kaida darted to his side, her twin blades flashing as she dismantled the remaining tendrils trying to close the gap. Go, she shouted, her voice resolute. I've got this. Rine nodded, his determination solidifying as he charged the figure. The fire in his chest burned brighter, and his scales shimmered faintly as his draconic power surged. You've had your chance to run, he said, his voice steady but filled with resolve. Now it's over. The figure raised its hands, and the shadows coalesced into a massive, jagged spear of darkness. It hurled the weapon at Rine with unnatural speed, the air around it warping as it tore through the space between them. Rine didn't flinch. He activated Draconic Ward, a shield of fiery energy forming around him just as the spear struck. The collision sent a shockwave through the church, the force of the impact shattering nearby pews and shaking the walls. The ward held, though cracks formed along its surface. Rine pushed forward, breaking through the dissipating shadows as he closed the distance to the altar. His sword flared brighter, the flames licking hungrily at the dark energy surrounding the figure. Kaida held her ground at the back of the room, fending off the shadows that tried to encroach on Rine's path. Her movements were fluid and precise, her twin blades cutting through the dark tendrils with surgical accuracy. "Don't screw this up," she shouted, her tone a mix of irritation and confidence. Rine smirked faintly, the fire in his chest blazing. "Wouldn't dream of it." As Rine reached the altar, the figure raised its hands again, summoning a swirling vortex of shadows that erupted around them. The air grew cold, and the whispers in the room intensified, each voice seeming to scream directly into his mind. "You cannot stop what has already begun," the figure bellowed, its glowing eyes flaring brighter. Rine gritted his teeth, his scales glowing as his draconic power surged again. "I don't need to stop it alone," he said. "Because I'm not alone." With a roar, he brought his sword down in a powerful strike, the flames erupting into a brilliant explosion that engulfed the figure and the altar. The shadows recoiled violently, their forms unraveling as the energy of the explosion consumed them. Kaida shielded her eyes from the blast, the heat and light forcing the remaining shadows to dissipate. When the explosion faded, the church was silent, the oppressive darkness replaced by an eerie stillness. Rine stood at the altar, his sword still glowing faintly with residual energy. The shadowy figure was gone, its presence erased by the power of his attack. All that remained was the shattered altar and the faint glow of the symbols carved into its surface. Kaida approached cautiously, her blade still drawn as she scanned the room. "Is it done?" she asked, her tone wary. "For now," Rine said, his voice quiet. He reached out, brushing his fingers over the cracked stone of the altar. But this was just a piece of the puzzle. Whatever was behind this, it's not gone. It's just waiting. Kaida frowned, her violet eyes narrowing. "Then we need to move faster. This darkness isn't going to stop spreading on its own." Rine nodded, his expression grim. "And neither are we. If this is where it all started, then we'll find where it's going next." As they left the church, the morning sun began to rise, casting long shadows across the ruins of Emberfall. The oppressive weight that had hung over the settlement seemed to lift, though the whispers in the air still lingered faintly, a reminder of the darkness that had once thrived there. Rine glanced back at the ruins, his crimson eyes thoughtful. His path forward was clearer now, though the stakes had grown higher. Finding his siblings and stopping the rising darkness were no longer separate goals, they were threads in the same tapestry, bound together by a force he was only beginning to understand. Kaida stepped beside him, her smirk faint but her determination clear. "We've got a lot of ground to cover," she said, her tone firm. "You ready?" Rine's gaze hardened, the fire in his chest burning brighter. "Always." With their next steps uncertain but their resolve stronger than ever, Rine and Kaida turned toward the horizon, ready to uncover the truths buried in the shadows, and take the fight to whatever lay ahead. Chapter 39, Echoes of the Past. The road stretched endlessly before Rine and Kaida, winding through dense forests and rolling hills that seemed to blur together under the weight of their thoughts. The ruins of Emberfall were behind them now, but the encounter with the shadowy figure and the cursed altar remained fresh in their minds. Kaida adjusted her cloak against the crisp morning breeze, her violet eyes glancing toward Rine. "You've been quiet," she said, her tone probing but not unkind. "Still thinking about what happened back there?" Rine nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "That figure wasn't just a servant of the shadows," he said. "They knew too much, about the magic, about my bloodline. It wasn't random, Kaida. That place was meant to draw people in. Like your siblings," Kaida guessed, her tone sharp. "Maybe," Rine admitted. "If the slavers passed through Emberfall, and the shadows have been there for years, it's possible they were part of the same thing." Kaida frowned, her fingers drumming against the hilt of one of her blades. "If that's true, then finding your siblings won't just be about family. It'll be about unraveling this entire mess. They rode in silence for a while, the steady clatter of their horses' hooves filling the air. As they crested a hill, a small village came into view, its thatched rooftops and winding streets nestled snugly in a valley. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and the faint sound of children's laughter carried on the breeze. Karyos smirked faintly. Looks like we've found civilization again. What's the plan? Supplies, rest, or information? Rine's gaze scanned the village, his crimson eyes thoughtful. All of the above, he said. If the shadows have been spreading, someone here might have seen something. It's worth asking. As they entered the village, the locals cast curious glances their way. Rine's draconic features and Karyos' twin blades marked them as outsiders, but not unwelcome ones. A few of the villagers nodded politely, while others whispered quietly among themselves. They stopped in front of the village inn, its wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze. Karyos dismounted, stretching with a satisfied groan. "I'll handle the supplies," she said, tossing a glance at Rine. "You do the talking." Rine raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you trust me with diplomacy?" Karyos smirked. "Since I realized you're less likely to scare people when I'm not looming over your shoulder. Don't prove me wrong." Inside the inn, the air was warm and inviting, filled with the smell of roasted meat and fresh bread. A few patrons sat scattered around the room, their quiet conversations punctuated by the occasional clink of mugs. Rine approached the barkeep, a stout man with a thick beard and an easy smile. "Welcome, traveler," the man said, his voice friendly. "What brings you to our humble village?" "Just passing through," Rine said, keeping his tone casual. "But I'm looking for information. Anything strange happen around here recently? People disappearing, unusual creatures, things like that?" The barkeep's smile faltered slightly, and he glanced around before leaning in closer. "You're not the first to ask that," he said quietly. "A few weeks ago, a group of men came through asking similar questions. Looked like soldiers or mercenaries. Didn't say much, but they seemed uneasy." Rine frowned, his interest piqued. "What happened to them?" The barkeep shook his head. "They left for the mountains to the north, chasing rumors of something lurking in the caves there. Haven't seen or heard from them since." Rine's mind raced as he processed the information. The mountains to the north, could that be where the shadows were spreading next? And if the soldiers were connected to the rising darkness, could they also hold clues about his siblings? Karyos entered the inn, her arms laden with supplies. She caught Rine's expression and raised an eyebrow. "Judging by that look, you found something." "Maybe," Rine said, glancing at the barkeep before turning back to her. "A group passed through here weeks ago, heading north toward the mountains. They were looking for something, or someone." Karyos set the supplies on a nearby table, her smirk sharpening. "The mountains, huh? Sounds like a good place for trouble. And answers." Rine nodded, his resolve solidifying. "If the shadows are spreading there, we need to stop them. And if my siblings were caught in this, it's another step closer to finding them." As they left the inn, the barkeep's warning echoed in Rine's mind. They went to the mountains, and no one's heard from them since. The journey ahead would be dangerous, but Rine and Karyos had faced worse. Together, they would venture into the unknown, chasing shadows and truths that had eluded them for years. The mountains loomed on the horizon, their peaks shrouded in mist, as if guarding the secrets hidden within. Whatever awaited them there, Rine knew it would bring him closer to uncovering the mysteries of his past, and the darkness threatening the future. The mountains loomed larger as Rine and Karyos continued their journey, the winding path narrowing as the forest thickened around them. The air grew colder with each mile, and the once cheerful songs of birds gave way to an eerie silence. Every so often, Rine caught himself glancing at the horizon, where jagged peaks rose like teeth against the sky. Karyos rode beside him, her expression thoughtful as she adjusted the straps of her pack. "If those soldiers disappeared in the mountains," she said, breaking the silence, "we need to be ready for anything. You know how these things go. Missing groups mean trouble, probably the kind that likes to fight back." Rine nodded, his crimson eyes scanning the path ahead. "I know. But if the shadows are spreading there, we don't have a choice. We need to figure out what's causing it and stop it before it gets worse." Karyos smirked faintly. "You know, it's funny. A year ago, you'd have been focused on just getting by. Now you're out here trying to save the world. What happened to the quiet guy who just wanted to survive?" Rine glanced at her, his expression softening. "He met someone who reminded him there's more to life than surviving," he said simply. Karyos' smirk faltered, replaced by a rare moment of vulnerability. "You're getting better at this whole talking thing, Dragon Boy," she said, her voice quieter. "Keep it up, and you might even win an argument someday." As they approached the foothills of the mountains, they passed through a dense grove of trees that felt unnaturally still. The air grew heavier, carrying with it the faint scent of decay. Rine slowed his horse, his scales faintly shimmering as he activated draconic insight. "There's something nearby," he said, his voice low. "Something wrong." Karyos dismounted, drawing her twin blades as her violet eyes scanned the shadows. "Shadows again?" she asked, her tone sharp. "Not quite," Rine said, his eyes narrowing. "But it feels similar. Whatever it is, it's watching us." The trees around them rustled faintly, though there was no wind. A low, guttural growl echoed through the grove, sending a chill down Rine's spine. The horses whinnied nervously, their hooves pawing at the ground as the atmosphere grew tense. Karyos stepped closer to Rine, her blades gleaming faintly in the dim light. "Whatever it is, it's not friendly," she muttered. Before they could react, a creature leapt from the shadows, its form a grotesque blend of wolf and shadow. Its body flickered like smoke, and its glowing red eyes locked onto them with a predatory hunger. Rine raised his sword, flames erupting along its edge as he stepped forward. "Get behind me," he shouted, his voice commanding. Karyos ignored the order, darting to the side to flank the creature. "Since when do I take orders?" she shot back, her smirk returning. The shadow wolf lunged at Rine, its claws raking through the air with unnatural speed. He deflected the attack with his sword, the flames burning through the creature's smoky form. It howled in pain, recoiling as Karyos struck from behind, her blade slicing cleanly through its body. The creature dissolved into a dark mist, the remnants dissipating into the air. Rine lowered his sword, his gaze fixed on the spot where it had fallen. Karyos wiped her blades on her cloak, frowning. That wasn't just a wild animal. It was something else. "It was like the shadows we've seen before," Rine said, his tone thoughtful. "But different. More primal." Karyos nodded, sheathing her blades as her expression grew serious. "If the shadows are evolving, or worse, if something's creating them, then we're going to be in for a lot more of these fights." Rine glanced at the trees around them, his instincts still on high alert. "The closer we get to the mountains, the worse it's going to get. We need to stay sharp." Karyos smirked faintly, though her eyes betrayed her concern. "When am I ever not sharp?" As they remounted their horses and continued toward the mountains, the encounter lingered in Rine's mind. The creature's glowing eyes, its unnatural form, it was a warning, a sign that the shadows were growing stronger. Whatever was waiting for them in the mountains wasn't just another threat to face. It was something deeper, something tied to the darkness spreading across the land. And Rine knew it would bring him closer to the truth he sought, about the shadows, and about his siblings. Chapter 40, The Howling Peaks. The path wound higher into the mountains, the air growing thin and cold as Rine and Karyos pressed on. The jagged peaks towered above them, their snowy caps glinting in the pale light of the setting sun. The landscape had grown barren, the dense forests of the foothills giving way to rocky outcroppings and steep cliffs. Rine pulled his cloak tighter around him, his crimson eyes scanning the desolate terrain. "We're getting close," he said, his voice low but certain. "The energy feels stronger here, like it's coming from deep within the mountains." Kaida rode beside him, her violet eyes sharp as she studied the path ahead. "You sure about this?" she asked. "We've been following traces for days, and we haven't seen a single sign of those soldiers." "They're here," Rine replied. "Or what's left of them is. This place reeks of the same magic we felt in Emberfall. If they came this way, they didn't make it out." Kaida frowned, her hand resting on the hilt of one of her blades. "Then we'd better be ready for whatever took them." As they rounded a bend in the trail, a cave entrance came into view, its jagged mouth yawning open like a wound in the mountainside. The faint sound of wind howling through the peaks carried an eerie, almost mournful tone, and the air around the cave felt heavy with unseen power. "This is it," Rine said, dismounting and tying his horse to a nearby rock. He activated draconic insight, his scales shimmering faintly as his senses sharpened. The energy radiating from the cave was intense, pulsing with a dark rhythm that made his chest tighten. Kaida followed suit, her twin blades gleaming faintly as she drew them. "I'm guessing it's too late to turn back," she said, her smirk faint but determined. Rine gave her a wry glance. "You'd follow me in even if I told you to leave." "Damn right," she replied, stepping ahead of him. "Now let's get this over with." The cave was dark and cold, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Rine's flames lit the way as he held his sword aloft, the flickering light casting long shadows on the jagged walls. The deeper they ventured, the more unnatural the cave felt. Strange markings were etched into the stone, glowing faintly with an otherworldly green light. Rine stopped to examine one of the symbols, his brow furrowing. "These are the same runes we saw in Emberfall," he said. "Whoever was behind the shadows there has been here, too." Kaida crouched beside him, her fingers brushing over the faint glow. "Or maybe this is where it started," she said, her tone grim. "These markings aren't new. They've been here for a long time." A low growl echoed through the cave, freezing them both in place. The sound was deep and guttural, filled with a primal rage that sent a chill down Rine's spine. Kaida rose to her feet, her blades ready. "I hate that sound," she muttered. The growl grew louder, and the ground beneath them trembled as a massive shadow emerged from the darkness. The creature was monstrous, its form a twisted amalgamation of wolf and dragon. Its eyes glowed with the same sickly green light as the runes on the walls, and its claws scraped against the stone with a sound like nails on metal. Rine stepped forward, his sword igniting with flames. "It's tied to the magic here," he said. "If we take it down, we might be able to break whatever's corrupting this place." "Easy for you to say," Kaida replied, circling the creature as it growled and snapped at her. "This thing looks like it eats dragons for breakfast." The creature lunged, its massive jaws snapping inches from Rine's shoulder. He ducked under the attack, countering with a powerful arcane slash that struck the beast's flank. The flames seared its smoky form, and it let out a deafening roar, its body writhing as the shadows around it flickered violently. Kaida darted in from the side, her blade slicing through the creature's hind legs. The beast howled in pain, stumbling as it tried to turn on her. "Keep it distracted," Rine shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern. "I need to get to the center of this place." Kaida nodded, her movements fluid as she danced around the creature, her strikes precise and deliberate. "Just don't take too long," she called back, her smirk returning despite the danger. Rine sprinted deeper into the cave, following the pulsing energy that seemed to draw him forward. The markings on the walls grew brighter, their light casting an eerie glow on the path ahead. At the heart of the cave, he found a massive stone obelisk, its surface covered in the same glowing runes. The energy radiating from it was overwhelming, filling the air with a heavy, oppressive weight. "This is it," Rine said, gripping his sword tightly. "The source of the corruption." The obelisk pulsed, and shadows began to coalesce around it, forming into smaller creatures that lunged at him with feral intensity. Rine fought them off, his sword cutting through the dark forms with ease, but they reformed almost instantly, their bodies fueled by the obelisk's power. Back at the entrance, Kaida held her ground against the monstrous shadow beast, her blades moving in a blur as she struck at its vulnerable points. The creature roared and swiped at her, but she was too fast, her agility keeping her just out of reach. "Hurry up, Rine," she shouted, her voice strained as the beast lunged again. At the obelisk, Rine planted his feet, his scales glowing brighter as he channeled all his power into his sword. Flames erupted along the blade, their intensity scorching the air around him. With a roar of his own, Rine struck the obelisk, his blade cleaving through the stone with a deafening crack. The runes shattered, their glow fading as the energy dissipated in a violent surge. The shadows around him disintegrated, their forms dissolving into nothingness. Back at the entrance, the monstrous beast let out a final, mournful howl before collapsing into a heap of dark mist, its body vanishing as the corruption was purged. Kaida stumbled back, her breathing heavy as she wiped blood and sweat from her brow. "About time," she muttered, watching as the darkness lifted from the cave. Rine emerged from the depths, his sword still faintly glowing as he approached her. "The obelisk was the source," he said. "It's destroyed now. Whatever power was controlling this place is gone." Kaida smirked faintly, though her expression betrayed her exhaustion. "Good. Let's get out of here before the mountain decides to throw something else at us." As they stepped out into the fading daylight, Rine glanced back at the cave, his expression thoughtful. The corruption here was gone, but the battle against the shadows was far from over. If this was just one piece of the darkness spreading across the land, he and Kaida would need to stay one step ahead of whatever came next. As they descended the mountain, the tension in the air finally began to lift, but the weight of their discovery hung heavy between them. The jagged peaks cast long shadows in the fading light, and the cold wind bit at their faces. Rine remained quiet, his crimson eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for unseen threats. Kaida glanced at him, breaking the silence. "You're thinking again," she said, her tone half teasing, half serious. "Spit it out, dragon boy. What's bothering you now?" Rine sighed, his grip tightening on the reins. "That obelisk wasn't the end," he said. "It was just one piece of something larger. The shadows are tied to these sites, and they're spreading. If there are more places like this, the darkness will only grow stronger." Kaida frowned, her violet eyes narrowing. "So, what's the plan? Keep hunting them down, one by one?" "For now," Rine replied. "But we need more than that. These places aren't random, they're connected. Someone or something is behind all this, and if we don't figure out who, we'll be chasing shadows forever." Kaida's smirk returned, though her eyes held a glimmer of unease. "Well, we've faced worse odds. And it's not like we've got anything better to do, right?" Rine chuckled softly, the sound easing some of the tension in his chest. "You make it sound so simple." "It is," Kaida said with a shrug. "We follow the trails, find the next piece of the puzzle, and we take it apart. Same thing we've been doing, just bigger stakes." Rine nodded, her words grounding him. "You're right. And if my siblings are caught up in this somehow, it's all the more reason to keep moving." Kaida gave him a sideways glance, her smirk softening. "We'll find them, Rine. And when we do, they'll see just how far you've come." As the path leveled out and the forest began to thicken around them, Rine felt a renewed sense of purpose. The fight against the shadows was growing larger, but so was their determination to stop it. Together, he and Kaida would unravel the mysteries binding their fates, one step closer to ending the darkness and reuniting with the family he'd lost. Chapter 41, Rumors and Revelations. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves as Rine and Kaida emerged from the mountain trail. After the cold, oppressive air of the peaks, the warmth and noise of the forest felt almost foreign. The sun was high in the sky, casting golden light through the canopy above as they made their way toward the nearest village. Rine's thoughts were heavy with the image of the shattered obelisk and the monstrous shadow creature. It wasn't just the darkness that lingered in his mind, it was the question of who was behind it all. Whoever had left the runes and corrupted the mountains hadn't done so by accident. Still brooding, I see, Kaida said, her voice cutting through the quiet. She walked beside him, her twin blades sheathed at her hips. You've been in your head since we left the mountain. Care to share with the class? Rine glanced at her, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. I'm trying to piece it all together, he admitted. The shadows, the obelisk, the runes, they're not random. Someone created them, and someone is spreading this darkness. But why? What's the endgame? Kaida shrugged, her smirk faint. Power, probably. It's always power. People like that don't do things halfway, they want control. Whatever they're after, they're not stopping until they get it. As they approached the village, the sounds of life grew louder. Children's laughter echoed in the distance, and the hum of conversation carried from the marketplace. The village was larger than the last one they had visited, its streets bustling with merchants and travelers. Kaida surveyed the scene with a faint smile. Nice change of pace, she said. We could use a bit of normal after everything we've been through. Rine nodded, his gaze scanning the crowd. Let's gather information. If the shadows are spreading, people here might have seen something. I'll check the inn, you talk to the merchants. Kaida raised an eyebrow. You're giving orders now? Careful, Rine, I might start thinking you're getting the hang of this leadership thing. He smirked faintly. Don't get used to it. Rine entered the inn, the smell of roasted meat and ale hitting him immediately. The room was filled with travelers, their conversations blending into a low hum. He approached the barkeep, a stout woman with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. What can I do for you? She asked, wiping a tankard with a cloth. I'm looking for information, Rine said, keeping his tone even. Anything unusual happening around here? Strange sightings, missing people? The barkeep frowned, setting the tankard down. You're not the first to ask that, she said. A few travelers came through here last week, asking about the same thing. Said they were heading east, toward the old ruins by Blackwater Creek. Haven't seen them since. Rine's interest piqued. What ruins? Old temple, she explained. Been abandoned for years, but folks say it's cursed. Anyone who goes there doesn't come back. Outside, Kaida finished speaking with a group of merchants and met Rine near the village square. You were right, she said, her tone serious. There are rumors about something happening near Blackwater Creek. The merchants say the shadows have been moving that way. Rine nodded. The barkeep mentioned the same thing. An old temple, abandoned and cursed. Travelers have been disappearing there. Kaida crossed her arms, her violet eyes narrowing. Sounds like our next stop. But if it's anything like the mountains, we'll need to be ready for a fight. We will be, Rine said firmly. This temple might hold more answers, about the shadows, the runes, and whoever's behind all of this. Kaida smirked faintly, adjusting the strap of her pack. Then let's get moving. The sooner we deal with this, the sooner we get one step closer to figuring out what's really going on. As they left the village, the path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. Blackwater Creek lay days away, its secrets hidden among the ruins of the temple. The whispers of the shadows and the power behind them felt closer now, like a storm gathering in the distance. Rine glanced at Kaida, her confident stride unwavering beside him. He felt a flicker of determination deep in his chest. They had faced impossible odds before, and this would be no different. With every step, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The shadows were spreading, the darkness growing stronger, but so was their resolve to stop it. Together, they would uncover the truth and put an end to the forces threatening their world. Chapter 42, The Cursed Temple. The sun dipped low on the horizon as Rine and Kaida approached Blackwater Creek. The faint sound of running water mingled with the rustle of the wind through the trees, and the air carried a damp chill. The creek itself was a narrow ribbon of dark water cutting through the land, its surface rippling faintly in the fading light. Rine slowed his pace, his crimson eyes scanning the area. Across the creek, half hidden by overgrown foliage and leaning trees, was the temple the villagers had spoken of. Its weathered stone walls were cracked and moss-covered, and its once grand archways now stood as crumbling relics of a forgotten time. Kaida crouched by the creek's edge, dipping a hand into the water. She pulled it back quickly, her violet eyes narrowing. "The water's freezing," she said. "Unnaturally so. And there's something off about it." Rine crouched beside her, his fingers brushing the water's surface. A faint pulse of energy radiated from the creek, the same dark energy he had felt in the mountains and Emberfall. "It's tainted," he said quietly. "This is the same magic. The corruption is seeping into the land." Kaida stood, drawing her twin blades. "Then let's stop it before it spreads any further." They crossed the creek cautiously, their movements silent as they approached the temple. The closer they got, the heavier the air seemed to grow, as though the shadows themselves were pressing down on them. The faint sound of whispers began to echo around them, distant and distorted. Rine activated draconic insight, his scales shimmering faintly as his senses sharpened. The temple radiated with dark energy, its walls practically humming with it. "This place is alive," he said, his voice low. "The corruption is coming from within." Kaida smirked faintly, though her grip on her blades tightened. "Then we cut it out at the source. Lead the way, Dragon Boy." Inside, the temple was even darker than the forest surrounding it. The faint glow of Rine's sword illuminated the cracked stone floors and walls, revealing carvings of ancient runes etched into nearly every surface. The air was thick with decay, and the whispers grew louder, their tones both alluring and menacing. "These runes," Rine muttered, brushing his fingers over one of the carvings. "They're older than the ones in the mountains. This place might be the origin of the corruption." Kaida glanced around, her violet eyes narrowing. "Then whoever's behind this started here. Makes sense, they'd need a central point for something this big." As they ventured deeper into the temple, the runes began to glow faintly, their sickly green light casting eerie shadows on the walls. The whispers seemed to follow them, growing louder with each step. Kaida paused, her expression darkening. "Do you hear that? It's like they're calling to us." Rine nodded, his grip tightening on his sword. "They're trying to get into our heads. Don't listen to them." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the whispers surged into a deafening roar. The runes on the walls flared brighter, and the shadows coalesced into a massive, humanoid figure at the center of the chamber. Its body was a writhing mass of dark energy, and its eyes glowed with the same sickly green light as the runes. "You dare to trespass here," the figure intoned, its voice echoing unnaturally. "This temple is sacred ground. You will not leave alive." Kaida smirked, her blades glinting in the dim light. "Sacred, huh? Doesn't look very holy to me." Rine stepped forward, his sword igniting with flames. "Your corruption ends here," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "This temple, these shadows, they're nothing but poison. And we're here to purge it." The figure roared, its voice shaking the chamber as it raised a massive arm, sending tendrils of shadow lashing toward them. Rine activated Draconic Ward, summoning a fiery barrier that deflected the attack. Kaida darted around the barrier, her movements fluid as she struck at the figure's legs. Her blade sliced through the shadowy mass, but the wounds closed almost instantly, the darkness reforming with a hiss. "This thing's not going down easy," she called, her voice edged with frustration. "It's tied to the runes." Rine shouted, his eyes scanning the chamber. "They're feeding it power. We have to destroy them." Kaida nodded, her smirk sharpening. "Leave that to me. Keep it busy." Rine charged the figure, his sword blazing as he struck with a powerful arcane slash. The flames tore through its form, and it recoiled with a guttural roar, its glowing eyes locking onto him. As the figure lunged, Rine dodged, drawing its attention away from Kaida. He moved with precision, his strikes calculated as he kept the creature at bay. Meanwhile, Kaida darted toward the nearest rune-covered wall, her blades glowing faintly as she channeled her energy into them. With a single, powerful strike, she shattered the runes, the green light fading as the carvings cracked and crumbled. The figure howled in pain, its form flickering and destabilizing. "That's one down," Kaida called, moving toward the next wall. Rine pressed his attack, his flames searing through the creature's shadowy body. "Hurry," he shouted, his voice strained as the figure lashed out with renewed fury. Kaida struck another wall, the runes shattering in a burst of light. The figure shrieked, its form growing smaller and weaker with each destroyed rune. "This is working," Kaida yelled, her voice triumphant. Rine pushed forward, his sword blazing brighter as he delivered a devastating soul flame surge. The attack tore through the figure, reducing its body to a flickering mass of shadows. As Kaida destroyed the final set of runes, the figure let out a final, mournful roar before collapsing into nothingness. The chamber fell silent, the oppressive energy lifting as the runes and shadows faded completely. Kaida leaned against the wall, breathing heavily as she wiped sweat from her brow. "That was a workout," she said, smirking faintly. Rine lowered his sword, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. "It's over," he said quietly. "At least for now." The temple was quiet now, the corruption purged. But as Rine and Kaida left the ruins, the whispers lingered faintly in the back of their minds, a reminder that the fight against the shadows was far from finished. Chapter 43, Threads of the Past. The crisp night air enveloped Rine and Kaida as they made camp a safe distance from the temple. The corrupted ruins, now silent and devoid of shadow, were little more than a silhouette against the moonlit sky. The lingering whispers in the back of their minds had faded, but the weight of what they'd seen hadn't lifted. Kaida poked at the small campfire with a stick, the flames crackling softly. "That temple wasn't just another random site," she said, her tone thoughtful. "It was old, ancient even. Whoever, or whatever, built it had a purpose." Rine nodded, his crimson eyes reflecting the firelight. "And that purpose was tied to the shadows. The runes, the obelisk in the mountains, the creatures. They're all part of the same design. Someone created this corruption, and it's been spreading for a long time." Kaida leaned back, resting her head against her pack. "And now we're cleaning up their mess. Lucky us." Her smirk returned, though it lacked its usual sharpness. Rine let out a low chuckle, the sound dry but genuine. "It's more than that, Kaida. I think this isn't just about the shadows, it's about my family." Kaida tilted her head, her smirk fading. "You think your siblings are connected to all this?" Rine hesitated, his gaze fixed on the fire. "I don't know. But the slavers who took them passed through Emberfall. That's not a coincidence. And the shadows in the mountains, the whispers in the temple, it feels like it's all leading to the same place." Kaida studied him for a moment, her violet eyes glinting in the firelight. "You're not wrong. But if your siblings are caught up in this, if they're tied to the shadows somehow, what are you going to do about it?" Rine clenched his fists, his scales shimmering faintly. "I'll save them," he said, his voice resolute. "No matter what it takes." Kaida nodded, her expression softening. Good. Because whatever's waiting for us, we're going to need that fire of yours to face it. The next morning, they broke camp early, the rising sun casting golden light over the landscape. The path ahead wound through rolling hills and dense forests, the horizon shrouded in a faint mist that seemed to beckon them forward. As they walked, Kaida pulled out the map Eryk had given them, her finger tracing the next likely location of the corruption. If the temple was part of this network, there's bound to be another site nearby, she said. Eryk mentioned something about a ruined fortress to the west. Might be worth checking out. Rine nodded, his gaze scanning the horizon. It's as good a lead as any. But we need to be cautious. The corruption's getting stronger the deeper we go. Whatever's waiting for us won't be easy to handle. Kaida smirked faintly, tucking the map back into her pack. Since when has anything been easy for us? Rine chuckled, the sound low and brief. Fair point. As they traveled, the forest grew darker, the trees thicker and their branches entwining above them like a canopy. The air was damp and cold, and the faint sound of rustling leaves carried through the stillness. Kaida slowed her pace, her hand resting on the hilt of one of her blades. This place feels wrong, she said, her tone cautious. Rine activated draconic insight, his scales glowing faintly as he focused his senses. The air around them pulsed with a familiar energy, dark and oppressive. The corruption's here, he said, his voice low. It's not as strong as the temple, but it's close. Kaida drew her blades, her violet eyes narrowing. Close enough to cause trouble? Probably, Rine replied, his grip tightening on his sword. Stay sharp. As they pressed forward, the forest opened into a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient stone pillar, its surface covered in the same glowing runes they had seen before. Around it, the ground was scorched and cracked, as though the very earth had been poisoned. Rine stepped closer, his crimson eyes fixed on the pillar. Another marker, he said, his voice tense. This isn't just a path, it's a trail. Someone left these to guide the corruption. Kaida frowned, her blades glinting in the dim light. A trail to what? More obelisks? Another temple? Maybe, Rine said. Or maybe something worse. The runes on the pillar flared suddenly, their light growing brighter as the air around them grew colder. Shadows began to coalesce at the edges of the clearing, their forms shifting and writhing. Kaida stepped into a defensive stance, her expression sharp. Looks like we've got company. Rine ignited his sword, the flames casting long shadows as he faced the encroaching darkness. Let's end this quickly, he said, his voice steady. We've got more ground to cover. Together, they stood against the shadows, the battle another step in their relentless pursuit of the truth. The corruption was spreading, but so was their resolve to stop it. And with each confrontation, Rine felt the threads of his past pulling tighter, leading him closer to the answers he sought, and the siblings he refused to give up on. Chapter 44, Echoes in the dark. The shadows surged forward, their shifting forms flickering like dying flames in the dim light of the clearing. They moved with a predatory intent, their hollow eyes fixed on Rine and Kaida. The ancient pillar at the center of the clearing pulsed with dark energy, its runes glowing brighter as the corrupted creatures closed in. Rine raised his sword, flames erupting along its edge as he stepped into a defensive stance. Kaida, focus on the pillar. These shadows are feeding off it, we need to cut their source. Kaida smirked faintly, her twin blades glinting as she darted toward the glowing structure. On it, Dragon Boy. Don't let them swarm me. The first wave of shadows lunged at Rine, their forms flickering and unstable as they clawed at him. He swung his sword in a wide arc, the flames searing through their smoky bodies and scattering them into the air. The creatures recoiled, their shrieks echoing unnaturally through the clearing. Is that all you've got? Rine muttered, his crimson eyes narrowing as more shadows emerged from the darkness. Kaida reached the pillar, her violet eyes scanning the runes as she moved. The markings were intricate, their patterns glowing with an eerie, pulsing rhythm. She struck at the base with her blades, the sharp steel cutting into the stone with a crack. The pillar shuddered, and the runes flared violently, sending a pulse of dark energy through the clearing. Kaida staggered back, her teeth gritted against the force of the blast. "This thing doesn't want to go down easy," she called over her shoulder. "It won't," Rine said, deflecting another attack as the shadows pressed in. "It's part of the corruption, whoever made it designed it to fight back." Kaida smirked, wiping blood from her lip. "Good. I like a challenge." She lunged forward, her blade striking the runes with precise, deliberate force. Cracks began to spiderweb across the pillar, the glow of the runes faltering slightly. The shadows grew more erratic as the pillar weakened, their movements desperate and chaotic. Rine pushed forward, his sword blazing brighter as he activated Soulflame Surge. The fiery energy surged through the clearing, cutting through the creatures and pushing them back. But the shadows didn't retreat entirely. Instead, they began to merge, their forms coalescing into a single, massive figure that loomed over the clearing. Its body flickered like smoke caught in a storm, and its glowing eyes burned with a fierce, malevolent light. "Kaida, hurry!" Rine shouted, his voice sharp as he stepped between her and the shadowy figure. "This thing's not waiting for us to finish." Kaida didn't respond, her focus entirely on the pillar. With a final, powerful strike, she drove both blades into the center of the runes, the force of the impact shattering the stone with a deafening crack. The pillar crumbled, its glow extinguishing as the runes disappeared. The surge of energy that had filled the clearing dissipated, leaving the massive shadow creature flickering and unstable. Rine seized the opportunity, his sword blazing with fiery intensity as he charged the creature. The flames of his weapon carved through its form, the heat and light unraveling the shadowy mass with each strike. The creature let out a guttural roar, its voice layered and distorted as it thrashed against him. Kaida joined the fray, her movements fluid as she struck at the creature's flanks. Her twin blades flashed like lightning, cutting through the darkness with precision. Together, they dismantled the massive figure piece by piece, their combined strength overwhelming its unstable form. With a final, anguished howl, the creature collapsed, its body dissolving into the air like smoke caught in a breeze. The clearing grew silent, the oppressive weight of the corruption lifting as the last remnants of the shadows disappeared. Rine lowered his sword, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. "That's another piece down," he said, his voice steady but tired. Kaida wiped her blades clean, her smirk faint but triumphant. "Not bad, Dragon Boy. You're starting to make this look easy." As the two stood in the now silent clearing, Rine turned his gaze toward the remains of the pillar. "This wasn't just another marker," he said, his tone thoughtful. "It was more than that, it was a beacon." Kaida raised an eyebrow. "A beacon for what?" "For whoever's controlling the shadows," Rine said, his crimson eyes narrowing. "They're leaving these behind to spread the corruption, and to draw people in. It's not just about destroying the land, it's about pulling in anyone who might stand against them." Kaida frowned, her tone growing serious. "Then we're not just fighting the corruption. We're fighting whoever's using it as bait." Rine nodded, his expression grim. "And whoever they are, they know we're coming. We need to keep moving, Kaida. The more ground we cover, the less time they'll have to prepare for us." Kaida sheathed her blades, her smirk sharpening. "You're finally learning to think ahead. I'm almost impressed." Rine let out a low chuckle, the sound brief but genuine. "Let's just hope we stay ahead long enough to figure this out." As they left the clearing, the faint echoes of whispers followed them, fading slowly into the distance. The path ahead was uncertain, but Rine felt his resolve growing stronger with every step. The corruption was spreading, but so was the fire within him, and he would burn away the shadows, no matter the cost. Chapter 45. Into the web. The road ahead was lined with towering pines, their branches thick and interwoven, creating a dim, natural tunnel. Rine and Kaida moved cautiously, their senses sharpened after the battle at the pillar. The oppressive weight of the shadows had faded, but the lingering whispers remained a distant hum in Rine's mind, an ever-present reminder of the corruption they faced. Kaida adjusted her pack as she walked beside him, her violet eyes scanning the dense forest. "You ever notice how every time we take one of these things out, it feels like the stakes get higher?" she asked, her voice carrying a faint edge of amusement. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes fixed on the path ahead. "It's not just a feeling. The corruption's reacting to us. Every site we destroy is part of a larger network, and whoever's behind it knows we're interfering. They're going to push back harder each time." Kaida smirked faintly, her blades glinting in the dappled light. "Good. I'd hate for this to get boring." "Boring isn't an option," Rine replied, his tone dry but serious. "The closer we get to the source, the more dangerous it's going to be." The forest began to thin as they approached a crossroads, the paths marked by weathered wooden signs pointing in opposite directions. One arrow read Arden Hollow, while the other pointed toward Black Reach, a name that sent a faint chill through Rine's chest. "Black Reach," Kaida said, her tone thoughtful. "That's not on Garrick's map." "It's not," Rine agreed, his eyes narrowing as he studied the sign. "But if the shadows are spreading, that's exactly the kind of place they'd go, somewhere off the map, forgotten and isolated." Kaida tilted her head, her smirk sharpening. "Off the map usually means trouble. Sounds like our kind of place." Rine nodded, his grip tightening on his sword. "Let's see what's waiting for us." The path to Blackreach was overgrown and uneven, the trees leaning in as if trying to block their passage. The faint scent of decay hung in the air, growing stronger the farther they traveled. Kaida wrinkled her nose, her expression darkening. "This place smells like death," she muttered. "You sure this is the right way?" "It is," Rine said, his voice steady. "The corruption's stronger here. Whoever set up that last pillar wanted to keep people away from this place." They continued in silence, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath them. The trees began to thin again, revealing a sprawling village nestled in a hollow. The buildings were in various states of decay, their roofs caved in and walls covered in moss and vines. The entire place was eerily silent, the only sound the faint rustling of the wind. "Blackreach," Kaida said, her voice low. "Looks like it hasn't seen life in years." Rine scanned the village, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as he activated draconic insight. The air around the village pulsed with dark energy, the same oppressive force they had felt at the temple and the pillar. "It hasn't," he said. "But something's still here. Stay close." As they entered the village, the sense of unease grew stronger. The ground beneath their feet was cracked and dry, and the air felt heavy, as though the very land had been drained of life. Kaida stopped near a dilapidated fountain at the center of the village square, her gaze fixed on the surrounding buildings. "If someone was living here, they left in a hurry," she said. "No signs of food, fires, or anything else that says people stuck around." "They didn't leave," Rine said grimly. "They were taken." Kaida turned to him, her expression serious. "You think the shadows hit this place?" Rine nodded. "The energy here, it's the same as the other sites, but stronger. Whatever happened here wasn't just an attack. It was a test. The corruption didn't just destroy this village, it consumed it." A faint sound broke the silence, a distant echo that sent a chill down their spines. It was a low, mournful wail, like the cry of a wounded animal, or something far worse. Kaida's hand went to her blades, her violet eyes narrowing. That didn't sound friendly. Rine gripped his sword, the flames along its edge flickering faintly. "It's coming from the church," he said, nodding toward the large, crumbling structure at the edge of the village. Its steeple leaned precariously, and the windows were dark and broken. Karyos smirked faintly, though her grip on her blades tightened. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? As they approached the church, the wailing grew louder, and the air grew colder. Shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, darting between the trees and the ruins. Rine paused at the base of the church steps, his gaze fixed on the darkened doorway. Whatever's inside, it's tied to the corruption, he said. We end it here. Karyos stepped beside him, her expression resolute. Then let's make it quick. I'm not a fan of haunted churches. With their weapons ready and their resolve unshaken, they stepped into the darkness of the church, prepared to face whatever horrors awaited them within. The inside of the church was eerily silent, the only sound being the faint rustling of the wind as it whistled through the broken windows. The air felt thick, oppressive, like something was waiting in the shadows. The stained glass windows, once vibrant and colorful, were shattered, casting fragmented light across the dusty pews and cracked floorboards. The scent of decay and rot hung in the air, as if time itself had abandoned this place. Rine took a cautious step forward, his crimson eyes scanning the room for any signs of movement. The shadows seemed to dance in the corners, shifting unnaturally. There was something deeply unsettling about the way they moved, too fluid, too alive. Karyos stayed close behind, her blades at the ready, her violet eyes sharp and alert. This place is worse than I thought, she murmured. It feels like it's alive, like it's watching us. Rine nodded grimly. That's exactly what it feels like. Whatever's here, it's using the church as a conduit. The corruption is feeding off this place, drawing strength from it. He gestured for Karyos to stay quiet as they moved deeper into the church. The central altar was covered in strange symbols, written in a language Rine didn't recognize. It glowed faintly with an eerie, dark energy, and the ground beneath it was cracked and scorched, as though something had burst forth from beneath. There was a pulsating energy here, beating like the heart of the corruption itself. I don't like this, Karyos whispered, her voice low and tense. This isn't just some lost place. This is a focal point, a breeding ground for whatever's causing the darkness to spread. Rine's jaw tightened. It's worse than I thought. This church was built on a site of power, some kind of dark ritual was conducted here. And whatever entity is behind this has rooted itself deep within. He looked at the altar, the faint glow intensifying as if in response to his words. As Rine stepped closer, the temperature in the church seemed to drop. The shadows thickened, twisting and coiling around him like serpents, and a voice echoed from the darkness, soft and sibilant, as though whispering directly into his mind. You've come, the voice said, its tone like velvet, smooth, inviting, yet full of malice. I've been waiting for you, Rine Frostfang. You and your little companion. Rine's grip tightened on his sword, his senses on high alert. Show yourself, he demanded, his voice steady but tinged with a quiet fury. The shadows around the altar coiled tighter, and then, slowly, they began to take shape, twisting and contorting into a humanoid figure, its features obscured by the swirling darkness. The voice continued, its echo growing louder, more insistent. You think you can stop me? The figure hissed. I have already planted the seeds of chaos in your world. The darkness cannot be eradicated. It only grows, like a tree that feeds off the very soil it is rooted in. And soon, it will consume everything, including you. Rine's heart raced, but his resolve remained unshaken. Not if I have anything to say about it. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, flames flickering to life along its edge. You're going down. Here. Now. Karyos stepped forward beside him, her expression fierce and unwavering. We've been through too much to let you win. You're not going to get away with this. The figure's laugh echoed, cold and cruel, filling the church with a palpable sense of dread. You misunderstand, little mortals. You cannot fight what you do not understand. This isn't a war you can win. But Rine's eyes burned with determination. He could feel the surge of power coursing through his veins, his bloodline awakening with the promise of a new strength. This time, the darkness would be met with a fury that would burn it from the world. We'll see about that. And with that, the battle began. The shadows that had once been mere observers now surged forward, twisting into monstrous shapes, while the figure at the altar prepared to unleash the full force of its corruption. But Rine was ready. He would stand his ground, not just for himself, but for everyone who had been touched by the darkness. The fight for his world, for his future, had only just begun. Chapter 46, Heart of Shadows. The moment the shadows surged, the air in the church became suffocating. The figure at the altar grew taller, its body swirling with darkness that pulsed like a living entity. The oppressive energy radiating from it pressed down on Rine and Kaida, making it hard to breathe. Kaida was the first to move, her twin blades gleaming as she charged toward the figure. She moved like a blur, striking with precision, but her blades met only empty air as the darkness parted and reformed around her. The figure laughed, its voice layered and mocking. "You cannot touch me, little warrior," it sneered. "Your strength is nothing against the void." Kaida skidded to a stop, her violet eyes narrowing as she darted back. "Rine, we're going to need a different plan." Rine stepped forward, flames erupting along his sword as he activated draconic insight. The energy in the room sharpened in his senses, revealing faint patterns in the shadows. The figure wasn't invulnerable, it was drawing power from the runes etched into the altar and the floor beneath it. "The runes!" Rine shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "They're its anchor. Destroy them." Kaida nodded, her smirk sharpening. "Now that's more like it." She darted toward the first cluster of glowing runes etched into the floor, her blades slashing with precision. The moment her blades connected, the runes cracked and dimmed, sending a tremor through the church. The shadow figure let out a guttural roar, its form flickering and shrinking slightly. Rine took the opportunity to charge forward, his sword blazing with fiery intensity as he struck at the figure's chest. This time, the flames seared through the darkness, leaving a jagged wound that hissed and smoked. The figure recoiled, its laughter replaced by a shriek of rage. "You think you can defy me?" it bellowed, its voice shaking the very walls of the church. "You are nothing but pawns in a game far greater than you understand." The shadows thickened, forming monstrous shapes that lunged at Rine and Kaida. Rine swung his sword in wide arcs, the flames cutting through the creatures and reducing them to ash. Kaida moved like a dancer, her twin blades flashing as she dismantled the creatures with lethal precision. As the battle raged, Rine's focus remained on the runes. He spotted another cluster near the altar and sprinted toward it, his sword igniting as he struck with all his strength. The runes shattered, their light extinguishing as another tremor shook the church. The figure let out a howl of pain, its form flickering violently. "Stop this," it screamed. "You cannot destroy what you do not understand." Kaida smirked, slashing through another group of shadow creatures. "Pretty sure we understand enough to know you're losing." With 2 rune clusters destroyed, the figure's form had shrunk significantly, but the energy in the room was still oppressive. Rine could feel the strain of the battle weighing on him, but his resolve burned brighter. He turned to Kaida, his voice steady despite the chaos. "One more cluster. I'll keep it distracted, finish it off." Kaida nodded, her violet eyes gleaming with determination. "You'd better not get yourself killed." Rine charged the figure, his sword blazing as he unleashed soul flame surge. The fiery wave struck the shadow, forcing it back and preventing it from stopping Kaida. The figure roared in fury, its voice a mix of rage and desperation. "You are meddling in forces you cannot comprehend," it bellowed. "Even if you destroy me, others will rise. The darkness cannot be extinguished." Rine gritted his teeth, his voice firm as he swung his sword again. "We'll see about that." Kaida reached the final cluster of runes, her blades glowing as she struck with all her strength. The runes shattered in a burst of light, and the energy in the room shifted violently. The oppressive weight lifted, and the shadows began to unravel, their forms dissolving into the air. The figure let out a final, piercing scream as its body disintegrated, leaving only a faint echo of its voice. This is not the end, the darkness will find you again, and then, silence. Rine lowered his sword, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. The church was still now, the oppressive energy gone. The runes, the shadows, and the figure, all of it had been eradicated. Kaida approached, her blades sheathed and a faint smirk on her lips. "Well, that was fun," she said, though her tone carried a hint of exhaustion. Rine glanced at her, his expression softening. "You okay?" "Never better," she replied, leaning against one of the broken pews. "But we should probably leave before this place decides to collapse on us." Rine nodded, his resolve firm. "The corruption here is gone, but this was just another piece of the puzzle. Whoever's behind this isn't done yet." Kaida raised an eyebrow, her smirk sharpening. "Then I guess we've got more work to do. You ready, Dragon Boy?" Rine's crimson eyes burned with determination. "Always." As they stepped out of the ruined church and into the light of dawn, the fight against the shadows felt far from over. But for now, they had won, and they would keep fighting until the darkness was extinguished for good. Chapter 47, The Path Forward. The first rays of dawn broke through the horizon, casting golden light across the ruined village of Blackreach. The shadows that once loomed heavy over the area had vanished, leaving only silence and the eerie remnants of what had been. Rine and Kaida stood at the edge of the church's crumbled doorway, their breaths visible in the crisp morning air. Rine stared out over the desolate village, his crimson eyes narrowing as his thoughts churned. The battle against the shadow figure had been a victory, but it felt hollow. This wasn't the end. It wasn't even close. Kaida leaned against the doorway, her twin blades sheathed but ready at her sides. "You're doing it again," she said, breaking the silence. "That thing where you stare into the distance like you're trying to unravel the universe." Rine glanced at her, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Can't help it. There's a lot to unravel." Kaida raised an eyebrow, her tone shifting to something more serious. "You're thinking about what that thing said, aren't you? About the darkness not being gone?" "Yeah," Rine admitted. "It wasn't lying. Destroying this site didn't stop anything, it just delayed it. There's something bigger out there, something pulling the strings. We need to figure out what." The two began making their way through the village, the brittle earth crunching beneath their boots. The oppressive energy that had once saturated the air was gone, but the eerie stillness lingered. Blackreach felt like a place frozen in time, its emptiness a testament to the corruption that had consumed it. Kaida paused near an abandoned home, her violet eyes scanning the rubble. Whoever was here, they didn't just leave. The shadows wiped them out, didn't they? Rine nodded, his expression grim. "It's like Emberfall. The corruption doesn't just kill, it absorbs. It turns people into fuel for the darkness." Kaida frowned, her hand resting on the hilt of one of her blades. "And it's spreading. If we don't stop it, every village, every town, it'll all end up like this." Rine's jaw tightened, his resolve hardening. "That's not going to happen. We'll stop it, no matter what it takes." As they reached the edge of the village, Rine's attention was drawn to a faint shimmer in the distance. Something metallic glinted in the early morning light, half buried in the dirt near what looked like an old well. He crouched down, brushing away the dirt to reveal a broken amulet. Its surface was etched with strange, intricate patterns, and faint traces of dark energy lingered around it. Kaida peered over his shoulder, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Rine held it up, his crimson eyes narrowing. "It's a fragment of something," he said. "It's connected to the corruption, I can feel it. Whoever made this was tied to the shadows. Kaida crossed her arms, her tone skeptical. You think it's a clue? Or just another piece of junk? It's a clue, Rine said firmly, tucking the fragment into his pack. It's not much, but it's a start. If we can figure out what this is and where it came from, it might lead us to whoever's behind this. They continued their journey, leaving Blackreach behind as the sun climbed higher into the sky. The path ahead wound through dense forests and rolling hills, the air growing warmer as they traveled. Kaida walked beside Rine, her pace steady but her expression thoughtful. So, what's the next move? She asked. We've taken out a few of these sites, but we're still no closer to finding the source of all this. We start with the fragment, Rine said. There's a scholar in the capital, someone Eryk mentioned a while back. If anyone can identify this, it's them. From there, we follow the trail. Kaida smirked faintly, though her tone was serious. Back to the capital, huh? Haven't been there in a while. Let's hope your scholar friend knows something useful. They will, Rine said, his voice steady. They have to. The road stretched endlessly before them, but for the first time in weeks, Rine felt a faint glimmer of hope. The fragment was small, almost insignificant, but it was proof that the corruption wasn't invincible. It had a creator, a purpose, and that meant it could be destroyed. Kaida glanced at him, her smirk softening. You're quiet again. What's on your mind this time? Rine hesitated for a moment before answering. My siblings, he said. If the corruption spread to Emberfall and Blackreach, there's a chance it's touched other places they might have been. If they're still alive, they could be caught in this. Kaida placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch firm but reassuring. Then we find them. And if they're tangled up in this mess, we'll get them out. You've got me, Rine. We'll face whatever's ahead together. Rine looked at her, his expression softening. Thanks, Kaida. I don't know what I'd do without you. She smirked, stepping ahead of him. You'd be lost, Dragon Boy. Completely lost. As they continued down the road, the weight of their mission pressed heavy on their shoulders. The shadows were spreading, and the path ahead was uncertain. But with the fragment as their guide and their resolve unshaken, Rine and Kaida knew they would keep moving forward, toward the answers they sought and the battles that awaited them. Chapter 48, A Scholar's Insight. The journey to the capital was long and uneventful, the days blending together as Rine and Kaida made their way through dense forests, open plains, and winding roads. The fragment they had recovered from Blackreach rested securely in Rine's pack, its faint energy a constant reminder of their mission. By the time they reached the capital, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting the city in a golden glow. The massive stone walls rose high above them, the gates bustling with merchants, travelers, and guards. The capital, Dracoria's crown, was a hub of activity, its streets filled with the sounds of life and commerce. Kaida whistled low as they passed through the gates. It's been a while, she said, her violet eyes scanning the crowded streets. Still as loud and chaotic as ever. Rine nodded, his crimson eyes focused on their destination. The scholar Eryk mentioned, Tavon Elrian, runs a private archive near the university district. If anyone can tell us what this fragment is, it's him. Kaida smirked faintly, following him through the crowd. Let's hope he's as smart as Eryk says. I'd hate to have come all this way for nothing. The university district was quieter than the rest of the city, its cobblestone streets lined with tall, ornate buildings. The archive was an unassuming structure tucked between two larger halls, its wooden door marked with a brass plaque engraved with Tavon's name. Rine knocked firmly, the sound echoing faintly in the stillness. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing a man in his late 50s with graying hair and piercing blue eyes. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as he studied the two of them. Yes, he said, his tone brisk. What is it you need? We were sent by Eryk, Rine said, holding up the fragment. We need your help identifying this. Tavant's expression shifted slightly, his curiosity piqued. Come in, he said, stepping aside to let them enter. The inside of the archive was dimly lit and lined with shelves filled with books, scrolls, and artifacts. Tavant led them to a cluttered desk near the back, gesturing for them to sit. Let me see it, he said, holding out his hand. Rine placed the fragment in his palm, watching as the scholar examined it closely. Tavant's brow furrowed as he ran his fingers over the intricate patterns etched into the metal, his expression growing darker with each passing moment. This is old, Tavant said finally, his voice low. Very old. The markings are an ancient form of runic script, one that predates most known civilizations. Kaida leaned forward, her curiosity evident. What does it say? Tavant adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. It's not a language meant to be read, not in the traditional sense. These runes are part of a binding spell, something designed to contain or control vast amounts of energy. Whatever this fragment was part of, it wasn't just an artifact. It was a key. A key to what? Rine asked, his crimson eyes narrowing. Tavant set the fragment down carefully, his gaze meeting Rine's. That's the question, isn't it? Based on the energy still lingering in this fragment, it was tied to a powerful source of magic, likely the same corruption you've been encountering. But this isn't just about destruction. Whoever created this was trying to unlock something. Kaida frowned, her tone sharp. Unlock what? Another obelisk? Another temple? Possibly, Tavant said. But my guess is it's something much larger. These runes weren't designed for small-scale rituals. They're part of a network, one that spans across regions. If this fragment is a key, then it's tied to something central, something massive. Rine exchanged a glance with Kaida, his jaw tightening. The source of the corruption, he said grimly. Tavant nodded. Precisely. If you can find where the rest of these keys are leading, you might be able to stop this at its core. But be warned, whoever's behind this won't let you interfere easily. You're meddling with forces that have been in motion for centuries. Kaida leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. So, how do we figure out where the rest of these keys are? Tavant stood, moving to a nearby shelf and pulling down a large, dusty tome. He flipped through the pages, eventually stopping at a detailed map of the region. Several locations were marked with ancient symbols, their meanings unclear. These are sites where similar artifacts have been found, he said, pointing to the map. Ruins, temples, and other places tied to old magic. If the network is still active, one of these locations might hold the next clue. Rine studied the map, his gaze intense. Then that's where we'll start. Tavant hesitated, his expression grave. Be careful, he said. If you're right about the corruption spreading, then every step you take will bring you closer to those controlling it. And they won't hesitate to strike back. Kaida smirked, rising from her seat. Let them try. We've handled worse. As they left the archive, the weight of their mission felt heavier than ever. The fragment had given them a direction, but it also confirmed their worst fears: the corruption wasn't random. It was deliberate, orchestrated by someone, or something, with far-reaching plans. Rine glanced at Kaida as they walked through the bustling streets. This is bigger than we thought, he said quietly. Kaida nodded, her smirk softening. It always is. But we'll figure it out. We always do. Rine's resolve hardened as he looked toward the horizon. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but for the first time, they had a clear target, a way to strike at the heart of the darkness. Together, they would follow the trail, uncover the truth, and face whatever lay at the center of the corruption. There was no turning back now. Chapter 49, the first step. The following morning, Rine and Karyos set out from the capital, their destination marked on Tavant's map, an ancient ruin known as Elden Hollow. Located deep within the Whispering Forest, the Hollow was one of the sites tied to the corruption's network. The road to the forest was long and winding, but the fragment's faint pulse in Rine's pack served as a constant reminder of their goal. Tavant's warnings about the dangers ahead lingered in his mind, but they only fueled his determination. Karyos rode beside him, her violet eyes scanning the horizon. "Elden Hollow," she said, her tone carrying a mix of curiosity and caution. Eryk mentioned it once, said it was an old burial site for some ancient order. "You think that has anything to do with the corruption?" Rine nodded, his crimson eyes focused ahead. "It might. If the order was connected to magic, they could have been involved in creating the network, or trying to stop it." Karyos smirked faintly. "Guess we'll find out soon enough. Let's just hope the dead stay dead this time." By the time they reached the edge of the Whispering Forest, the sun was dipping low on the horizon. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their gnarled branches entwined like skeletal fingers. A faint mist clung to the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Karyos dismounted, her blades drawn as she scanned the dense undergrowth. "This place feels wrong," she said, her voice low. "It's too quiet." Rine activated draconic insight, his scales shimmering faintly as his senses sharpened. The forest pulsed with a faint, dark energy, the same oppressive force they had felt at Blackreach. "The corruption's here," he said grimly. "Elden Hollow isn't far. Stay alert." They moved cautiously through the forest, their steps muffled by the soft earth beneath their boots. Shadows danced at the edges of their vision, and the faint sound of whispers echoed among the trees. When they reached the entrance to Elden Hollow, the air grew colder, and the whispers grew louder. The ruins were carved into the side of a rocky cliff, their ancient stone walls weathered by time and covered in moss. A wide archway marked the entrance, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Rine stepped closer, examining the runes. "These are the same symbols as the ones at the temple," he said. "Whoever created this network used this place as part of it." Karyos' smirk faded, her tone serious. "Then we're in the right place. Let's see what they left behind." The two stepped through the archway, entering a vast chamber lit by the faint glow of more runes etched into the walls and floor. The air inside was thick with dark energy, and the whispers seemed to echo from every direction. At the center of the chamber stood a stone dais, its surface marked with intricate patterns that pulsed with an eerie light. Around it were the remains of ancient statues, their features worn and broken. "This is it," Rine said, his voice quiet but firm. "This is what's anchoring the corruption here." Before they could approach the dais, the shadows in the chamber began to shift and coalesce. The air grew colder, and the whispers turned into a deafening roar as a figure emerged from the darkness. The figure was humanoid but twisted, its body a mass of shadow and writhing tendrils. Its glowing green eyes locked onto Rine and Karyos, and when it spoke, its voice was a layered, guttural growl. "You dare to enter this sacred place," it hissed. "You cannot undo what has been set in motion. The darkness will consume you, as it has consumed all who came before." Karyos raised her blades, her smirk returning despite the tension in the air. "We've heard that before," she said. "And look how that turned out for them." Rine stepped forward, his sword igniting with flames. "The corruption ends here," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "Whatever you're guarding, we're going to destroy it." The figure let out a guttural roar, its tendrils lashing out as it surged toward them. Rine activated Draconic Ward, summoning a fiery barrier that deflected the attack. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the chamber, shaking the walls and scattering debris. Karyos darted to the side, her movements swift and precise as she struck at the tendrils. Her blade sliced through the shadowy mass, but the wounds closed almost instantly, the tendrils reforming and lashing out at her. "This thing's tougher than the last one," she called, dodging another attack. "It's tied to the dais." Rine shouted, slashing through another tendril. "We need to destroy it to cut off its power." Kaida nodded, her smirk sharpening. "Then keep it busy. I'll handle the dais." As Kaida darted toward the dais, the figure let out another roar, its tendrils surging toward her. Rine intercepted them, his sword blazing as he unleashed soul flame's surge. The fiery wave struck the tendrils, forcing them back and giving Kaida the opening she needed. She reached the dais, her blades glowing faintly as she struck at the runes carved into its surface. The moment her blades connected, the runes cracked, their light dimming. The shadowy figure let out a howl of pain, its form flickering and destabilizing. "Keep going," Rine shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Kaida struck again, the runes shattering completely. The dais crumbled, and the oppressive energy in the chamber began to dissipate. The shadowy figure let out a final, anguished scream before collapsing into nothingness. As silence fell over the chamber, Rine lowered his sword, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. "Another piece down," he said quietly. Kaida approached, her expression a mix of triumph and exhaustion. "And how many more to go?" Rine looked at the shattered dais, his crimson eyes narrowing. "As many as it takes." Together, they stepped out of the ruins and into the light of the whispering forest, their resolve stronger than ever. The fight was far from over, but they had taken another step toward unraveling the corruption, and uncovering the truth behind it all. Chapter 50, Whispers of Betrayal. The morning sun filtered through the canopy of the whispering forest as Rine and Kaida made their way back to the main road. The air felt lighter now, the oppressive energy of the corruption in Elden Hollow gone. Yet, despite their victory, a sense of unease lingered in the back of Rine's mind. Kaida glanced at him as they walked, her twin blades sheathed but her hand resting on one of the hilts. "You've been quiet since we left the ruins," she said, her voice probing. "What's eating at you, dragon boy?" Rine exhaled, his crimson eyes focused on the path ahead. "That figure in the hollow," he said. "It wasn't just defending the site. It was trying to protect something, and it knew who we were." Kaida frowned, her expression darkening. "You think it recognized us?" "I don't think," Rine said grimly. "I know. It called me by name, Kaida. It knew we were coming." Kaida's steps slowed, her violet eyes narrowing as she processed his words. "That's unsettling," she admitted. "If the corruption knows who we are, it means whoever's behind it is watching us. They're not just guessing, we're being tracked." Rine nodded, his jaw tightening. "That's what worries me. Every site we've destroyed has been more heavily defended, like they're expecting us. If they know our movements, we're walking into a trap, and we don't even know where it's leading." Kaida smirked faintly, though her tone was serious. "Then we make it their problem. If they want to trap us, we'll turn it on them. But first, we need more information. What's next on Tavant's map?" Rine pulled the map from his pack, unfolding it carefully. The next site was marked near the town of Iron Shade, a mining settlement nestled in the mountains to the north. "Iron Shade," he said, tracing the path with his finger. "It's isolated, just like Black Reach. If the corruption's there, it could be spreading through the mines." Kaida raised an eyebrow. "Mines, huh?" "Dark tunnels, unstable ground, and probably more shadows waiting to ambush us." "Sounds delightful." Rine smirked faintly. "You're not backing out, are you?" Kaida chuckled, shaking her head. "Not a chance. Let's get moving." The journey to Iron Shade took several days, the road winding through rocky terrain and sparse forests. Along the way, the faint hum of whispers returned, growing louder the closer they got to the town. By the time they arrived, the sky was overcast, casting a dull, gray light over the settlement. Ironshade was small, its wooden buildings worn and weathered by years of exposure to the elements. The streets were eerily quiet, and a sense of unease hung heavy in the air. Rine dismounted, his gaze scanning the empty streets. "Something's wrong," he said, his voice low. "It's too quiet." Kaida nodded, her hand on her blade as she stepped beside him. "The corruption's here. You can feel it, can't you?" "Yeah," Rine said, his scales shimmering faintly as he activated draconic insight. The air pulsed with dark energy, the same oppressive force they had encountered at the other sites. "It's coming from the mines." As they approached the entrance to the mines, the sound of whispers grew louder, echoing unnaturally through the air. The wooden beams supporting the entrance were cracked and splintered, and the faint smell of decay wafted from within. Kaida wrinkled her nose. "Lovely," she muttered. "This place screams ambush." Rine stepped forward, his sword igniting with flames as he led the way inside. The darkness of the mine was oppressive, the air damp and heavy. The faint glow of runes marked the walls, their light flickering like dying embers. "This is worse than I thought," Rine said, his voice echoing slightly. "The corruption's deep in the mines. It's been festering here for a long time." Kaida smirked faintly, though her eyes were sharp and alert. "Then let's root it out. The faster we clear this place, the faster we can figure out what's going on." Deeper into the mines, they found signs of a struggle, broken tools, abandoned carts, and bloodstains on the ground. The whispers grew louder, and shadows moved unnaturally along the walls, their forms flickering like smoke. Rine tightened his grip on his sword, his crimson eyes scanning the darkness. "They didn't just leave," he said. "The corruption took them. Whatever's in here isn't just spreading, it's hunting." Kaida nodded, her expression grim. "Then let's make sure it doesn't hunt anyone else." As they ventured further, the air grew colder, and the runes on the walls began to glow brighter. At the heart of the mine, they found a massive chamber, its floor covered in the same intricate patterns they had seen at Elden Hollow. At the center of the chamber stood a figure, its form humanoid but twisted, its body a mass of shadow and jagged tendrils. It turned to face them, its glowing green eyes burning with malice. "You are persistent," it said, its voice a guttural growl. "But your efforts are meaningless. The darkness will consume all, and you will fall like the rest." Rine stepped forward, his sword blazing as he met the creature's gaze. "Not today," he said, his voice steady and firm. Kaida moved to his side, her twin blades drawn and ready. "Let's finish this," she said, her smirk sharp. The creature roared, and the shadows surged toward them. The battle for Ironshade had begun. The shadows surged across the chamber floor, a writhing mass of darkness that seemed to ripple with malevolent intent. Rine and Kaida moved in unison, their blades flashing as they cut through the first wave of tendrils. The creature at the center of the chamber let out a guttural laugh, its voice reverberating off the stone walls. "You believe your flames can burn the void," the creature sneered, its jagged tendrils lashing out like whips. Rine deflected the first strike with his sword, the flames along its edge flaring brighter as they burned through the tendrils. "We've faced your kind before," he said, his voice steady. "And we're still standing." Kaida darted around the creature, her movements fluid as she struck at its flanks. Her blades carved through the shadows, but the wounds closed almost instantly, the dark mass reforming with a hiss. "This thing's tougher than the last one," she called, her tone sharp. "It's pulling strength from the runes on the floor." "I see it," Rine said, his crimson eyes narrowing as he activated draconic insight. The runes pulsed with dark energy, their glow feeding directly into the creature's form. "We need to break the connection. Focus on the runes." Kaida nodded, her smirk sharpening as she pivoted toward the nearest cluster of runes. The patterns etched into the stone floor glowed with an unnatural light, their energy thrumming like a heartbeat. She struck with both blades, her steel shattering the runes with a burst of sparks and a hiss of dark energy. The creature let out a howl of pain, its form flickering as the connection weakened. "You will regret this," it roared, lashing out with renewed fury. Rine charged forward, his sword igniting with fiery intensity as he slashed through the tendrils aiming for Kaida. The flames carved a path through the darkness, giving her enough time to target another set of runes. "You keep it busy," Kaida shouted, her tone edged with determination. "I'll handle the runes." "On it," Rine replied, his focus shifting back to the creature. He activated Soul Flame Surge, unleashing a wave of fire that forced the shadowy figure to recoil. As Kaida destroyed the second set of runes, the chamber trembled, and the oppressive energy began to wane. The creature's form shrank slightly, its movements growing more erratic. "You think you've won?" it hissed, its glowing eyes burning with rage. "You are merely delaying the inevitable." Rine lunged forward, his sword cutting through the creature's chest in a fiery arc. The attack left a deep, smoking wound that didn't immediately heal. "We've heard that before," he said, his voice cold. "And yet here we are." Kaida struck the third cluster of runes, her blades moving with precision as she shattered the intricate patterns. The glow of the runes dimmed, and the creature let out a guttural scream, its form collapsing in on itself. The shadows around the chamber surged, their movements chaotic as the connection between the runes and the creature faltered. Kaida darted back to Rine's side, her breathing heavy but her smirk intact. "One more set," she said, nodding toward the dais at the center of the chamber. Rine's gaze locked onto the dais, the final cluster of runes glowing brighter than the rest. "I'll hold it off," he said, his voice resolute. "You take the dais." Kaida hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Don't get yourself killed," she said, her tone softer than usual. Rine gave her a faint smile before stepping forward, his sword blazing as he confronted the creature. The shadows lashed out at him with relentless fury, but he stood his ground, deflecting each strike with calculated precision. Kaida sprinted toward the dais, her movements swift and deliberate. The whispers in the chamber grew louder as she approached, the oppressive energy pressing against her like a physical weight. The runes on the dais pulsed violently, their glow intensifying as if trying to protect themselves. Kaida gritted her teeth, raising her blades as she struck with all her strength. The steel cut through the stone, shattering the runes with a deafening crack. The chamber shook violently as the final runes were destroyed, the energy within the room collapsing in on itself. The creature let out a final, anguished roar as its form disintegrated, the shadows dissolving into nothingness. Rine staggered back, his sword still glowing faintly as the oppressive weight lifted from the air. The whispers faded into silence, leaving only the sound of their breathing and the faint tremor of the crumbling chamber. Kaida approached, her expression a mix of exhaustion and triumph. "Well, that was a workout," she said, wiping sweat from her brow. Rine chuckled softly, his crimson eyes meeting hers. "You did good," he said, his tone warm. "Another piece down." Kaida smirked, though her gaze shifted toward the dais. "But this isn't over, is it? The corruption's still out there." "No," Rine said, his expression hardening. "It's not over. But we've weakened it. Every site we destroy, every creature we take down, it's all leading us closer to the source." Kaida placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding. "And when we get there, we'll finish this. Together." Rine nodded, his resolve unwavering. Together. As they made their way out of the mines, the faint light of dawn greeted them, casting the world in a golden glow. The corruption in Ironshade had been purged, but the fight was far from over. With each victory, the path ahead became clearer, and more dangerous. But Rine and Kaida knew they couldn't stop now. The shadows were spreading, and the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. They would face whatever came next, no matter the cost.